A genuine smile, not that political grimace that diplomats use. "Thank you, sir. Happy to be here." His voice was steady, unremarkable, with that odd accent that all Earth Standard speakers have. He did not sound nervous, which was unusual for first-day arrivals, but maybe humans just hide it better. "If you will follow me," I gestured toward the interior corridor. "We will proceed to orientation, where you will receive your gravity adjustment briefing and facility access credentials." He picked up his single duffel bag, just one bag, and fell into step beside me. Not behind me like most nervous cadets, beside me like we were colleagues taking a walk. The orientation room was standard issue. White walls, holographic display panels, and adjustable gravity plates in the floor for demonstration purposes. I launched into my prepared speech about Velaram 7.3 gravity environment, the importance of controlled movement, the dangers of overcompensation, all the things I had said 500 times before. Marcus nodded along, asked clarifying questions that were actually intelligent, and when I demonstrated the proper low-gravity walking technique, he watched with genuine attention. "All right," I said, deactivating the holoprojection. "Let us test your initial adjustment. The gravity in this room is currently set to 0.5 standard. I am going to lower it to 0.3. Our facility normal. Move slowly, be careful, and if you feel disoriented, sit down immediately." I adjusted the gravity plates. Marcus took 3 experimental steps, wobbled slightly, overcorrected, and nearly face-planted into a wall. I caught his arm, steadied him, and felt satisfied. "Good, normal, manageable. Do not worry," I said, in my most reassuring instructor voice. "Everyone struggles at first. You will adapt within a few days." Marcus actually laughed, and said, "Yeah, this is going to take some getting used to." Famous last words, Marcus. Famous last words. Day 1 of actual training began at 0600 hours because apparently every military organization in the known universe agrees that mornings should be painful. I had Marcus join the rest of Charlie Group in Training Hall 3, which is basically a massive open space with padded walls, adjustable gravity zones, and enough safety equipment to survive a small asteroid impact. The hall can accommodate up to 50 cadets at once, but Charlie Group was a modest 15 students, all at various stages of their low-gravity certification. Marcus walked in wearing standard training gear, looking refreshed and entirely too cheerful for someone about to experience their first real drill session. Threx saw him first and did that head tilt thing that Saurians do when they are sizing up potential competition. "So, you are the human," he said, his voice carrying that sibilant hiss his species is known for. "Heard your people finally figured out how to leave your gravity well." Marcus just grinned. "Yeah, took us a while, but we are slow learners." Yana skittered over, her 6 legs carrying her with that unnaturally smooth glide that always made me slightly uncomfortable. "Kellis says you struggled in orientation yesterday," she clicked, her translator rendering it with what I swear was amusement. "Do not worry. Most species need weeks to adjust properly." "Appreciate the encouragement," Marcus said, and I could not tell if he was being sincere or sarcastic. Humans have this thing where their tone does not always match their words. Very confusing. Just bubbled at him from across the room, which his translator unhelpfully rendered as "Greetings, Landwalker," because finds everyone who does not live underwater equally ridiculous. I clapped my hands together, the sound echoing off the padded walls. "All right, Charlie Group. Attention. Today we are running basic movement drills, lateral displacement, vertical orientation, and controlled momentum exercises. Standard safety protocols apply, which means if I see anyone attempting unauthorized maneuvers, you will be spending the rest of the day writing incident prevention essays." Groans echoed through the hall because apparently complaining about paperwork is also universal. "We will start simple," I continued, gesturing to the marked lanes on the floor. "Lateral movement across the hall, controlled speed, 3-point contact minimum at all times. Remember, in 0.3 gravity, every movement is amplified. Small pushes, controlled breathing, constant awareness." The cadets lined up. Marcus positioned himself near the back, probably hoping to observe first before attempting anything. Smart, actually. Threx went first, pushing off with his powerful Saurian legs, gliding smoothly across the hall in a textbook perfect low-gravity stride. Excellent form, predictable trajectory, safe landing, exactly what I wanted to see. Yana followed, her multiple legs giving her absurd amounts of control, making the exercise look effortless. "Show off." Went next. moving with this bizarre flowing motion that his species somehow pulls off naturally, like watching oil spread across water. Weird, but effective. Then came Marcus's turn. He positioned himself at the starting line, bent his knees slightly and pushed off. Too hard, way too hard. His body launched forward like he had been fired from a cannon. He rocketed across the hall, flailing his arms in what I can only describe as controlled panic, and slammed shoulder first into the far wall with a thud that made everyone wince. I was already moving toward him, ready to call for medical, already composing the incident report in my head, already regretting accepting this human into my training group. Marcus peeled himself off the wall, rotated to face us, and started laughing. Not nervous laughter, not embarrassed laughter, actual genuine amusement. "Okay," he called out, rubbing his shoulder. "That was entirely my fault. Let me try that again." He pushed back toward the starting line, this time with slightly better control, though he still moved like someone who had never experienced low gravity in his entire life, which according to his file he had not. I assigned him remedial movement training with the beginners, figuring he would need at least 2 weeks to develop basic competency. I was wrong about that too, but not in the way I expected. By day 5, Marcus had stopped crashing into walls, which I considered a significant achievement worthy of note in my daily log. By day 7, he was moving through the basic drills with what I would call competent mediocrity. Nothing impressive, nothing terrible, just solid average performance. By day 10, something changed, and I still cannot explain exactly what happened. It was like watching someone suddenly remember how to do something they had forgotten. One moment Marcus was carefully, methodically pushing himself through a lateral movement exercise. The next moment he was flowing through the course like he had been born in low gravity. Not smooth like Yana, not powerful like Threx, but something else entirely, something I did not have words for. He started using momentum in ways that should not work, redirecting his trajectory mid-flight with tiny adjustments, catching himself on surfaces at angles that looked wrong but somehow functioned perfectly. Threx noticed it too. "The human is learning too fast," he hissed to me after one training session. It took me 4 weeks to reach that level of control. I had no good answer for him, so I just said something vague about different species having different learning curves, which satisfied nobody, including myself. Then came week 2 in the vertical combat course evaluation. The VCC is Velaram 7's signature training environment, a cylindrical chamber that extends 200 meters vertically, lined with platforms, obstacles, handholds, and simulated combat zones. It is designed to test three-dimensional tactical movement, situational awareness, and controlled aggression in low-gravity environments. Standard protocol requires safety harnesses for all cadets below Level 3 certification, which was everyone in Charlie Group including Marcus. I gathered the cadets at the base of the cylinder, where the massive structure stretched upward like a throat leading to nowhere. The walls were a dull gray composite material, dotted with handholds, platforms jutting out at irregular intervals, and obstacles that could be reconfigured for different difficulty levels. "Today," I announced, my voice echoing in the vast space, "you will each complete a timed run through the VCC basic configuration. The goal is not speed. The goal is control, safe movement, tactical awareness, zero incidents." I pointed at the harness station where automated arms waited to attach safety cables. "Everyone gets harnessed. No exceptions, no arguments. The harness will prevent falls, but it will not do the work for you. You still need to navigate the course properly." The cadets lined up, and one by one, the automated arms attached the harnesses with mechanical precision. Threx went first, completing the course in 18 minutes with textbook form. Yana finished in 15. Because of course she did, took 23 minutes but maintained perfect safety protocols throughout. Then Marcus stepped up to the harness station. He let the automated arms attach the safety cable, checked the connection points himself, and then looked up at the towering course above us. His expression was, how do I put this, disappointed? No, not disappointed. More like a kid being told they have to wear floaties in a swimming pool. "Instructor Kellis," he said, his tone carefully neutral, "is there a certification level where the harness is not required?" "Level 3 and above," I replied, "which requires a minimum of 8 weeks training and passing 3 separate safety evaluations." "Why do you ask?" "Just curious," Marcus said, but his eyes were still fixed on the course above, calculating something I could not interpret. He started his run. The first 50 meters were solid, good hand placement, controlled movements, proper safety awareness. Then he reached the platform transition section. and something shifted in how he moved. Marcus stopped treating the course like an obstacle and started treating it like a playground. He swung between platforms with this fluid confidence, used his legs to push off surfaces in ways that generated momentum I did not think was possible, and navigated the three-dimensional space like he could see trajectories that did not exist yet. His time was 12 minutes, 47 seconds. That was faster than some of my level 2 cadet. When he reached the bottom and disconnected from the harness, I walked over to him, datapad in hand, trying to keep my expression professionally neutral. "Cadet Webb," I said slowly. "Your file indicates your homeworld has 1.0 standard gravity." "Yes, sir," Marcus confirmed, still slightly out of breath. "And Earth's gravity is, specifically, how much stronger than our point 3 environment here?" Marcus thought about it for a moment, then said something that made my spine go cold. "About 3 times stronger, sir." "Why do you ask?" 3 times. 3 times stronger. This human had spent his entire life in an environment with 3 times the gravitational pull we were training in, and nobody, not one single person in the entire Galactic Accord administration, thought that was worth mentioning in the briefing materials. I looked at Marcus, who was stretching his shoulders like he had just finished a light warm-up exercise, and realized with creeping horror that we had no idea what this species was actually capable of. None whatsoever. Week 2, Day 3, and I had started having very uncomfortable conversations with the facility safety coordinator about whether our equipment was rated for species with high-gravity world origins. Spoiler alert, it was not, because nobody thought we would need it. Marcus continued his training with Charlie Group, and I continued documenting his progress with increasingly concerned margin notes. The other cadets had stopped making jokes about humans being soft-worlders and started watching him with the kind of cautious respect you give to things that do not follow normal rules. Advanced cadets, those who had completed basic certification and moved into tactical operations training, got access to the sphere on Day 3 of every training week. The sphere is exactly what it sounds like, a massive hollow spherical chamber, 100 meters in diameter, with platforms, obstacles and training equipment distributed throughout the three-dimensional space in seemingly random patterns. It is beautiful, in a terrifying kind of way. The ultimate low-gravity free movement environment where cadets learn to think in directions that ground-based species do not have words for. Charlie Group had earned sphere access after completing their VCC certifications, which meant today was their first free movement exercise. I had given them the standard safety briefing 3 times, emphasized the importance of controlled movement, and assigned them all buddy check partners. Marcus was partnered with Threx, which seemed like a safe choice since Threx had excellent spatial awareness and a healthy respect for safety protocols. The sphere's entrance iris dilated open, revealing the vast chamber beyond. Cadets began filtering in, using handholds to pull themselves into the 0.3 gravity environment, spreading out to different starting platforms like seeds dispersing in wind. I remained at the observation platform with 2 other instructors, monitoring vitals, tracking positions and watching for any signs of trouble. The sphere had sensor arrays everywhere, automated safety systems and emergency response drones on standby. Nothing ever went wrong in the sphere. Our safety record was flawless. 15 minutes into the exercise, everything went wrong in the sphere. The alarm started as a low tone, then escalated to the urgent pulsing that means equipment failure. My datapad lit up with red warning indicators, and I immediately focused on the source. Platform 7 Delta, upper hemisphere, structural support compromise. My eyes snapped to the holographic display and my blood went cold. Yana was on Platform 7 Delta, 200 meters above the sphere floor, and the platform's primary support beam was failing. Stress fractures, metal fatigue, something had compromised the structural integrity, and the whole platform was tilting at an angle that would send her tumbling into open space. She was gripping the platform edge with 4 of her 6 legs, her body language screaming panic even across the distance. Emergency response protocol, I barked into my comm. Platform failure, 7 Delta, 1 cadet in danger. Deploy rescue team immediately. The response came back in that calm, professional tone that emergency coordinators use. Rescue team deploying. ETA 8 minutes, full safety gear required for high-altitude extraction. 8 minutes. I looked at the structural analysis on my datapad. The support beam had maybe 4 minutes before catastrophic failure, probably less. The other cadets had frozen in place, all of them staring up at the failing platform. All of them too far away to help. All of them properly trained enough to know that rushing in without equipment would just create more casualties. All of them except one. Marcus was on a platform roughly 60 meters below Yana, and he was staring upward with an expression I had never seen on his face before. Focused, calculating, but also something else. Something that looked almost like excitement. "Webb," I called through the comm system, my voice carrying through the entire sphere. "Maintain your position. Do not attempt unauthorized movement. Rescue team is en route." He looked toward the observation platform, made eye contact with me through the transparent aluminum barrier, and said something that made my heart stop. "Sir, I can reach her before the beam fails." "Negative," I said, putting every ounce of instructor authority into my voice. "You are not certified for high-altitude rescue. You do not have the proper equipment, and you will maintain your current position. That is an order." The support beam groaned, a sound that carried through the sphere like a dying animal, and Yana's mandibles were clicking in distress so fast they blurred together. Marcus looked at me, then looked at Yana, then looked at the distance between them. Then he reached down and started unlocking his gravity boots. "Cadet Webb," I said, my voice going from authoritative to genuinely terrified. "Do not do what I think you are about to do. That is not a suggestion, that is a direct order. Stop right now." He pulled off the first boot, then the second, and stood on the platform in just his standard training suit. "Sorry, sir," Marcus said, and his voice was calm, almost apologetic. "But 8 minutes is too long." And then he jumped. No, jumped is the wrong word. He launched himself upward like gravity was a polite suggestion he had decided to ignore, and my perfect safety record shattered into a million pieces as I watched a human cadet become something I did not have a classification for. I have seen a lot of things in my 12 cycles as an instructor at Velarim 7. I have seen cadets master impossible maneuvers. I have seen species-specific adaptations that defied conventional physics. I have seen training exercises that pushed the boundaries of what low-gravity movement could accomplish. I had never, not once, not ever, seen anyone move the way Marcus Webb moved in those next 45 seconds. He did not jump up, he exploded upward, his legs driving against the platform with enough force that the entire structure shuddered from the impact. In 0.3 gravity, that force translated into velocity that should not be possible for an unaugmented biological organism. He rocketed toward the sphere's upper hemisphere like a missile with a destination, his body position aerodynamic, his arms tucked close to reduce drag even though there was barely any atmosphere to drag against. Threx made a sound I had never heard a saurian make before, something between a hiss and a whimper. Translator just gave up and emitted a confused, warbling noise. I was screaming into my comm, calling for emergency intervention, calling for automated safety systems, calling for anything that could stop what was happening, but everything moved slower than a human in low gravity apparently. Marcus covered 60 meters in less than 4 seconds. Then came the part that made me question whether physics was even real anymore. He reached a support column, one of the massive structural beams that kept the sphere stable, and instead of grabbing it to slow down, he used it to redirect. His feet hit the column at an angle, absorbed the impact with bent knees that should have shattered under the force, and pushed off in a new direction like the column was nothing more than a stepping stone. He was not moving in a straight line anymore. He was plotting a three-dimensional course through the sphere's obstacles, using every surface as a launch point, every structure as a navigation reference. Equipment storage rack, kickoff, change direction by 15 degrees. A training platform occupied by 2 terrified cadets. Touchdown for a fraction of a second. Redirect upward again. A suspension cable meant for safety harnesses. Grab it mid-flight. Use the tension to slingshot around a obstacle cluster. He was not fighting gravity. He was having a conversation with it, negotiating terms, and apparently gravity was losing the argument. The other instructors on the observation platform were frozen, their species-specific expressions of shock rendering them into living statues. One of them, an elderly Pelthic named Saran, who had been teaching here since before I was born, whispered something in his native language that my translator refused to process, probably because it was a prayer. Marcus was 150 meters up now, closing the distance to platform 7 Delta with velocity that kept increasing instead of decreasing like it should. The support beam groaned again, louder this time, and I could see stress fractures spreading across its surface like veins of lightning frozen in metal. Yana saw him coming, her compound eyes tracking his approach, and her mandibles stopped clicking in panic and started clicking in confusion, because what was approaching her did not make sense in any framework she understood. 20 meters away, and Marcus grabbed an overhead handhold, used it to kill most of his upward momentum, rotated his body with core strength that should require cybernetic enhancement, and pushed off toward the failing platform at a controlled angle, 10 meters away, and the support beam gave its final warning, a metallic shriek that meant structural failure was seconds away. Marcus covered those final 10 meters in a diving grab that would have been suicidal for anyone with a normal sense of self-preservation, his arms outstretched, his trajectory calculated with precision that suggested either incredible luck or terrifying competence. He hit the platform just as the support beam snapped. The entire structure tilted. Yana lost her grip, and for one horrible moment I thought I was about to watch two cadets fall 200 meters to the sphere floor. Marcus's left hand clamped onto the platform edge, his fingers finding purchase on the composite material with grip strength that should not be possible. His right arm wrapped around Yana's thorax, catching her mid-fall, and then he was holding both of them against gravity with one arm while his other hand maintained their only connection to safety. The broken support beam tumbled past them, spinning slowly in the low gravity, a 2-ton piece of metal falling like a feather in slow motion. For 3 seconds Marcus just hung there, supporting his own weight plus Yana's mass, which was not insignificant given her species' exoskeleton density, with one hand gripping a platform that was no longer properly anchored. Then he looked down, and I swear on every star in this sector he smiled. Not a grimace, not expression of strain, an actual smile like he was enjoying himself. He pulled them both up onto the tilted platform with one smooth motion, muscles working under his training suit in ways that suggested human physiology did not follow the same rules as everyone else's. "Yana," he said, his voice somehow calm and steady despite the insanity of the last 45 seconds. "I am going to need you to hold on to me. We are going down the fast way." Yana's translator rendered her response as, "What is the fast way?" but I suspect the actual meaning was closer to "please no. I want to file retirement papers." Marcus repositioned his grip, waited for Yana to wrap her legs around his torso and then jumped off the platform. Correction, he did not jump off, he dropped off, and used every single obstacle, platform and structure between them and the sphere floor as velocity control points. Watching him descend was like watching a meteor with purpose, bouncing off surfaces with calculated precision, redirecting momentum with each contact, turning a 200-meter fall into a controlled descent that somehow impossibly ended with both of them landing gently on the sphere floor in a perfect 3-point stance. Marcus set Yana down carefully, made sure her legs were stable, and then looked up at the observation platform where I was having what I can only describe as a complete professional crisis. "Sir," he called up, his voice slightly winded but otherwise normal. "Do you have a bandage? I scraped my elbow on that last platform." A scraped elbow. He had justified death, physics, and common sense, and he was concerned about a scraped elbow. I realized something in that moment, something profound and deeply unsettling. Humans were not fragile, they were not weak, and they definitely were not average. They were just very, very good at pretending to be normal until the moment when normal stopped working. The facility commander arrived 14 minutes after the incident, which was impressive given that her office was on the opposite side of the station, and she had probably violated several speed regulations getting here. Commander Vorish was a Corinthian, which meant she stood nearly 3 meters tall, had 4 arms that she used for dramatic gesturing when angry, and possessed exactly 0 tolerance for nonsense. She had run Valorum 7 for 20 cycles with absolute authority and an unblemished safety record that I had just personally destroyed. She was not happy. Marcus sat in the briefing room, still in his training suit, the scraped elbow now covered with a standard medical patch. Yana sat beside him, her mandibles occasionally clicking in what I had learned to recognize as residual shock. I stood against the wall, my datapad clutched in my hands like a shield, waiting for the professional consequences of my failure to prevent this disaster. Commander Vorish's forearms were crossed in a pattern that meant she was cycling through multiple levels of anger simultaneously. "Cadet Webb," she said, her voice carrying that resonant quality that Corinthians use when they want to sound impressive and terrifying. "Do you understand that you violated 16 separate safety protocols, ignored a direct order from your instructor, and performed an unauthorized high-altitude rescue without proper equipment or certification?" "Yes, ma'am," Marcus said, and he had the decency to look at least somewhat apologetic. "Do you understand that your actions could have resulted in 2 fatalities instead of 1 injury? That you endangered not only yourself but also Cadet Yana, and that you have created a documentation nightmare that will require reports filed with 7 different oversight committees?" "Yes, ma'am," Marcus repeated, his tone respectful but not particularly intimidated. Commander Vorish uncrossed two of her arms and leaned forward across the briefing table, her eyes locked on Marcus with an intensity that had made senior officers confess to crimes they had not committed. Then explain to me in clear and specific terms why you thought jumping 200 meters through a complex obstacle field without safety equipment was a remotely acceptable decision. Marcus was quiet for a moment, organizing his thoughts, and when he spoke, his voice was calm and matter-of-fact. Because Cadet Yana had approximately 3 minutes before structural failure, the rescue team had an 8-minute ETA, and the math did not work in her favor, ma'am. I assessed the situation, calculated the risks, and determined I had the physical capability to reach her in time. Physical capability, Commander Vorish repeated slowly, each syllable dropping like a hammer. You are a first rotation cadet with 2 weeks of training. Yes, ma'am. But I am also from a 1.0 standard gravity world, which in this 0.3 environment means my effective strength and control ratios are significantly enhanced. The room went very quiet. Commander Vorish straightened up, her expression shifting from anger to something closer to confusion. Explain that statement, Cadet. Marcus glanced at me, then back at the commander. Earth's gravity is approximately 3 times stronger than Valorum 7's environment. My muscles, bones, and cardiovascular system developed in that higher gravity, which means here I am operating at roughly 1/3 of my normal resistance load. He said it so casually, like he was explaining that water was wet or that stars were bright. On Earth, he continued, I can jump maybe half a meter vertically under full gravity. Here, that same muscle output launches me 15 meters or more. My reaction time feels faster because my body is not fighting against as much gravitational pull. Movements that would be difficult at home are, well, easier here. Commander Vorish turned to look at me, all 4 of her eyes focusing with an expression that clearly asked, did you know about this? I shook my head mutely, because what was I supposed to say? That I had read his file and somehow missed the part where humans were basically organic gravity-defying machines. Cadet Webb, Commander Vorish said slowly, turning back to Marcus. Are you telling me that for your species our advanced low-gravity training environment is what? Recreational? Marcus thought about that for a moment, his face scrunching up in consideration. I would not say recreational exactly, ma'am, more like comparable to swimming. You know, when you are underwater and movement works differently, but your body adapts pretty quickly because you are still using the same muscles just in a different resistance environment. Swimming. He had just compared our premier military training facility to a swimming pool. Yana's mandibles clicked once, sharp and loud, and her translator rendered it as that explains so much. Commander Vorish sat down heavily in her chair, which creaked under her mass, and pressed 2 of her hands against her face in what I recognized as the universal gesture of someone reconsidering their entire career. Instructor Kellis, she said, her voice muffled behind her hands. Please tell me you have been documenting all of this. Every day, ma'am, I confirmed, holding up my datapad like evidence at a trial. Complete training logs, performance metrics, and approximately 47 margin notes that say some variation of how is he doing that. Commander Vorish lowered her hands and looked at Marcus with an expression that mixed respect, concern, and the dawning realization that everything we thought we knew about training protocols might need revision. Cadet Webb, she said finally, you are simultaneously the best and worst thing to happen to this facility in 20 cycles. You saved a fellow cadet's life, which is commendable. You also violated enough regulations to keep me in paperwork for a month, which is considerably less commendable. Yes, ma'am, Marcus said. For what it is worth, I am sorry about the paperwork. Training resumed the following week with what Commander Vorish called updated safety considerations, which was official speak for we have no idea how to handle humans, but we are going to try anyway. Marcus received a formal reprimand for violating safety protocols, which went into his permanent file right next to a commendation for exceptional courage under pressure, which I am pretty sure gave the administrative staff a migraine trying to process. More importantly, he received a new set of training parameters specifically designed for high-gravity world species, which was hilarious because he was the only cadet from a high-gravity world, so really they were just Marcus Webb rules wearing a fancy bureaucratic disguise. The other cadets treated him differently after the incident. Not with fear exactly, more like the cautious respect you give to natural disasters that happen to be friendly. Threx stopped making comments about soft-worlders entirely and started asking Marcus for movement technique advice. Yana followed him around like he was some kind of protective talisman against danger. which Marcus found embarrassing and everyone else found extremely reasonable, just bubbled something that translated as "landwalkers are insane" and went back to his aquatic meditation exercises, because honestly nothing surprised him anymore. The facility had to redesign course difficulty limits, adding what they called advanced high-gravity adaptations, which basically meant making everything 3 times harder so Marcus would stop completing exercises in half the expected time. The engineering team was not thrilled about the extra work, but they admitted it was technically interesting to design obstacles that challenged someone who treated normal gravity like a minor inconvenience. Word spread through the multi-species military academy networks faster than light-speed communications. Other facilities started asking questions, requesting data, wondering if they needed to prepare for more human cadets. The bureaucratic nightmare expanded exponentially, and somewhere in administrative office I imagine someone was crying into their filing systems. I became something of an accidental expert on human training requirements, which led to me giving 3 presentations to facility commanders across the sector, all of which boiled down to they are stronger than they look, faster than they should be, and completely unaware that they are terrifying. That last part was the strangest thing to explain. Marcus genuinely did not understand why everyone treated his rescue of Yana like it was exceptional. To him, it was just basic risk assessment and physical capability matching. On Earth, apparently this kind of thing happened regularly in their emergency services, their sports, their casual recreational activities. They had competitions where humans jumped over obstacles, climbed vertical surfaces and threw themselves through the air for fun. For fun. Their children played games that involved launching themselves off elevated surfaces and catching each other mid-fall. Their standard military training included carrying heavy loads across long distances in full gravity, which meant their soldiers were essentially strength training in conditions that would cripple most other species. I had spent 12 cycles thinking I understood physical limitations, training protocols, and safety requirements, and then one human cadet showed up and revealed that all my assumptions were based on species that evolved in reasonable gravity wells. Marcus completed his rotation at Villarim 7 with top marks in every category, not because we made it easy for him, but because we literally could not make it hard enough without creating courses that would be lethal to every other species. On his last day, he shook my hand with that human custom of gripping palms, and his grip was gentle, controlled, carefully modulated so as not to cause damage. "Thank you, Instructor Kellis," he said, genuine warmth in his voice. "I learned a lot here. Really appreciate the experience." "You are welcome, Cadet Webb," I replied, and meant it despite everything. "Though I think we learned more from you than you did from us." He laughed at that, shouldered his single duffel bag, and headed toward the departure shuttle. I watched him go, updated his final training report, and then noticed a message in my inbox from the Academy administration. Subject line read, "Incoming exchange student, human designation Jessica Webb." The message noted that Jessica was Marcus's younger sister, that she had applied for advanced tactical training, and that her file indicated she was considerably more athletic than her brother. I stared at that message for a long time. Then I forwarded it to Commander Vorish with a single line attached, "We are going to need bigger safety margins." Her response came back in under a minute, just 2 words, "Much bigger." Somewhere in the facility I heard the engineering team already starting to redesign the training courses, their resigned sighs echoing through the ventilation systems, and I realized with absolute certainty that humans were not just another species joining the galactic community. They were an entire recalibration of what we thought possible, wrapped in friendly smiles and casual attitudes, completely unaware that they made the rest of us feel like we had been training in easy mode our entire lives. Marcus Webb had been an introduction, a preview, a gentle warning that the universe was bigger and stranger than our careful regulations had accounted for, and his little sister, who was apparently more athletic, was arriving in 6 weeks. I pulled up my retirement fund calculator, stared at it for a moment, then closed it and opened the training schedule instead. Because honestly, how much stranger could it get? Somewhere in the universe, I imagine reality itself laughed at that question, because apparently I still had not learned the most important lesson. Never ever ask how much stranger things can get when humans are involved. They will always find a way to show you.
The first thing the alien recruits noticed about the human was that he looked tired. Not weak. Not scared. Just tired. Like someone who had worked too many years under too many suns and simply didn't have the energy left to be impressed by anything. The Adaptive War Training Station orbited a neutron-heavy dwarf star, chosen specifically because the surrounding gravitational distortions made it perfect for breaking soldiers and rebuilding them stronger. The Union called it necessary conditioning. The recruits called it something else. Hell. Inside Training Dome 7, 23 species stood under artificial gravity already set to 3 times most galactic standard. Bones creaked. Internal organs shifted. Respiratory systems struggled to compensate. Several recruits were already on medical suspension harnesses. At the center stood Drill Sergeant Vrex. 8 feet of armored authority. Black composite plating fused into his exoskeleton. Mandibles sharp enough to split bone. His species had evolved on a world where gravity crushed mountains flat over geological time. He believed weakness was a disease. And today, he intended to cure it. "You are not soldiers," Brex's voice thundered through the chamber. "You are raw material. Today, we apply pressure." His compound eyes scanned the room, then paused. The human stood in the third row, older than most recruits, hair going gray at the temples, a face mapped with old scars, one knee brace under standard Union fatigues. Private Daniel Mercer, 47 years old, the oldest recruit in the room, and currently doing slow neck stretches like he was about to start morning exercise in a public park. Vrex approached. "You appear unconcerned," Vrex said. Mercer glanced up. "Sir? Most recruits show fear." Mercer considered that. "Respectfully, sir, I've been shot at by people who hated me personally. This feels more polite." Several nearby aliens made choking noises that might have been laughter. Vrex didn't react. "Begin endurance sequence," he ordered. The gravity increased. 4G. The effect was immediate. A tall, four-armed silicon-based recruit dropped like a statue tipping over. 2 avian species screamed as their hollow bones microfractured under pressure. Internal med drones activated across the chamber. Mercer bent slightly at the waist, then adjusted his stance, then rolled his shoulders. Vrex watched carefully. "Report physical status," Vrex demanded. Mercer inhaled slowly. "Feels like carrying a heavy rucksack uphill, sir." Vrex's mandibles twitched. "Gravity increase." 5G. The chamber lights dimmed as power rerouted to the gravity grid. Structural supports groaned like old ships in a storm. More recruits collapsed. One began convulsing before medical drones sedated them. Mercer dropped to one knee. His hands pressed against the floor. Muscles in his arms stood out like steel cables. Veins bulged along his neck. He spit blood onto the deck. Then he laughed quietly. Vrex leaned closer. "You find suffering amusing?" Mercer shook his head slightly. "No, sir." "Then why laugh?" "Because," Mercer said between breaths, "this is still easier than Afghanistan's summer with full gear." Vrex didn't know what Afghanistan was, but he logged it as likely lethal environment. "Gravity increase," Vrex ordered. The control room hesitated. 6G. The world turned violet. The air itself felt thick, like trying to breathe soup. The floor cracked in thin spiderweb fractures. Emergency reinforcement fields flickered to life. Only 5 recruits remained conscious. Mercer was still one of them. But now he was shaking. Sweat poured off him. His vision blurred. Blood vessels burst across the whites of his eyes. His knee brace audibly cracked. Vrex stepped directly in front of him. "Human, your survival probability is now below acceptable training margins." Mercer nodded weakly. "Copy that." "Then cease." Mercer slowly lifted his head. "Negative, sir." Vrex tilted his head. "Explain." Mercer swallowed blood. "Because if this is where I quit, I learn nothing." Silence filled the dome except for the grinding roar of the gravity generators. Vrex felt something shift in his tactical assessment. Not respect. Not yet. But attention. "Why do you seek suffering?" Vrex asked. Mercer blinked slowly. "Same reason anyone signs up for war," he said. "You hope if you get strong enough, Maybe the next guy lives. The words hung in the air. Even the surviving recruits stopped groaning. Rex straightened. Gravity increase. 7G. The control room shouted over comms. Rex overrode them. The dome screamed. Not metaphorically. Literally. Metal shrieked as structural stress alarms detonated across every system. Mercer collapsed onto both hands and knees. His back spasmed. His breathing turned ragged and animalistic. Blood dripped from his nose in steady streams. Then, slowly, painfully, he pushed one foot forward, then the other, and stood. Not straight, not steady, but standing. Across the chamber, something impossible began happening. Two alien recruits, species known to fail at 4G, were pushing themselves upright, their bodies trembling, adapting, watching the human, copying the human. Rex turned sharply. Medical telemetry spiked across multiple species. Stress hormone floods, adrenal responses, emergency adaptation pathways triggering. Rex looked back at Mercer. Human, he said slowly. What are you doing? Mercer tried to focus his eyes. Being stubborn, sir. Then he smiled through blood. You should be worried. Why? Mercer coughed hard enough to nearly collapse. Because humans don't just adapt to pressure. Rex stepped closer. What do you mean? Mercer whispered. We spread it. Behind them, another recruit forced itself upright. Then another. The chamber was changing. Not physically. Behaviorally. Survival was becoming contagious. Rex felt something cold settle into his tactical mind. Not fear, but calculation. If one species could force environmental adaptation simply through proximity, then humanity wasn't just a military asset. It was a force multiplier, or a plague. End sequence, Rex ordered suddenly. The gravity snapped back to standard. The surviving recruits collapsed instantly. Mercer hit the floor flat on his back. Laughing, coughing, alive. Rex stood over him. Human. Sir? Mercer wheezed. If the Union goes to war with your species, what happens? Mercer stared at the ceiling. Thought about it. Then said quietly, Depends. On what? How serious we are. Rex said nothing. Hours later, his official report to Union Command contained a single new classification request. Humanity, strategic unknown, potential escalation species. And as med teams wheeled Mercer toward recovery, the old human raised one hand weakly and said, Hey Sarge. Rex looked down. Yes? Mercer grinned. Next time, try 8. By the time Private Daniel Mercer could walk without collapsing, the rumors had already outrun official Union intelligence channels. Not because humans bragged, because aliens talked. They talked about the old human who stood at 7G and smiled like gravity was just another bad day. They talked about how 3 species previously rated, low endurance, suddenly passed conditioning trials after training beside humans. They talked about how human squads joked during near-fatal drills, and somehow that made everyone else panic less. Union High Command called it cross-species stress adaptation contagion. Human soldiers called it something simpler. Monkey see, monkey survive. Mercer got reassigned before he fully healed. That told him everything he needed to know. The transport ship UCV Relentless Patience carried a mixed-species combat unit toward a border conflict nobody officially called a war yet. The Zorati Empire had begun expanding again, testing Union defenses, absorbing minor systems, destabilizing trade lanes. Classic Empire behavior. Mercer sat in the troop bay, taping his knee brace tighter while an insected comms officer watched him like he was a dangerous animal. You are damaged, the officer said finally. Mercer snorted. Buddy, at my age, everything's damaged. That was not humor. Yeah, you'll get used to it. Across from him sat Sergeant Lura, a feline predator species with combat ribbons from 3 campaigns. She studied Mercer carefully. They moved you here quickly. she said. Why? Mercer shrugged. Guess I'm popular. No, she said flatly. You are a variable. He liked her immediately. The ship dropped out of FTL into the Kepri Fringe, a mining system turned battlefield. One gas giant. 3 rocky worlds. One half-broken orbital ring station drifting like a corpse. And Zorati ships everywhere. The Union fleet formed defensive lines. The Zorati didn't. They advanced. Mercer watched through the dropship viewport as the first exchange lit space into a silent fireworks show. Confident bastards, he muttered. Sergeant Lura flicked an ear. They believe suffering creates superiority. Mercer tightened his gloves. Yeah, he said quietly. Humans tried that too. The dropship screamed into atmosphere over Kepri 3, a desert world with a fractured core. Gravity fluctuated violently due to unstable tectonic mass shifts. Union scouts had already lost 2 battalions to environmental collapse alone. Perfect Zorati battlefield. Union command expected a defensive holding action. Mercer stepped onto the surface and immediately frowned. Gravity tugged sideways, then down, then eased. Okay, he said, scanning the horizon. This planet's drunk. Sergeant Lura stumbled as gravity spiked. Mercer grabbed her harness instinctively. Breathe with it, he said. Don't fight it. Let your body lag half a second. She stared at him. That is not logical. Neither is surviving, he said. Try it. She did, and stayed standing. Within an hour, Mercer's squad moved differently than every other Union unit. They stopped trying to maintain perfect formation. They moved loose, reactive, messy, alive. The first Zorati strike came at sunset. Tall, armor-plated shock troops riding gravity-stabilized walkers. Plasma artillery arced overhead, detonating sand into glass. Union front lines buckled. Mercer's squad didn't. Light phase coming, Mercer said over comms. Move on the float. How do you know? Lura asked. My knee stopped hurting. Then gravity dropped to near zero for 3 seconds. Mercer's squad surged forward like ghosts. When gravity slammed back, they were already inside Zorati firing range. The fighting was brutal, close, personal, ugly. Zorati warriors were stronger, faster, bred for pain tolerance. Humans fought like bar brawlers with military training layered on top. Mercer had but one through a visor plate. Lura ripped another's leg joint apart. The insected comms officer shot 3 targets while screaming tactical updates in perfect calm monotone. The Zorati pulled back. Not routed. Confused. From orbit, Vrex watched combat telemetry update in real time. Human-led units showed 63% higher survival rates in fluctuating gravity combat. More concerning, non-human units attached to humans showed improvement curves that should have taken months. Vrex replayed helmet cam footage. Humans laughing under fire. Humans insulting enemy commanders mid-combat. Humans calling out environmental shifts like weather forecasts. And aliens around them, stabilizing, adapting faster, fighting harder. Vrex opened a direct channel to Union High Command. Update human classification, he said. From strategic unknown? Yes. To what? Vrex watched Mercer drag a wounded alien soldier out of a gravity sinkhole while firing blind behind him. Strategic force multiplier, Vrex said. Then he paused. Add secondary classification. State designation. Vrex spoke slowly. Psychological contagion asset. On Kepri 3, the Zorati escalated. They began targeting human soldiers first. Mercer noticed by day 3. Yeah, he told Lura, reloading behind shattered mining equipment. They figured out we're the annoying ones. You are priority targets, she said. You should relocate to command positions. Mercer barked a laugh. Yeah, that's not how humans work. That night, Zorati Command made a decision that would reshape the war. They launched a surgical strike. Not on Union Command. Not on infrastructure. On Mercer's unit, dropships came in silent. Shock troops deployed directly into their forward encampment. The fight lasted 9 minutes. When it ended, 12 Union soldiers were dead. 4 were captured, including Mercer. Sergeant Lura found the blood trail leading into the desert. And something inside her, something she'd only ever seen in humans, snapped into place. Over open Union channels, she spoke 3 words. They took Mercer. Across the theater, human units went quiet, then began moving, not waiting for orders, not requesting authorization, just moving, toward Zorati territory, toward Mercer, towards something that looked a lot like revenge. On a Zorati command ship in orbit, Mercer hung in a gravity suspension field, arms bound, ribs cracked, vision blurred. A Zorati warlord studied him like a specimen. "You are older than most soldiers," the warlord said. Mercer coughed blood. "Yeah. Perks of being hard to kill. You create instability in enemy morale." Mercer smirked weakly. "You mean hope?" The warlord ignored that. "You will be executed publicly." Mercer nodded slightly. "Figured. You show no fear." Mercer closed one swollen eye. "I'm human," he said. "Fear is just another thing you carry." The warlord ordered gravity increase. 6G. Mercer screamed. Bones shifted. Organs strained. Then he started laughing again. Not because it didn't hurt. Because it did. And he decided pain didn't get to win. The warlord leaned closer. "Why do you laugh?" Mercer gasped out. "Because somewhere, my people just found out you touched one of us." He smiled through blood. "Good luck." And across the warfront, human ships changed course, like predators smelling blood in water. And for the first time in centuries, the Zorati Empire realized they might have started a war they didn't understand. The Zorati didn't rush the execution. That was their first error. They treated war like theater, pain like currency, fear like a broadcast signal that could weaken enemies before fleets even arrived. So they built a stage. The execution platform floated above Kepri 3's largest gravity fracture zone, a canyon where gravitational tides rose and fell like ocean waves. Sometimes 2G, sometimes 8, sometimes sideways. Perfect symbolism, perfect cruelty. Mercer hung in a suspension frame at the center of it, ribs bound in pressure wrap, one arm dislocated but crudely reset. His face looked like it had lost a boxing match with a cargo hauler. Still alive. Still conscious. Still watching. The Zorati warlord stepped into frame beside him as thousands of drone cameras activated. The signal bounced off relay satellites and spilled across Union space like poison. "Observe," the warlord said, voice translated into 100 languages. "This is what becomes of species who mistake endurance for superiority." Mercer spit blood off his lip. "Buddy," he rasped, "you built an entire culture around pain and you're lecturing me?" The warlord ignored him and gestured. The gravity field intensified. 6G. Mercer's body slammed downward into the suspension restraints. His scream tore loose before he could stop it. Muscles spasmed. Blood vessels burst in his eyes again. Across Union space, humans watched in silence. On ships, on outposts, on colony worlds, on Earth. The warlord leaned closer to Mercer. "You will beg," he said quietly. Mercer shook his head. "You don't get it," he whispered. The warlord signaled again. 7G. Something cracked inside Mercer's chest. His vision tunneled. His hearing turned into a distant ocean roar. Pain stopped being sharp. It became everything. And then something strange happened. Mercer started laughing. Not loud. Not strong. But unmistakable. The warlord's mandibles flexed in irritation. "Why?" the warlord demanded. "Why do you respond with madness?" Mercer wheezed air into ruined lungs. "Because," he whispered, "you think this makes you scary." The warlord stepped closer. "And it does not." Mercer forced one eye open. No, he said. It makes you predictable. The warlord signaled for maximum gravity spike. 8G. Even Zorati guards stepped back from the field edge. Mercer's body convulsed. Blood pooled under the restraints. Bones screamed inside flesh. And across human-controlled space, something ancient and ugly woke up. Not rage. Not panic. Focus. Human fleet commanders didn't shout. They didn't argue. They didn't wait for the Union Senate to finish emergency sessions. They just started issuing new navigation vectors. Toward Kepri. Toward Zorati space. Toward Mercer. On the bridge of the Union cruiser Judicial Patience, Drill Sergeant Vrex watched the execution feed, and something heavy settled into his tactical mind. Not horror. Recognition. He opened a channel to Union Command. You must order all human units to stand down, Command said immediately. They will not, Vrex replied. You must try. Vrex watched Mercer laugh under 8G gravity. No, Vrex said. You do not understand. They are already coming. On the execution platform, the warlord raised a ceremonial blade, a relic weapon designed more for symbolism than practicality. You will be remembered, the warlord declared. As the moment humanity learned its place, Mercer tried to speak. Blood bubbled from his mouth. Still, he forced the words out. You really should have studied us first. The blade raised higher. Then, every drone camera flickered. For half a second, the broadcast glitched, then returned. The warlord frowned. Stabilize transmission, he ordered. Tech drones scrambled. Then one of the Zorati guards looked up. Command, we are detecting. The guard never finished. Because space above Kepri 3 didn't explode. It just filled. Human ships dropped out of FTL so close together they looked like a steel wall tearing reality open. Not hundreds. Thousands. Military. Civilian retrofits. Mining vessels with weapons welded onto hulls. Old warships thought long decommissioned. Mercer squinted upward through blurred vision. Yeah, he whispered. There they are. The warlord's command ship began issuing retreat orders. Too late. Human fleets didn't fire first. They hacked. Zoraticom networks died in seconds. Navigation grids collapsed. Orbital defense satellites turned and fired on their own fleet. On the execution platform, alarms screamed. The gravity generators surged unstable as human cyber warfare injected cascading feedback loops. The field around Mercer fluctuated violently. 8G. 3G. 0. Back to 6. The restraints shattered under the chaos. Mercer dropped 6 meters onto the platform hard enough to knock the air out of him. Zorati guards rushed forward, then stopped. Because Union drop pods, human drop pods, began punching through atmosphere like meteor strikes. The first pod hit 50 meters from the platform. The second hit directly on top of a Zorati armor column. The third opened midair. Human Marines hit the ground firing, not shouting, not raging, working, cold, methodical. The execution platform became a battlefield in seconds. Zorati troops fought like elites. Humans fought like men and women who had watched one of their own get tortured on live broadcast. It was not a fair fight. A human medic slid to Mercer's side, cutting restraints. Hey old man, she said. You picked a hell of a time to take a vacation. Mercer tried to laugh and mostly coughed. Took you long enough. Behind them, human shock teams cut toward the warlord's position with terrifying efficiency. The warlord watched his guards fall, one by one. Not from superior strength. From superior coordination. Adaptation. Improvisation. Human war. For the first time in centuries, the Zorati command structure felt something they had engineered out of their own psychology long ago. Doubt. Mercer was lifted onto a med sled as evacuation shuttles screamed overhead. He grabbed the medic's sleeve weakly. Hey. Yeah? Tell Vrex. What? Mercer smiled faintly. Next time, tell him to try 9. The medic snorted. Sure thing. Above them, human fleets continued arriving. Not for rescue anymore. For something bigger. And across the galaxy, every empire, alliance, and war council watched the same realization spread like cold fire. Humanity wasn't the strongest species, or the fastest, or the most advanced. But if you hurt one of them badly enough, they didn't just respond. They escalated. And the Zorati Empire had just taught them a new level. The Zorati Empire had never faced an enemy like this. Not because humans were unbeatable. They bled, they broke, they screamed. But because humans remembered. They carried every insult, every wound, every loss like fuel. And when the time came, they burned it all into their enemies. Mercer didn't need a plan. He had instinct. He had experience. He had centuries of human survival encoded in his DNA, tempered by wars humans had never documented in galactic history. And now, the galaxy was about to learn it. Evacuation pods carried Mercer back to a temporary forward base. He was alive, but broken. His body was a roadmap of punishment, each scar a battle marker. His eyes were bloodshot, his ribs swollen and bruised. And yet, he smiled. You okay? The medic asked, adjusting his sling. Mercer coughed. I'm fine. That's relative. Relative to the guy who thought 8G would scare me. She shook her head. You're insane. Depends on perspective, Mercer said, voice rasping. I prefer effective. Meanwhile, human fleets didn't retreat. They spread like wildfire. Every unit that could move, old ex-military cargo haulers retrofitted with artillery, scout frigates armed with experimental railguns, and even civilian freighters packed with explosives, converged on Zorati installations. The assault wasn't chaotic. It wasn't theatrical. It was surgical. Brutal. Efficient. Mercenary precision that was unmistakably human. No other species had ever fought like this, combining raw stubbornness with improvisation, dark humor, and a touch of cruelty. The galaxy's top strategists could not parse it. On Kepri 3, the Zorati command collapsed. Communications blacked out. Gravity generators destabilized under human sabotage teams. Tactical satellites were destroyed in orbit. When the humans finally arrived at the Warlord's flagship, they didn't surrender, negotiate, or demand tribute. They took it. Mercer walked onto the bridge, limping heavily, his body wrapped in makeshift armor. The Warlord knelt on the floor, surrounded by fallen elite guards, trembling like a cornered predator. You, the Warlord stammered. You survived the execution. Mercer smiled faintly. And you underestimated the species you tried to humiliate. The Warlord's mandibles twitched. You will pay for this. Your species will pay. Mercer shrugged, cracking a faint laugh. Pay? Maybe. But right now you're out of credit. Humans didn't celebrate. Not yet. They cleaned, secured, and prepared to leave before the Zorati could recover. Efficiency was the hallmark of the species. Mercy was an option, but not a requirement. Rex watched from orbit as the war ended. He didn't feel pride. He didn't feel fear. He felt respect tinged with dread. They are a strategic variable, he muttered. And the universe has just been reminded of what variables can do. Union Command updated its galactic records. Humanity, strategic existential variable. Potential escalation species. Handle with extreme caution. Back on Earth, Mercer walked with a cane, old now, tired but alive. His comrades had survived, and the galaxy would never forget what they had unleashed. He sat in a small garden beneath a fading sun, watching children play. He could hear the echoes of wars past, the laughter of aliens who had survived because humans refused to break. He sipped his tea. Not bad for a species the galaxy thought it could crush, he muttered. And somewhere in the far reaches of space, every empire that had once mocked humanity reconsidered everything. They could double gravity. They could shatter bones. They could inflict pain. But humanity didn't just survive. They adapted, escalated, and returned stronger. Mercer smiled, quietly savoring the knowledge. The galaxy had learned a lesson, and it had learned it the hard way. Because you can push a human down, but if they get back up, watch out.
The Galactic Military Academy's combat simulator, affectionately known as the Gauntlet, had a reputation that preceded it like a bad smell at a diplomatic function. For 300 years, it had humbled cadets from every corner of known space. The simulation had a 98% failure rate, and that remaining 2% only passed because they'd technically survived long enough for the timer to run out while hiding in a maintenance closet. Commander Velkrath stood in the observation deck, his forearms crossed in what he probably thought was an intimidating posture. It mostly made him look like he was hugging himself. A 7-foot-tall Krithian with scales that shimmered like oil on water, Velkrath had spent the last 3 months making it abundantly clear that humans were, in his professional opinion, the galactic equivalent of participation trophies. Cute that they joined the community, adorable that they wanted to play soldier, but ultimately about as threatening as a basket of puppies. "Cadet Webb," Velkrath announced, his voice dripping with the kind of condescension usually reserved for explaining basic addition to a rock. "You will now face the gauntlet. Try not to embarrass your species more than absolutely necessary." Marcus Webb, the only human at the Academy, and the subject of approximately 3 months of increasingly creative insults, stood at the simulator entrance looking like a man who'd been asked to calculate the square root of his own regret. At 5'10", with the kind of unremarkable features that made him blend into any Earth crowd, Marcus had spent his entire tenure at the Academy being compared unfavorably to literally every other species. Apparently, humans lacked the natural armor plating of the Draxians, the telepathic coordination of the Mindari, and the basic survival instincts of common fungi. Behind Velkrath, a crowd of Marcus's fellow cadets had gathered for the show. Torvik, a hulking reptilian warrior from Scalios Prime, was taking bets with the enthusiasm of someone who'd found a guaranteed investment opportunity. 5 credits says the human doesn't last 10 minutes, Torvik hissed, his forked tongue flickering with excitement. "That's generous," chimed in Plina, a willowy Mindari whose telepathic abilities made her insufferably smug about knowing what everyone was thinking. Her 3 eyes blinked in sequence, a gesture that somehow conveyed both pity and disgust. "I'm reading surface thoughts of confusion and something about breakfast? Is he seriously thinking about breakfast right now?" Marcus was, in fact, thinking about breakfast. Specifically, whether the Academy cafeteria would still have those weird purple pastries by the time he got out of this thing. They tasted like cinnamon mixed with static electricity, and he'd developed an unhealthy addiction to them. "The scenario is straightforward," Velkrath continued, consulting a holographic display. "You are inserted into hostile territory. Your mission is to gather intelligence on enemy positions, avoid detection, and extract safely. The simulation adapts to your decisions. Most cadets manage 47 minutes before catastrophic failure. The record holder, a Draxian battlemaster, survived for 3 hours using advanced stealth protocols and strategic patience. So basically, don't get caught and don't die," Marcus summarized. Velkrath's scales rippled in what might have been irritation. "If you wish to oversimplify centuries of tactical doctrine, yes." Marcus shrugged and stepped into the simulator pod. The door hissed shut behind him with the finality of a coffin lid. Around him, the observation deck's monitors flickered to life, showing multiple angles of what was about to unfold. "Beginning simulation in 3, 2, 1, announced an automated voice that sounded bored with its own existence. The world dissolved into light, and Marcus Webb vanished into what everyone assumed would be a very brief and entertaining disaster. Velkrath settled into his observation chair, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps after this humiliation, the human would finally understand his place in the galactic order. Perhaps he'd finally stop asking weird questions in tactical theory class about, what if we just didn't do it that way? Perhaps, Velkrath thought, this would be educational. He had no idea how right he was, or how much he was going to regret that thought in approximately 4 minutes. Marcus materialized in what appeared to be a war-torn cityscape, that looked like someone had taken a normal city and introduced it to the concept of really bad decisions. Buildings leaned at angles that would make architects weep. Smoke curled from various craters. In the distance, the sound of weapons fire provided an ominous soundtrack that Marcus immediately tuned out because he was trying to orient himself. "Welcome, Cadet Webb," announced a smooth artificial voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "I am Protocol 9, your simulation overseer. Your current location is Grid Reference 447 Alpha. Enemy forces control 87% of the operational theater. Your probability of mission success is calculated at 3.7%. Your probability of survival is notably lower." "That's a pretty specific number," Marcus observed, scanning his surroundings. "Do I get partial credit for trying?" Protocol 9 paused, possibly trying to determine if that was a serious question. "Your mission parameters are as follows. Navigate through the red zone, marked on your heads-up display. Avoid enemy patrols. Locate the intelligence cache at the coordinates being transmitted to your neural interface. Extract without detection." A glowing path appeared in Marcus's vision, highlighting a route that wound through approximately 2 miles of urban nightmare. It looked like the kind of path designed by someone who really wanted you to fail, but needed to maintain plausible deniability about it. Marcus studied the route for about 10 seconds. Then he looked up at the buildings around him, specifically at a partially collapsed structure that was leaning against its neighbor like a drunk friend at closing time. "Hey, Protocol 9, Marcus said, his tone conversational. "Quick question. What happens if I just knock that building down?" Protocol 9's pause was longer this time. Clarification required. The mission parameters do not include structural demolition. Yeah, but theoretically, that building falls, it takes out the one next to it, probably causes a pretty decent distraction. Maybe even blocks some of those patrol routes you've got marked on my display. Cadet Webb, the simulation is designed to test your infiltration and intelligence gathering capabilities, not your capacity for random destruction. Sure, but you didn't answer my question." In the observation deck, Velkrath leaned forward. "What is he doing?" "He's talking to Protocol 9, replied Lieutenant Maxis, a junior instructor who looked confused. "About knocking down buildings." "Why would he knock down buildings?" "The mission is stealth-based." "This makes no sense." Back in the simulation, Marcus had found what he was looking for. A fuel depot that the scenario designers had probably placed there as an environmental hazard to avoid. You know, like a responsible infiltrator would. "Okay, so if I redirect this fuel line," Marcus muttered to himself, examining the setup with the critical eye of someone who'd spent his teenage years figuring out which rules were actually important and which were just suggestions, and use that construction equipment over there, yeah, this could work. "Cadet Webb," Protocol 9's voice had taken on a tone that could only be described as algorithmic concern. "You are deviating from optimal mission parameters. Enemy patrols are approaching your position. Stealth protocols recommend immediate concealment." "How many enemy patrols are there total?" 47 individual units distributed across the operational theater. "And they're following set patrol routes?" "Affirmative. Randomization within predictable parameters to simulate realistic enemy behavior." Marcus grinned. It was not a reassuring expression. "Cool. Hey, one more question. Can the enemies adapt to, let's say, unexpected environmental changes?" "Enemy AI operates within tactical doctrine appropriate to their civilization type. They respond to threats according to established military theory." "So that's a no." Protocol 9 did not respond, possibly because it was beginning to suspect it had made a terrible mistake somewhere in its programming. Marcus set to work with the kind of focused determination usually reserved for people who absolutely should not be left unsupervised. He found a heavy loader, the kind of machinery meant for moving construction materials. He found the fuel depot's main line. He found a structural support that looked like it had been one stiff breeze away from giving up on life anyway. In the observation deck, Torvik's confidence was beginning to waver. Why isn't he hiding? The patrol is literally 30 seconds from his position. I don't know, Plina admitted, her telepathic senses straining. His thoughts are, I don't even know how to describe this. It's like watching someone solve a jigsaw puzzle by eating the pieces. There's a logic there, but it's not a logic I understand. And why does he keep thinking about something called a Rube Goldberg machine? Velkrath's 4 hands were now gripping his chair's armrests with enough force to leave permanent impressions. Someone tell me what he's doing. Marcus stepped back from his handiwork, admired it for a moment, and then activated the heavy loader. It lurched forward with all the grace of a drunk elephant, smashed into the structural support exactly as planned, and triggered a chain reaction that Protocol 9's processors were definitely not prepared for. The building came down. Then the building next to it came down. The fuel line ruptured, not enough to explode, but enough to create a massive smokescreen. Enemy patrols converged on the noise, following their programming, which meant they all converged on the same location, which meant they were now clustered in a very convenient target-rich environment that had nothing to do with Marcus' current position. "What?" Marcus said cheerfully, watching the chaos unfold. "Were you saying about a stealth approach?" Protocol 9's silence was deafening. The thing about artificial intelligence, Marcus reflected as he jogged through a now completely unguarded section of the operational theater, is that it's only as smart as the assumptions it's built on, and if those assumptions include the cadet will try to play by the rules, well, that's just poor planning. Protocol 9, to its credit, was trying. Cadet Webb, your actions have created 47 tactical anomalies in the simulation environment, attempting to compensate. "Don't strain yourself," Marcus called out, vaulting over a piece of rubble. The HUD in his vision was flashing warnings about unauthorized tactical approaches, which he was pretty sure was just Protocol 9's way of saying it was having feelings about this. Enemy forces began spawning in his path, trying to cut him off. They materialized with weapons raised, ready to engage in simulated combat, according to centuries of established tactical doctrine. Marcus immediately spotted a water main that had been damaged in his earlier chaos. Without breaking stride, he kicked it hard. The pipe burst, flooding the street with enough water to create a slip hazard that sent 3 enemy combatants tumbling like bowling pins. While they were down, Marcus grabbed a discarded piece of metal debris and wedged it into a nearby doorway at head height. 2 more enemies ran straight into it with the kind of comedic timing that would make a slapstick director weep with joy. "This is not tactically sound behavior," Protocol 9 observed, its tone suggesting it was having a bit of an existential crisis. "You are improvising with environmental elements not designated as tactical assets. Everything's a tactical asset if you're creative enough," Marcus replied, now actively looking for more things to weaponize. He found a maintenance bot stuck in a corner, apparently part of the environmental dressing. He reactivated it and pointed it toward a cluster of enemies. The bot, following its core programming, tried to clean the area. The enemies, following their programming, tried to eliminate the perceived threat. The result was absolute chaos as combat AI tried to fight a janitor bot that just wanted to sweep. In the observation deck, the atmosphere had shifted from mockery to confused horror. "He's using a maintenance bot," Lieutenant Maxis said, his voice hollow, "as a weapon against trained combat forces." "I can see that," Velkrath snapped. "What I can't see is why it's working." Plina's 3 eyes had gone wide. I'm trying to read his tactical reasoning, but it's like static and half-remembered memes and something about a video game called Minecraft. What's a Minecraft? Why is he comparing this to creative mode? Torvik had stopped taking bets. In fact, Torvik was beginning to regret several life choices that had led him to this moment. "Commander, in all my warrior training across all the battle scenarios I've studied, I have never seen anyone approach combat like this. He's not fighting. He's trolling. He's trolling the simulation." Protocol 9 spawned more enemies, adjusting their tactics, trying to predict Marcus's movements. The problem was that Marcus's movements couldn't be predicted because they weren't following any known tactical framework. He was essentially playing a completely different game than the one the simulation was designed to run. Marcus found a gravity lift, meant to be used for extraction in the final phase of the mission. He activated it early, sending a trash container flying into the air. It came down on an enemy position like an improvised orbital strike. Improvised orbital strike. Marcus muttered to himself. I should write that down. Your approach violates 14 separate articles of the Galactic Warfare Convention, Protocol 9 informed him, sounding distinctly stressed for an AI. Good thing this is a simulation then, Marcus replied cheerfully. The simulation's environment was beginning to show strain. Buildings flickered at their edges. Enemy pathfinding routines started glitching, sending combatants walking into walls. The carefully crafted war-torn aesthetic was developing tears in its rendering, like reality was having technical difficulties. Marcus reached a checkpoint that should have taken him 45 minutes to reach. He'd done it in 12, and he'd done it by essentially treating the entire scenario like a destructible environment puzzle, rather than a tactical infiltration mission. Velkrath's scales had gone from oil-slick iridescent to a dull gray that indicated extreme stress among Crithians. How is this happening? I believe, Lieutenant Maxis said slowly, the human is exploiting the fact that Protocol 9 assumes cooperative engagement with the scenario. The AI is designed to challenge tactics, not chaos. This isn't chaos, Plina corrected, her telepathic senses finally making some sense of Marcus's thoughts. It's a different kind of order, human order. It's terrifying. Back in the simulation, Marcus had just discovered that if you short out a power conduit near a force field, the force field doesn't just deactivate, it creates a feedback loop that overloads the entire grid section. He hadn't meant to discover this. He'd been trying to open a door. The resulting cascade of electrical failures opened 17 doors, deactivated 3 defensive turrets, and somehow activated the emergency sprinkler system in a building 3 blocks away. Oops, Marcus said without a trace of actual remorse. My bad. Protocol 9 had stopped offering tactical advice. It was now simply documenting everything for what sounded like a very strongly worded incident report. And Marcus Webb, the human everyone had dismissed as weak and tactically incompetent, jogged toward the final encounter with a smile on his face and absolutely no idea how much trouble he was causing. The final boss encounter in the Gauntlet simulation was supposed to be the ultimate test of everything a cadet had learned. It was positioned at a fortified command center, accessible only after navigating the entire theater of operations, usually approached from the south after a grueling 47-minute infiltration that left cadets desperate and low on resources. Marcus came in from the northwest through a hole in the wall he'd created using a malfunctioning gravity generator, approximately 43 minutes ahead of schedule, eating a ration bar he'd found in a supply crate that Protocol 9 had forgotten to despawn. The final boss, a heavily armored command mech designated Enemy Alpha Prime, turned to face this unexpected intrusion with the kind of delayed reaction that suggested its AI was frantically checking its notes. You are not supposed to be here yet, Protocol 9 said, and for the first time the AI sounded genuinely upset about it. Yeah, traffic was better than expected, Marcus replied, studying the mech with the analytical gaze of someone who had spent too much time taking apart electronics as a kid. Big guy, huh? Lots of weapons, probably shielded. Definitely programmed with some kind of adaptive combat routine. Enemy Alpha Prime raised its weapons, preparing to engage in a climactic battle that would test Marcus's combat skills, strategic thinking, and ability to adapt under pressure. Marcus looked around the command center, noted the various computer terminals, the power cores, the structural supports that were definitely over-engineered for what they needed to do, and made a decision that would haunt Protocol 9 for the rest of its operational existence. Hey, Protocol 9, quick question. If I access those terminals, can I change the command frequency for that mech? Silence. Then, slowly, carefully. Cadet Webb, that is not a viable tactical option. The terminals are encrypted. Even if you could access them, the mech's IFF systems would not allow override from. Marcus was already at the terminal. In the observation deck, 3 cybersecurity instructors materialized out of nowhere to watch what happened next. The encryption should take hours to crack, one of them whispered. It's military-grade 17-layer security protocol. Marcus typed for about 30 seconds, frowned, and tried something else. Huh, that's interesting. What's interesting? Protocol 9 asked with the tone of someone who really didn't want to know the answer. Your security is really good against sophisticated attacks. But it's not great against just like trying the default password. Did nobody change the admin credentials? Is the password seriously still Protocol 9 admin access? The silence in the observation deck was the kind of silence that happens when everyone simultaneously realizes they've made a catastrophic oversight. That password was supposed to be changed during initial setup, one of the cybersecurity instructors said faintly. 300 years ago. Nobody ever checked, added another, looking like they wanted to sink through the floor. Marcus was now scrolling through command options with the casual air of someone browsing a menu. Oh wow, you can do a lot with this. Hey, enemy Alpha Prime, do a little dance for me. The heavily armored combat mech designed to be the ultimate test of a cadet's combat prowess did a little dance. In the observation deck, Torvik made a sound like a dying accordion. Protocol 9 was experiencing what could only be described as an artificial intelligence's version of a breakdown. This is not how the simulation is supposed to function. You are supposed to engage in combat. You are supposed to utilize the tactics you've been taught. I am utilizing tactics, Marcus protested, now making the mech do jazz hands. They're just not the tactics you expected. This is cheating. This is creative problem solving. There's a difference. Velkrath had his head in all four hands. Make it stop, someone make it stop. But it was too late to stop. Marcus had discovered that with access to the command center's systems, he could essentially rewrite parts of the simulation on the fly. He didn't understand most of what he was doing, but he understood enough to be dangerous. He adjusted enemy spawn rates, accidentally created a logic loop where enemies would spawn, realize they were already at their destination, and despawn in confusion. The simulation's environment started really glitching now. Gravity became optional in certain zones. Textures failed to load, leaving checkerboard patterns floating in midair. A building rendered itself inside out. Enemy combatants began T-posing, stuck in their default positions as their AI gave up trying to process what was happening. Cadet Web, Protocol 9 said, and its voice was doing something that could only be described as digital begging. Please stop. You are creating cascading errors in my core systems. I am a sophisticated military simulation AI, and you are making me question my existence. Is that a problem? Yes. That is philosophically and operationally a significant problem. Marcus looked at the chaos unfolding around him, the glitching environment, the T-posing enemies, the mech that was now stuck doing the shuffle dance on repeat, and experienced a moment of genuine confusion. Wait, am I winning? This feels too easy. Is this a trap? It's not a trap, Protocol 9 said miserably. You've just broken me. Congratulations. In 300 years of operation, nobody has ever broken me before. The simulation began its death throes in earnest. Physics stopped being a suggestion and became more of a vague concept. Colors inverted. The sky rendered as the ground and the ground rendered as a philosophical question. Somewhere in the code, an error log was generating reports faster than it could save them. And Marcus Webb, standing in the center of it all, took another bite of his ration bar and wondered if he'd actually failed somehow because this seemed way too easy. Simulation terminating, Protocol 9 announced with the relief of someone finally being allowed to quit a job they hated. Emergency shutdown initiated. Simulation integrity compromised beyond recovery. Please exit immediately before reality stops making sense entirely. Too late, Marcus muttered, watching a tree render itself as a floating mathematical equation. The world dissolved into white light, and Marcus found himself back in the simulator pod, which opened with a hiss that sounded vaguely accusatory. He stepped out, still holding his ration bar, and blinked at the crowd of stunned faces staring at him from the observation deck. So, he said into the silence, did I pass? The observation deck had the atmosphere of a funeral, where nobody was quite sure who had died, but everyone was certain someone was responsible. Marcus Webb stood in the center of the room, protein bar in hand, surrounded by what felt like every instructor and senior cadet in the entire academy. They were all staring at him with expressions ranging from shock to horror to existential dread. Commander Velkrath looked like he'd aged several decades in the past 17 minutes. His scales had gone completely dull, and his forearms hung limply at his sides in the Crithian gesture for complete defeat. "Did you?" Velcrath began, his voice barely above a whisper. "Did you just break Protocol 9? Marcus glanced back at the simulator pod, which was now displaying an error message that simply read, "Please no," in 17 different languages. "I mean, it's probably just a bug, right? Have you tried turning it off and on again?" A strangled sound came from somewhere in the back of the room. It might have been laughter. It might have been crying. It was hard to tell. Lieutenant Maxis was reviewing the simulation footage with the horrified fascination of someone watching a disaster unfold in slow motion. He completed the scenario in 17 minutes and 34 seconds. The previous record was 3 hours. He didn't follow a single tactical protocol. He weaponized a maintenance bot. He made the final boss do jazz hands. "I saw the jazz hands," Velcrath said distantly. "We all saw the jazz hands." Torvik approached Marcus with the careful steps of someone approaching an unexploded ordnance. "Cadet Webb, I have a question. When you entered that simulation, were you trying to break it?" "No," Marcus said honestly. "I was just trying to, complete the mission efficiently. Was I not supposed to use the available resources?" The maintenance bot was not a resource. It was available. Therefore, it was a resource. Plina had given up trying to read Marcus' thoughts and was now just staring at him like he was a particularly complex puzzle that might bite. "Your species is insane. You look at a carefully designed military exercise and see a sandbox. You see rules as suggestions. You see tactics as, guidelines. More like starting points," Marcus offered helpfully. The atmosphere in the room shifted as the door opened and Admiral Cross entered. The Admiral was a Xantharian, a species known for their wisdom, patience, and extremely long lifespans that had seen the rise and fall of civilizations. Cross looked ancient and exhausted, with the air of someone who had seen everything and was tired of all of it. "I've reviewed the footage," Cross said, his voice carrying the weight of someone who really wished he hadn't. "All of it. Twice. The second time was to make sure I wasn't hallucinating." "Admiral, I can explain," Velcrath started. Cross held up a hand. "Commander, I'm not here to discipline you. I'm here because we have a much larger problem than a broken simulation." He turned to Marcus. "Cadet Webb, do you understand what you've done?" Marcus shifted uncomfortably. "Broken and expensive training program? In my defense, the security was really not great." "You've exposed a fundamental flaw in our entire military doctrine," Cross interrupted. "Protocol 9 was designed 3 centuries ago by the finest tactical minds in the galaxy. It was built on the foundation of civilized warfare, of established tactical theory, of predictable strategic frameworks. It assumed that anyone facing it would engage with it on those terms." "Okay," Marcus said slowly. "Humans," Cross continued, and there was something like weary respect in his voice, "don't engage on expected terms. You don't fight by the rules because apparently, you barely acknowledge the rules exist. You see a carefully balanced tactical scenario and treat it like a physics experiment. You're not unpredictable. You're operating on a completely different logical framework." Around the room, the implications were beginning to sink in. Torvik's eyes had gone wide. If one human with no real training can dismantle our premier tactical simulation, what could a trained human military force do to our defensive strategies? "That," Cross said heavily, "is exactly the question that's going to keep the Council awake for the foreseeable future." Velcrath looked like he might faint, which was impressive for a species that didn't typically faint. The defensive grid, the orbital platforms, the border patrol patterns, they're all built on the same tactical assumptions that Protocol 9 used. "Correct," Cross confirmed. "We've spent centuries perfecting warfare against opponents who think like us, and then humans show up, and they don't think like us at all. They think like, what did the report say?" He consulted a data pad. "They think like someone playing a video game where the objective is to see how creatively they can break the intended experience." "That's not fair," Marcus protested. "I was just trying to solve the problem." "That's what makes it terrifying," Plina said quietly. "You don't even realize how abnormal your approach is." To you, this is just problem solving. To us, it's like watching someone casually violate the laws of physics because they didn't know they were supposed to be laws. Cross pulled up the simulation footage on the main display, freezing it on the moment where Marcus had made enemy Alpha Prime do a little dance. Cadet Webb, I'm going to ask you a question and I need you to answer honestly. If you were facing a real military threat, an actual combat scenario, would you approach it the same way you approached this simulation? Marcus thought about it. I mean, probably. If there's a problem, you use what's available to solve it. You adapt. You improvise. You don't just follow the plan if the plan isn't working. The silence that followed was profound. Finally, Cross sighed, a sound that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Commander Velcrath, you are to cease all training exercises involving Cadet Webb until further notice. The simulation bay is closed for extensive repairs and what I'm going to call aggressive re-evaluation of our entire tactical training program. And Cadet Webb? Velcrath asked. Cross looked at Marcus with an expression that mixed respect, fear, and resignation. Cadet Webb receives a commendation for creative problem solving and a formal warning to please, for the love of everything we consider sacred, stop breaking things. I'll try, Marcus offered. That's what worries me, Cross muttered. The emergency meeting of the Academy's senior staff took place in a secure conference room that had probably hosted discussions about interstellar threats, military coups, and budget allocation disputes. It had never hosted a discussion quite like this one. So let me make sure I understand the situation, said General Thrax, a decorated war hero from the Krell Empire who looked like he could bench press a tank. One human cadet, in his first real tactical simulation, broke a 300-year-old training program that has successfully tested over 500,000 cadets from 400 different species. Correct, Admiral Cross confirmed, and he did this not through any advanced technique or superior training, but by essentially treating the entire scenario like a destructible playground. Also correct. And our conclusion from this is that humans are tactically insane. That's one way to phrase it, Cross said diplomatically. I prefer operating on a fundamentally different strategic paradigm, but yes, General Thrax leaned back in his chair, which creaked ominously under his weight. When the Council approved humanity's application to join the galactic community, I thought the biggest problem would be their tendency to pack bond with anything that moves. Nobody mentioned they were chaos incarnate. Back in the cadet quarters, Marcus had become a minor celebrity and major source of anxiety. His classmates now treated him with a mixture of awe and the kind of caution usually reserved for unstable explosives. Torvik found him in the common area, studying a tactical manual with an expression that suggested he was reading it for entertainment value, rather than educational purposes. Webb, Torvik said carefully, I need to ask you something. When you look at a tactical scenario, what do you see? Marcus looked up from his reading. Opportunities, problems to solve, I don't know why. Because when I look at a tactical scenario, I see established approaches, proven methods, doctrine developed over generations. You look at the same scenario and see Legos. Legos are great for problem solving, Marcus pointed out. That's my point, you're terrifying. Plina materialized from around a corner, her telepathic senses apparently drawn to the conversation. The instructors are having a breakdown, you know. Protocol 9 isn't the only thing you've broken. You've broken their worldview. I didn't mean to, Marcus protested. I was just trying to pass the simulation. You didn't just pass it, you demolished it, danced on its grave, and made everyone question their life choices, Plina said. The entire academy is now split between people who want to study you like a lab specimen and people who want to lock you in a room with no sharp objects. That seems excessive. You made a combat mech do jazz hands, Marcus. Jazz hands. Down in the command center, Admiral Cross was presenting his findings to the Academy board via holographic conference. The board members, representing the major military powers of the galactic community, looked various shades of concerned. The implications are clear, Cross explained, displaying a tactical breakdown of Marcus's approach. Our current defensive doctrines assume opponents will engage within recognizable strategic frameworks. Humans don't. They innovate in real time, improvise with available resources, and seem to have no psychological barrier against unconventional tactics. "Are you suggesting," asked a board member from the Thalassian Confederacy, "that we need to redesign our entire military strategy because of one cadet's simulation performance?" "I'm suggesting," Cross replied carefully, "that if humanity ever becomes hostile, we are catastrophically unprepared. But more importantly, I'm suggesting that as allies, humans represent a tactical asset we've never encountered before. They solve problems we didn't know could be solved. By breaking things," another board member added. "By thinking differently," Cross corrected. "There's a human saying, if it's stupid, but it works, it's not stupid. We need to understand that mindset." Back at the academy, Marcus had been summoned to Velcrath's office. The commander sat behind his desk, looking like he'd spent the last few hours contemplating the futility of existence. "Cadet Webb," Velcrath began, "I owe you an apology." Marcus blinked. "Sir, for 3 months I treated you as inferior because humans lack the physical advantages of other species. I assumed tactical incompetence based on that assessment. I was wrong." Velcrath's scales shifted color, indicating deep discomfort. "You're not tactically incompetent. You're tactically unorthodox to a degree that borders on weaponized creativity. Is that a compliment?" "I genuinely don't know anymore," Velcrath admitted. "What I do know is that the Academy has decided to create a new tactical training program. It's going to focus on unconventional problem-solving, adaptive strategy, and thinking outside established frameworks." "That sounds good," Marcus said cautiously. "You're going to teach it." "I'm sorry, what?" "You're going to teach other cadets how to think like a human," Velcrath said, with the air of someone announcing their own execution. "Admiral's orders. Starting next week, you'll run workshops on creative tactical problem-solving." Marcus stared. "I barely know what I'm doing half the time." "Yes, and that's apparently the point. Your instinct to improvise, to adapt, to question established approaches, that's what we need to teach. Because if we don't learn to think like humans, we'll never understand how to work with humans in combined operations." Over the following days, word spread throughout the galaxy's military networks. The story of the human cadet who broke the gauntlet became something of a legend, told in hushed tones in tactical academies across known space. Protocol 9 was eventually restored to operation, but with significant updates. The security passwords were changed. The AI was programmed to expect unconventional approaches. A new difficulty setting was added, labeled simply Human Mode, which disabled half the environmental safeties and allowed for aggressive improvisation. Nobody had beaten Human Mode yet. Most cadets couldn't even get past the first 5 minutes because they kept trying to apply traditional tactics to a scenario that rewarded chaos. Marcus's first teaching session was attended by 27 cadets from 15 different species, all of whom looked at him with expressions ranging from skepticism to outright fear. He stood at the front of the classroom, feeling wildly underqualified, and decided to just be honest. "Okay, so full disclosure, I have no idea what I'm doing," he began. The cadets exchanged glances, but apparently that's the point. The thing about human tactical thinking is that we don't really have a unified theory of how to approach problems. We just kind of look at what's available and figure out what happens if we combine things in ways they weren't meant to be combined. Torvik raised a claw. "That sounds like a recipe for disaster." "It absolutely is," Marcus agreed cheerfully. "But it's also a recipe for solutions nobody else would think of. Here's an exercise. I'm going to give you a scenario, and I want you to tell me the most ridiculous way you can think of to solve it. Not the tactical way, not the proper way, the weird way." By the end of the first session, he had cadets suggesting using waste disposal systems as infiltration routes, weaponizing cleaning supplies, and one particularly creative Draxian proposed using emergency life support systems to create a distraction by making everyone think there was a hull breach. "See," Marcus said, "you're getting it. You're thinking like humans." "I feel dirty," the Draxian admitted. "That's how you know it's working." 3 weeks after the incident, Admiral Cross submitted his final report to the Galactic Military Council. The conclusion was simple and terrifying. Humanity represented the most significant shift in military doctrine in 3 centuries, not because of superior technology or overwhelming force, but because of fundamentally different cognitive approaches to problem solving. The recommendation was equally simple: integrate human tactical advisors into all major military planning operations, update defensive protocols to account for unconventional attacks, and never ever give humans access to systems without changing the default passwords. Marcus Webb continued his training at the academy, now with a reputation that preceded him like a warning label. He became the go-to consultant for impossible problems, the cadet you called when traditional approaches had failed. He developed a following of students who wanted to learn the human way of thinking, and a parallel following of instructors who wanted to make sure he stayed away from anything important. On a quiet evening, about a month after breaking Protocol 9, Marcus found himself back at the simulator bay. The facility had reopened with extensive modifications and enough warning labels to wallpaper a small building. He stood outside the entrance looking at the pod that had started everything. Velcrath appeared beside him, all forearms loaded with data pads. "Cadet Webb, I thought you'd be celebrating. Your unorthodox approach has been officially recognized by the Council as a valid tactical framework." "Yeah, about that," Marcus said. "I wanted to apologize. I really didn't mean to cause this much trouble." Velcrath was quiet for a moment, his scales shifting through several colors that indicated deep thought. "Do you know what the most humbling part of this experience has been for me? The jazz hands? Besides the jazz hands, it's been realizing that for 300 years we've been so confident in our tactical superiority that we stopped questioning our own assumptions. We built systems designed to test cadets against known problems, but we never considered that the biggest threat might be someone who doesn't recognize the problems as problems in the first place. I'm not sure that's a compliment." "It's an observation," Velcrath said. "Humans are going to change the galaxy, Cadet Webb. Not through conquest or superior firepower, but by making everyone else rethink everything they thought they knew. And honestly," his scales flickered with what might have been amusement, "I'm not sure we're ready for it. For what it's worth, we're not sure we're ready for you guys either. I still don't understand half the stuff in the tactical manual." "Yes, but the difference is that doesn't stop you from solving the problem anyway." Velcrath shifted his data pads. "I have a question, purely hypothetical. If you were to run the gauntlet again, now that Protocol 9 has been updated to expect your approach, what would you do differently?" Marcus grinned. "Nice try, Commander. But I'm pretty sure the Academy has suffered enough for one semester." "That's what I was afraid of," Velcrath muttered. As Marcus walked away from the simulator bay, heading toward the mess hall where those weird purple pastries were probably waiting, he passed a group of junior cadets huddled around a datapad. They were watching footage of his simulation run, analyzing it frame by frame. "See, right there," one of them was saying. "He doesn't even check his surroundings. He just commits to the idea and makes it work through sheer audacity." "Is that a teachable skill?" another asked. "I don't think so. I think you have to be slightly insane." Marcus smiled and kept walking. Behind him, the simulator bay stood quiet, its systems upgraded, its AI traumatized but functional, its reputation forever changed by 17 minutes of absolute chaos. And somewhere in the galactic military networks, tactical planners were updating their threat assessment protocols, adding a new category they'd never needed before: human factor. Expect unconventional approaches. Prepare for anything. Change your passwords. The galaxy, it turned out, was going to need a much bigger instruction manual. And Marcus Webb, the human who broke the unbreakable simulation, had one more question as he grabbed his purple pastry from the nearly empty serving line. "So, when's the next simulation?" From 3 different directions, simultaneously, instructors who'd been walking past shouted in perfect unison, "No!" He took a bite of his pastry, savoring the weird cinnamon static electricity taste that he'd grown to love, and figured that was probably answer enough. For now. The emergency session of the Galactic Concordat had been going for 6 hours, and nothing had changed. The holographic display in the center of the grand chamber showed the same terrible truth it had shown that morning. Red markers spread across the star map like a disease, each one representing a world conquered by the Krithak Dominion. 47 species had seats in this council chamber. 12 of those species no longer had homeworlds to return to. Ambassador Velnara stood at the center podium, her forearms gesturing in a pattern that her species used to show deep distress. Her compound eyes reflected the red glow of the display as she watched another admiral present another plan that would not work. The Dominion had more than 10,000 warships. The Concordat had perhaps 8,000, and half of those were damaged or pinned down defending critical systems. Admiral Thexul was speaking now, his reptilian face set in grim determination. We must consolidate our forces at the Hadrian defense line. If we fall back to a tighter perimeter, we can hold them for perhaps 6 months, long enough to build more ships. 6 months to build ships that will face the same fate as the ones we have already lost. Someone muttered from the gallery above. Velnara wanted to disagree, but she could not. The Krithak ships were massive, some of them 15 kilometers long. They carried thousands of warriors and enough firepower to crack a planet's crust. The Concordat ships were impressive too, most of them ranging from 2 to 8 kilometers in length. But the Dominion had numbers and they had momentum, and they had 400 years of conquest behind them. A soft chime indicated an incoming transmission. Velnara's assistant, a young human named Sarah Chen, appeared on a smaller display near her station. Humans were the newest members of the Concordat, having achieved faster-than-light travel only 12 years ago. They were an odd species, short-lived and energetic, but pleasant enough. Their single representative on the council rarely spoke during military discussions. Ambassador, we have a priority transmission from Earth. Admiral Helena Voss requests to address the council. Velnara felt a flutter of hope, then immediately suppressed it. Earth had 3 star systems under their control, and a modest merchant fleet. What could they possibly offer? Still, courtesy demanded she accept all offers of assistance. Put her through. The holographic display shifted and a human woman appeared. She wore a dark blue uniform with silver insignia on the shoulders. Her hair was gray and pulled back severely, and her eyes were the color of Earth's oceans. She looked old by human standards, perhaps 60 of their short years. Members of the Concordat, I am Admiral Helena Voss, commander of humanity's 3rd Fleet. We have been monitoring the situation with the Krithak Dominion. Earth wishes to offer military assistance. The chamber fell silent for a moment, then someone laughed. It was a bitter sound, not meant to be cruel but full of despair. Velnara spoke quickly, trying to smooth over the awkwardness. Admiral Voss, humanity's support is deeply appreciated. However, this conflict requires massive military assets. Perhaps Earth could assist with refugee transport or medical supplies? We are offering military assets, Ambassador. Voss did not seem offended. Her expression remained calm, almost neutral. The 3rd Fleet is ready to deploy immediately. We await only your coordinates. Another admiral, a being of pure energy contained in a crystalline matrix, spoke up. With respect, Admiral, we have reviewed Earth's naval registry. You have approximately 90 vessels total across all your fleets. We face an enemy with 10,000. 87 operational vessels in 3rd Fleet specifically, Voss corrected. Our largest ship is 400 meters long. I understand how this appears. The Crystal Admiral's light pulsed in a pattern that indicated sympathy. Your courage is commendable, but this is not a conflict that can be won with courage alone. Velnara pulled up Earth's naval specifications on her private screen. The numbers were worse than she had imagined. Destroyers barely 200 meters long, frigates even smaller. Their largest vessels, which they called battleships, would be dwarfed by even a standard Concordat cruiser. She had seen civilian cargo haulers with more mass than these warships. Perhaps, she said carefully, Earth's forces would be better suited to defensive operations, protecting your own systems, ensuring the Dominion does not threaten human space. Admiral Voss smiled slightly. It was not a happy expression. Ambassador, if the Concordat falls, Earth falls with it. We know this. The Dominion does not negotiate. They do not take prisoners. They conquer. We would rather fight beside you now than wait to fight alone later. Thexul leaned forward, his clawed hands gripping the edge of his console. Your spirit is admirable, human. But you must understand, The Dominion's smallest warship is larger than your largest. Their shields can withstand sustained bombardment from weapons that would reduce your vessels to atoms. This is not cowardice I speak, but simple mathematics. I understand mathematics quite well, Admiral, Voss replied. And I understand war. We're not asking for a key strategic position. We're not asking for glory. We're asking for coordinates and permission to engage the enemy. The chamber filled with the sound of a dozen species, all trying to speak at once. Velnara raised two of her arms for silence. The Council appreciates Earth's willingness to join this fight. However, I must be frank. We cannot afford to waste resources recovering human casualties when your fleet is destroyed. It would be a tragedy and a strategic burden. Then assign us somewhere the tragedy will be minimized, Voss said quietly. Give us the least critical front. The furthest position, somewhere we can at least delay the enemy while you consolidate your real forces. Velnara looked at the star map. The Hadrian defense line had 17 positions. 15 were critical choke points that absolutely had to hold. One was a moderately important system with civilian populations, and one was essentially empty space near a gas giant, important only because it represented a gap in the line. Very well, Velnara said. Third Fleet is assigned to position Hadrian 7. A fleet will be dispatched to support you. But please understand, Admiral Voss, that we expect the Dominion to break through your position within days of contact. Use that time to evacuate your personnel and fall back. Understood, Ambassador. Third Fleet will deploy immediately. Expect us in 6 weeks. The transmission ended. The chamber remained quiet for a long moment. Finally, Admiral Thexul spoke, his voice heavy with regret. They are brave. I wish we could save them. They are fools, another admiral muttered. Sending ships that small against the Dominion is suicide. Velnara returned to her private chamber after the session ended. Sarah Chen was waiting with a cup of tea, a human custom that Velnara had grown fond of. I heard the transmission, the young woman said quietly. For what it's worth, Admiral Voss doesn't make mistakes. If she's taking the fleet in, she has a reason. The reason is that your species is too young to understand what they face, Velnara said, but her voice was gentle. I do not want to see humanity destroyed, Sarah. You have so much potential. Maybe that's why we're going, Sarah replied. Because we don't know enough to be afraid yet. Velnara sipped her tea and looked at the star map on her personal display. 6 weeks until the human fleet arrived. 6 weeks until she would have to write a memorial for an entire species that had been too brave for their own good. The red markers of Dominion conquest seemed to pulse like a heartbeat on the display. She wondered if humans understood what those red markers meant. Each one was millions of dead. Each one was a civilization erased. Each one was a battle that had been lost despite the best efforts of species far older and more powerful than humanity. But they were coming anyway. Such small ships, such a tiny fleet, such incredible foolishness. Velnara felt one of her hearts ache with sadness. She had liked the humans in the short time she had known them. The human fleet emerged from faster-than-light travel in a flash of blue light that scattered across the void like dying stars. Admiral Thexul watched from the bridge of his flagship, the Unbreakable Will, as 87 tiny ships took position near the gas giant. His tactical officer had helpfully overlaid size comparisons on the display. The largest human vessel was barely larger than one of his fighter craft. They looked like toys, his weapons officer muttered. Thexul did not reprimand him. It was true. The human destroyers were sleek things, all angles and armor plating, but they were so small. His own fleet consisted of 300 ships, including 20 cruisers, that massed more than all the human vessels combined. And he knew with grim certainty that his fleet was not enough to hold this position. Open a channel to the human commander, he ordered. Admiral Voss appeared on his screen. She looked tired, as if the 6-week journey had aged her. Humans always seemed tired to Thexul. Their lifespans were so short that perhaps they were always racing against time. Admiral Thexul, Third Fleet reporting for duty. Admiral Voss, welcome to Hadrian 7. He tried to keep the pity from his voice. Our scouts report enemy movement. The Dominion is sending a fleet to this sector. 600 ships, mostly cruisers and heavy carriers. They will arrive in approximately 8 hours. He watched Voss carefully, waiting for the fear to show. Instead, she nodded once as if he had told her the weather forecast. 600. What's your battle plan, Admiral? Standard defensive formation. We will form a line between the enemy and the gas giant's orbital stations. We hold as long as possible.
then execute a fighting retreat toward the inner system. He paused. Admiral Voss, I must be honest. Against 600 Dominion ships, we cannot win. We can only delay them. Understood. Where do you want my ships? Thexul had thought about this during the long wait for the human fleet to arrive. He did not want to watch them die in the first volley. Take position behind my formation. When we begin our retreat, you will have advance warning. Use that time to escape. Negative, Admiral. Voss leaned forward slightly. Third Fleet will take the right flank. We'll maintain a loose formation at 15,000 kilometers from your line. Admiral Voss, the right flank will receive heavy fire. Your ships will manage. Third Fleet out. The transmission ended. Thexul stared at the empty screen. Beside him, his first officer made a sound of frustration. Stubborn. They do not understand what they face. No, Thexul agreed quietly. They do not. 8 hours later, the Dominion fleet arrived. They came in a formation that had broken 100 worlds. A massive wedge of ships, each one broadcasting its power and dominance. The smallest was 3 kilometers long. The largest stretched nearly 8 kilometers, its hull covered in weapons ports that glowed with ready fire. The Dominion commander's message was simple. Surrender or die, Thexul gave the only answer he could. We stand. The battle began as it always did. The Dominion ships advanced in formation, their shields shimmering with power. Thexul's fleet opened fire, long-range particle beams and missile volleys that lit up the void. The Dominion ships returned fire, and space became a storm of energy and explosions. Then the human fleet moved, and everything Thexul thought he knew about space combat stopped making sense. The human ships scattered. There was no other word for it. One moment they were in a loose formation, the next they were everywhere, moving in patterns that seemed random but somehow coordinated. His tactical display struggled to track them. Sir, the human fleet is breaking formation, his tactical officer reported, confusion clear in his voice. I can see that, Thexul growled. Were they fleeing already? But no, they were moving toward the enemy, not away. Just not in any formation he recognized. Then the human ships opened fire, and Thexul understood that war had changed. The humans did not use energy weapons. Instead, they fired solid projectiles, thousands of them, tiny pieces of metal that his sensors barely registered. The projectiles moved at impossible speeds, nearly a fraction of light speed. They should have been easy to dodge, but there were so many of them and they came from so many angles. A Dominion cruiser's shields flared as hundreds of tungsten rounds hammered into it. The shields held for perhaps 3 seconds, then collapsed. The rounds punched through the hull like it was paper. Atmosphere vented. Secondary explosions rippled along the ship's length. By the ancestors, someone whispered. The human ships did not stay still long enough to be targeted. They moved in ways that should have turned their crews into paste. 40 gravities of acceleration, 50 more. They curved and twisted through space like living things. A human destroyer, barely 200 meters long, slipped past a Dominion battleship's weapons fire and launched something. Torpedoes, his tactical officer said. But sir, they're not flying straight. They're maneuvering independently. Thexul watched as 20 torpedoes spread out, then converged on a single Dominion ship from different angles. The enemy's defensive guns destroyed half of them, but the rest got through. The explosions were not large, but they were precise. Each torpedo struck a critical system. Engines, weapons, command deck. The Dominion ship went dark and began to drift. How many ships have the humans destroyed? Thexul demanded. 17 confirmed kills, sir. Another 30 with critical damage. His tactical officer's voice was shaking. Sir, they've been fighting for 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Thexul's fleet had destroyed 9 enemy ships in the same time, and they had 300 vessels to the humans' 87. He looked at the tactical display again, really looked at it. The human ships were not just fighting. They were hunting. A pack of human frigates surrounded a Dominion carrier. They fired from all sides, never staying in one place, never giving the carrier a clean shot. The carrier's shields failed. The carrier exploded. The human ships were already moving to their next target before the debris finished expanding. Admiral Voss's voice came over the command channel, calm and professional. All units go weapons free. Remember, there are no points for second place. Hunt them down, not fight, not engage. Hunt. The Dominion commander tried to reform his fleet, tried to establish a defensive line, but the human ships would not let him. They struck at his flanks, at his rear, at any ship that separated from the group even slightly. They fired those terrible railguns that moved too fast to dodge and torpedoes that thought for themselves. 3 hours into the battle, the Dominion fleet began to retreat. They had lost more than 200 ships. Thexul's fleet had lost 18. The human fleet had lost 7, but the survivors showed damage. One destroyer was leaking atmosphere from a dozen breaches but still firing its weapons. The Dominion ships ran, and the human ships chased them, still firing, still hunting, until they reached the edge of sensor range. When it was over, Thexul sat in his command chair and tried to understand what he had just witnessed. His first officer stood beside him, all forearms hanging limply in shock. "Sir, what were those tactics?" "I do not know," Thexul admitted. "I have fought in 40 engagements. I have never seen anything like that." "They fought without honor," the weapons officer said, but his voice lacked conviction. "They did not give the enemy a chance to surrender. They struck from behind, from the sides. They destroyed ships that were already crippled. They fought to win," Thexul corrected quietly. He opened a channel to Admiral Voss. The human woman appeared on his screen, a cut on her forehead leaking blood. Her uniform was scorched on one side. "Admiral Voss, my fleet thanks you for your assistance. Just doing our job, Admiral." She wiped blood from her eye. "We'll need 6 hours for damage control, then we'll be ready for the next wave." "The next wave," Thexul repeated. "You expect them to return?" "They will. We hurt them, but we didn't break them. When they come back, they'll bring more ships." She smiled, but it was not a pleasant expression. It was the smile of a predator. "Let them come. We'll be ready." The transmission ended. Thexul turned to his first officer. "Send a message to Ambassador Velnara. Tell her the human fleet has engaged the enemy and achieved victory. Tell her—" He paused, searching for words. "Tell her we were wrong about them." "What should we tell her about their tactics, sir?" Thexul looked at the tactical display, at the debris field that stretched for thousands of kilometers, at the markers showing where 87 tiny ships had broken an enemy fleet 6 times their number. "Tell her the humans do not fight like anyone we have ever known. And tell her we may actually survive this war." The message reached the Kruthak Dominion's High Command 3 days after the defeat at Hadrian 7. Grand Admiral Vorketh read the report twice, certain there had been an error in the transmission. 600 ships reduced to 380 by a force 1/7 their size. It was impossible. It was also true. He studied the tactical recordings, watching the small human ships dart and weave through his fleet like insects. No, not insects. Insects were fragile. These ships moved with purpose and precision. They moved like predators. "What species are these humans?" he demanded. His intelligence officer brought up the file. "Newcomers, Grand Admiral. They achieved faster-than-light travel only recently. They control 3 star systems. Their military is estimated at fewer than 100 vessels total." "That estimate is clearly wrong," Vorketh said coldly. He watched another recording of human torpedoes hunting a Dominion cruiser. Watched them coordinate their attack like a pack of living creatures. "Prepare the 8th Battle Group. 1,200 ships, including 3 world breakers. We will crush these humans and make an example of them." "Target, Grand Admiral?" Vorketh smiled, showing rows of sharp teeth. "They defend the mining colony at Outpost Tarsus. 4 million civilians. Let us see how brave they are when they must choose between fighting and saving innocents. Send the fleet." Outpost Tarsus orbited a red dwarf star, surrounded by an asteroid belt rich in rare metals. Admiral Helena Voss stood on the bridge of her flagship, the UNS Defiant, and looked at the tactical situation. It was bad. The Concordat forces in the system were already evacuating civilians, their massive transport ships struggling to load refugees fast enough. Admiral Thexul appeared on her communication screen. After the battle at Hadrian 7, he had been reassigned to coordinate with her fleet. "Admiral Voss, our scouts confirm the enemy fleet composition. 1,200 ships. We cannot win this fight. We must complete the evacuation and retreat." "How long until the evacuation is complete?" 72 hours at current rate. "The enemy will arrive in 48. Voss nodded slowly, her mind already working through the problem. "Then we buy you 24 hours. Keep loading those transports, Admiral." "Admiral Voss, I must protest. Your fleet cannot hold against 1,200 ships, and they are bringing world breakers. Those vessels are designed to destroy planets. Your largest ship would fit inside one of their cargo bays." "I understand the math, Admiral. 3rd Fleet is staying. You have your orders." Thexul's reptilian features showed an emotion Voss had learned to recognize, frustration mixed with respect. You are either the bravest human I have met or the most insane. Maybe both, Voss said with a tired smile. We'll find out in 48 hours. She cut the transmission and turned to her staff. Get me Commander Park from the Engineering Corps, and I want complete mining surveys of this asteroid field. Every rock bigger than a shuttle. I want to know where it is and what it's made of. Her first officer, Commander Sarah Chen, raised an eyebrow. Sarah was young, barely 30, but she had proven herself in the last battle. What are you planning, Admiral? We're going to do what humans do best, Commander. We're going to cheat. For the next 48 hours, the human fleet worked without rest. Engineering crews in spacesuits moved through the asteroid field, attaching small devices to carefully selected rocks. Mining charges, normally used for extracting ore, were repurposed and networked together. Navigation buoys were hacked and reprogrammed. Civilian mining equipment was hauled up from the colony and converted into weapons. Commander Park, a stocky woman with grease-stained hands, reported to Voss on the bridge. Admiral, we've placed 8,000 mines throughout the field. They're linked to a central control system. We can detonate them in any pattern you want. We've also got 50 fusion reactors from the colony rigged as improvised energy weapons. They'll get one shot each before they melt down, but that one shot will hurt. What about the asteroid positioning? Trickier. We've attached maneuvering thrusters to 300 large asteroids. We can move them, but not quickly. Think of them as very slow missiles. Voss studied the tactical display. The asteroid field surrounded Outpost Tarsus like a shell. Millions of rocks from pebbles to mountains. The perfect place to hide surprises. Good work, Commander. Now get some sleep. You'll need to be sharp when this starts. The Krethak Dominion fleet arrived exactly on schedule. 1,200 ships dropped out of faster-than-light travel in a formation meant to inspire terror. 3 Worldbreaker-class dreadnoughts led the fleet, each one 20 kilometers of armor and weapons. They were not built for speed or elegance. They were built to destroy civilizations. Grand Admiral Vorketh broadcast his message to the colony. Humans of Outpost Tarsus, you have 1 hour to surrender unconditionally. If you refuse, we will demonstrate the power of the Dominion. Your fleet will be destroyed. Your colony will be reduced to ash. Your species will learn what happens to those who defy us. Admiral Voss responded calmly. This is Admiral Helena Voss of the United Nations of Earth. Your terms are rejected. If you want this colony, come and take it. Vorketh felt a flash of anger at the insolence. As you wish. Fleet advance. Destroy everything. The Dominion fleet moved into the asteroid field, confidently pushing through the rocks. Their shields were strong enough to shrug off any natural debris. Their sensors swept ahead, looking for the human fleet. They found nothing. The asteroid field appeared empty except for rocks and mining equipment. Where are they hiding? Vorketh demanded. Then space exploded around him. Thousands of mines detonated simultaneously. Not randomly, but in carefully timed patterns. Each explosion sent debris flying at tremendous speeds. Asteroids shattered and their fragments became projectiles. The fragments hit shields, weakening them. More mines detonated. More debris flew. The chain reaction spread through the fleet like wildfire. A Dominion cruiser's shields failed under the constant bombardment. A chunk of asteroid the size of a building punched through its hull. The ship broke in half. Evasive maneuvers. Vorketh shouted, but it was too late. The fleet was deep in the asteroid field now, and the rocks themselves had become weapons. Navigation buoys hacked by human engineers broadcast false coordinates. Ships that relied on those coordinates suddenly found themselves on collision courses with asteroids. Then the human ships appeared, emerging from hiding places among the larger asteroids. They had been there all along, cold and silent, waiting. Now they attacked from a dozen directions at once, their railguns firing, their torpedoes launching. They struck at damaged ships, at vessels whose shields were already weakened by the debris storm. A human frigate, tiny compared to its target, accelerated straight toward a Worldbreaker-class dreadnought. Vorketh watched in disbelief as the small ship ignored all defensive fire, ignored common sense, and rammed directly into the dreadnought's engine section at tremendous speed. The collision should have been meaningless. The dreadnought was so large, so massive, but the human ship hit precisely where it needed to, and it was moving at nearly a tenth of light speed. The impact destroyed the dreadnought's engines and set off a chain reaction in its fuel systems. The massive ship began to list, powerless. Did they just suicide ram us? Vorketh's weapons officer asked in shock. Negative, the sensor officer reported. The crew evacuated in escape pods 3 seconds before impact. They're already being picked up by another human ship. They had planned it. They had calculated exactly when to abandon ship, exactly where to hit, exactly what would happen. Vorkath felt something he had not felt in decades of conquest. He felt afraid. The battle raged for 18 hours. The human fleet used every trick they could devise. Makeshift weapons on the colony's surface fired at ships passing overhead, crippling 2 more dreadnoughts. Human destroyers lured Dominion ships into carefully positioned ambushes. Torpedoes worked in groups to overwhelm defenses. Nothing was wasted. Every shot had a purpose. When Vorkath finally ordered a retreat, he had lost 814 ships. The human fleet had lost 34 vessels, but they had won. The transports had finished evacuating. The colony was safe. 4 million civilians were alive because 87 tiny ships had refused to surrender. Admiral Thexel arrived with reinforcements 3 hours after the battle ended. He found the human fleet still active, still alert, salvaging what they could from their damaged ships. Admiral Voss looked exhausted when she appeared on his screen. Her uniform was torn. She had burns on her arms, but she was smiling. Evacuation complete, Admiral. The colony is empty. You can move in your repair ships. Admiral Voss, I have no words. What you have accomplished here? We did what needed to be done, Voss interrupted gently. That's all. But Admiral, I need to request immediate resupply. We're low on torpedoes and railgun ammunition. And we need engineers. A lot of our ships are held together with emergency welds and hope. Thexul looked at the tactical recordings, at the debris field that stretched through the entire asteroid belt. Ships held together with welds and hope had just defeated a fleet 15 times their size. I will send everything you need. But please, Admiral, your crews must rest. Rest later. War now. Voss straightened despite her obvious exhaustion. Besides, I think we made them angry. Ambassador Velnara had not slept in 3 days. She stood in her private office, staring at the reports from Outpost Tarsus, reading them over and over because they could not possibly be real. 87 ships, 1,200 enemy vessels. The humans had won, not just survived but won decisively. It defied everything she understood about warfare. Ambassador, you asked to see me? Sarah Chen stood in the doorway holding a data pad. The young human liaison looked as tired as Velnara felt. Yes. Sarah, I need you to explain something to me. How did they do it? Your fleet is so small, your ships are so tiny, yet you have now defeated 2 enemy fleets that should have destroyed you easily. What am I missing? Sarah sat down, setting her datapad on the desk. Permission to speak freely, Ambassador? Always. You've been measuring us wrong. You look at our ships and see how small they are. You count our fleet and see how few vessels we have. You think we're weak? Sarah leaned forward. But you're asking the wrong questions. You should be asking why we build ships that way. You should be asking where we learn to fight. Velnara felt her primary arms gesture in confusion. Then tell me. Make me understand. The Concordate species, all of you, you developed space travel and then you figured out space combat, right? You took what you knew about fighting and adapted it to 3 dimensions and 0 gravity. Yes, of course. That is the natural progression. Sarah shook her head. Earth did it differently. We mastered 3-dimensional combat before we ever left our planet. How? Your planet is 2-dimensional. Land, air, and ocean. 71% of Earth's surface is covered in water, and humans have been fighting on, under, and around that water for thousands of years. Sarah pulled up images on her datapad. Submarine warfare, Admiral. Ships that hide beneath the waves, that strike without warning, that hunt in packs. We've been perfecting those tactics for 400 years. Velnara looked at the images. Strange vessels moving through blue water. I do not understand. What does water combat have to do with space? Everything. In water, you move in 3 dimensions. You deal with pressure and temperature gradients. You hide in terrain. You use sonar instead of sight. You coordinate with vessels you can't see. You attack from unexpected angles. Sarah smiled. Space combat? That's just submarine warfare with a bigger ocean. Velnara sat down slowly, her mind racing. She pulled up the tactical recordings from Hadrian 7, watching them with new understanding. The way the human ships scattered and reformed, the way they attacked from multiple vectors, the way they hunted damaged ships. These were not the tactics of a species learning to fight in space. These were ancient tactics refined over centuries, applied to a new environment. Show me more, she demanded. Show me everything. For the next 6 hours, Sarah walked her through Earth's naval history. Surface fleets that had fought across Earth's oceans, carrier groups that projected power across thousands of miles, wolf packs of submarines that had turned the tide of a war, missile cruisers that could strike targets beyond the horizon, every innovation, every tactic, every lesson learned in blood and salt water. We had to learn this, Sarah explained. Earth is one planet, but the oceans divided us. To project power, to protect trade, to survive, we needed to master naval warfare. And we're good at it, Ambassador. We've been doing it longer than we've been doing anything else except farming. Velnara watched recordings of Earth's naval battles. Ships moving in coordination, appearing from nowhere, striking and vanishing. The parallels to what she had seen at Hadrian 7 and Outpost Tarsus were undeniable. You brought 4 centuries of experience to space combat. You already knew how to fight in 3 dimensions. You already knew how to use terrain and stealth and pack tactics. Exactly. When other species see space, they see it as an extension of land warfare. Big armies meeting on big battlefields. But we see it as an ocean. The biggest ocean that ever existed. And we know how to fight on oceans. A horrible thought occurred to Velnara. Sarah, how many ships does Earth actually have? Sarah met her eyes calmly. You have access to our public registry, Ambassador. That is not an answer. The Third Fleet has 80 ships remaining after the battle at Outpost Tarsus. Earth has 16 other numbered fleets, each of similar size. We also have system defense forces, patrol groups, and reserve vessels. In total, about 1,400 combat ships, not counting support vessels, transports, or civilian militia. The room seemed to tilt. Velnara gripped the edge of her desk with all 4 arms. 1,400 ships. You told us you had 90 vessels total. No, Ambassador. We told you the Third Fleet had 87 vessels. The Council assumed that was our entire navy. We didn't correct that assumption because Admiral Voss wanted to prove what we could do before asking for a command position. It seemed more polite than showing up and demanding you put a human in charge of your military. In charge of... Velnara could not finish the sentence. She pulled up the battle reports again, seeing them in a new light. A tiny fleet, representing less than 6% of humanity's total military strength, had defeated 2 enemy fleets many times larger. What could the full human navy do? I need to call an emergency council session, Velnara said quietly. The council needs to know all of this. I'll inform Admiral Voss, Sarah said. She's been waiting for this conversation. The emergency session convened within hours. The council chamber was packed, with representatives from all 47 species present. Velnara stood at the central podium, and beside her stood Admiral Helena Voss, present via hologram from her flagship. Velnara began with a simple statement. The Council has been operating under incorrect assumptions about humanity's military capabilities. We believed their entire fleet consisted of approximately 90 vessels. This information was incomplete. The chamber filled with confused voices. Admiral Thexul spoke up. Ambassador, we have reviewed Earth's public registry. The numbers are clear. The registry listed Earth's Third Fleet, Admiral Voss said calmly. It did not list the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, or 17th fleets. It did not list our system defense forces. It did not list our reserve vessels. It did not list our civilian militia. Earth's total military numbers approximately 1,400 frontline combat vessels. Silence. Complete absolute silence. Then everyone tried to speak at once. Velnara raised her arms for quiet. Admiral Voss, why did you not inform the Council of this earlier? Because you would not have believed us, Ambassador. You looked at our small ships and saw weakness. If we had claimed to have 1,400 vessels, you would have assumed we were counting cargo haulers and patrol boats. So we showed you what one fleet could do. We let our actions speak for us. Your actions, a crystalline admiral said slowly, have included destroying nearly 2,000 Dominion ships while losing fewer than 50 of your own. If one fleet can do this, what could your full navy accomplish? That depends on how you use us, Admiral. We can't win this war alone. We don't have enough ships to hold all the critical systems, and we can't be everywhere at once. But we can teach you how we fight. We can show you our tactics. And if the Council is willing, we can coordinate a unified strategy. Admiral Thexul stood up. Ambassador Velnara, I move that we grant Admiral Voss the rank of Supreme Allied Commander, with full authority to coordinate concordate and human forces. We have fought the Dominion for 2 years and lost ground every month. The humans have fought them for 2 battles and won both times. I do not care about pride or tradition. I care about survival. Let the humans lead. The vote was not unanimous. Some species objected to giving an outsider such authority. Some felt their honor was at stake. Some simply could not accept that their way of fighting was inferior, but the vote passed with enough support. Admiral Voss accepted with a simple nod. Thank you for your trust. I'll do my best to earn it. Now let's get to work. I need complete tactical assessments from every fleet commander. I need engineering specifications for all ship classes. And I need to know every asset we have available, including civilian vessels that can be converted to military use. What is your plan, Admiral? Velnara asked. We're going to stop playing defense. The Dominion has momentum because they've been advancing for 2 years without significant resistance. We're going to take that momentum away from them. We're going to hit their supply lines, their communication networks, their forward bases. We're going to make them fight on our terms, not theirs. And we're going to teach every ship captain in the Concordat how to fight the way Earth fights. And how is that? The crystalline Admiral asked. Admiral Voss smiled, but it was not a warm expression. It was the smile of someone who had spent a lifetime studying war. We fight to win, not to be honorable, not to be fair, not to give the enemy a chance. We fight to win, and we use every advantage we have, and we don't apologize for it. The Dominion has been conquering species for 400 years because they're ruthless and efficient, while Earth has been fighting wars for 10,000 years. We wrote the book on Ruthless and Efficient. Velnara felt something she had not felt since this war began. She felt hope. The briefing room aboard the UNS Defiant was packed with holographic projections of fleet commanders from 47 different species. Admiral Helena Voss stood at the center, looking at faces that ranged from skeptical to desperate. 3 weeks had passed since she had taken command of the Allied forces. 3 weeks of intensive training, reorganization, and planning. Now it was time to put all of that work to the test. Operation Earthbreaker begins in 72 hours, Voss announced. Our target is the Carveth system, the primary supply nexus for the Dominion's entire war effort. Every ship they send to the front lines passes through Carveth. Every resource they steal from conquered worlds gets processed there. Every command decision flows through their communication hub in that system. Take Carveth and we cut the head off the snake. Admiral Thexul studied the tactical display. The Dominion has 3,000 ships defending that system. Our combined fleet numbers 6,400 vessels. We have numerical advantage, but Carveth has extensive fortifications. Orbital defense platforms, minefields, planetary shields. The Concordat War College estimates a siege of Carveth would take 6 to 8 months, with catastrophic casualties. The Concordat War College thinks in terms of traditional warfare, Voss replied. Orbital bombardments, blockades, grinding attrition. That's not how we're going to do this. We're going to take Carveth in 72 hours. A Concordat admiral, a being of crystalline structure that pulsed with skeptical light, spoke up. Admiral Voss, I respect what you have accomplished, but this seems impossible. Even with human tactics, we cannot simply overwhelm such defenses in 3 days. You're right. We can't overwhelm them. Voss smiled. So we're not going to try. Commander Chen, bring up the operational plan. Sarah Chen, now promoted to Voss's chief of staff, activated a series of tactical displays. Operation Earthbreaker has 3 phases. Phase 1 is information warfare. We're going to hack every communication network the Dominion uses. We're going to feed them false intelligence about fleet movements, supply shortages, and internal rebellions. We're going to make them paranoid and confused. You can hack their secure networks? Someone asked doubtfully. We've been doing it for 3 weeks, Sarah replied. Humanity has been conducting cyber warfare since before we had spaceflight. We're very good at it. Right now, the Dominion Command thinks they have rebel uprisings in 3 different sectors. They've pulled ships from Carveth to respond, ships that aren't coming back in time. Voss took over. Phase 2 is distributed assault. We're not going to mass our fleet and attack head-on. We're splitting into 200 task forces, each with 20 to 40 ships. These task forces will hit Carveth from every direction simultaneously. The Dominion will have to split their forces to respond, and split forces are vulnerable forces. And Phase 3? Thexul asked. Phase 3 is overwhelming firepower at decisive points. Once their fleet is scattered and confused, we concentrate our forces on their command ships and supply depots. We destroy their ability to coordinate a defense. Then we take the system. Voss's expression hardened. I'm not interested in a fair fight. I'm interested in winning. This operation will be fast, brutal, and decisive. The Dominion has been fighting honorable battles for 4 centuries. We're going to teach them what happens when honor meets efficiency. The fleet assembled at the staging point. A System 3 jumps from Carveth. 6,400 ships representing 47 species, organized into 200 task forces. It was the largest military operation in Concordat history. Admiral Thexul commanded one of the task forces, a mixed group of 30 human and Concordat vessels. His communications officer was a young human named Lieutenant Marcus Webb. Over the past 3 weeks, Thexul had learned to trust the humans even if he did not always understand them. Lieutenant Webb, explain to me again why we are not traveling in formation. Because formations are predictable, sir. The Dominion will expect us to arrive in a standard battle formation. Instead, each task force will arrive at a different point around Carveth, at slightly different times from different approach vectors. They won't know where to concentrate their defenses. It seems chaotic, Webb grinned. That's the point, sir. Chaos is our weapon. The Dominion likes order, hierarchy, predictable tactics. We're going to give them chaos and they won't know how to respond. The task forces jumped to Carveth in waves. Thexul's group arrived to find space already alive with battle. The Dominion fleet was trying to respond to attacks coming from a dozen directions at once. Their communications were jammed, their sensors were being spoofed by human electronic warfare, and their command structure was falling apart. Sir, we're detecting Dominion flagship Eternal Domination at coordinates 337, Webb reported. Admiral Voss is requesting all available task forces converge on that target. All available task forces? How many is that? 42, sir. 860 ships. Thexul felt his blood run cold. We are concentrating nearly 1/7 of our fleet on a single target. Yes, sir. Once we take out their flagship, their command structure collapses. Then they're just individual ships without coordination. It went against everything Thexul had learned about warfare. You did not risk so many ships on a single target. But he had learned to trust human tactics even when they seemed insane. Helm, set course for the flagship. Weapons, prepare for concentrated fire. 42 task forces moving from 42 different directions converged on the Eternal Domination. The Dominion flagship was massive, 15 kilometers of armor and weapons. Its shields could withstand bombardment from 100 ships. But it was not facing 100 ships. It was facing 860, all firing simultaneously from different angles. The flagship's shields lasted 40 seconds. Then the concentrated railgun fire, the torpedo salvos, the particle beams, and missile swarms all struck home. The Eternal Domination broke apart in a series of explosions that lit up the system like a new sun. Flagship destroyed, Webb reported calmly. Dominion fleet is breaking formation. They're trying to retreat. Do not let them, Thexul ordered, and he felt strange saying it. A year ago, he would have allowed a defeated enemy to retreat with honor. Now he understood what Admiral Voss had tried to teach them. This was not about honor. This was about ending the war. Pursue and destroy. The battle raged for 51 hours. Human Marines in powered armor boarded Dominion command stations, fighting their way to control centers and capturing enemy officers. Task forces hunted down fleeing ships not out of cruelty but out of tactical necessity. Supply depots were destroyed. Communication arrays were smashed. The orbital fortifications that should have made Carveth impregnable were methodically eliminated. Grand Admiral Vorketh watched from his command ship in an adjacent system as Carveth fell. He had retreated there after the disaster at Outpost Tarsus, waiting for reinforcements that would never come. Now he watched as the supply nexus that fed his entire war machine was torn apart by an enemy that fought without mercy or hesitation. Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the humans, his communication officer said quietly. Admiral Voss appeared on his screen. She looked tired, as humans always did, but there was steel in her eyes. Grand Admiral Vorketh, I am authorized to offer terms of surrender on behalf of the Galactic Concordat. Terms? Vorketh spat the word. You expect the Dominion to surrender? I expect you to look at the tactical situation and accept reality. We have taken Carveth. We control your primary supply line. We have destroyed more than half your fleet in the past 8 weeks. Your forces are scattered, demoralized, and cut off from support. You can continue this war and watch your empire crumble, or you can accept our terms and save what remains of your people. What terms? Immediate cessation of hostilities, withdrawal from all conquered concordate territories, reparations to be negotiated, war crimes tribunals for those responsible for atrocities. In exchange, we guarantee the territorial integrity of your core systems and a place at the negotiating table. Vorketh felt rage boiling inside him. The Dominion had never surrendered. For 400 years they had conquered and destroyed. To accept defeat from these tiny humans, these newcomers who had been in space for barely a decade. But he looked at the tactical display, at the shattered remains of his fleet, at the red markers showing concordate and human forces advancing on every front. He looked at the recordings of human ships darting through his formations, human tactics that he still did not fully understand, human determination that seemed limitless. "I need to consult with my government," he said finally. "You have 72 hours, Voss replied. "After that, we advance on your homeworld." "I don't want to do that, Admiral. But I will if I must. Choose wisely." The transmission ended. Vorketh sat in his command chair, feeling the weight of 4 centuries of conquest crushing down on him. They had thought themselves invincible. They had believed no one could stand against the Dominion's power. They had been wrong. 7 days later, the Dominion signed the peace treaty aboard the UNS Defiant. Vorketh stood across from Admiral Voss as both of them signed the documents that ended the war.
The scout ship Vanguard was never engineered to endure the crushing atmospheric physics of PX-47. To the Federation's long-range orbital sensors, the planet had appeared as a standard terrestrial candidate, a vibrant, emerald orb swaddled in thick, violet-tinged clouds. But as the 30-meter vessel pierced the upper thermosphere, the crew realized that the fundamental laws of gravity, fluid dynamics, and scale were being rewritten in a language of pure, terrifying violence. The air was not a gas. It was a dense, viscous medium that fought the hull with the resistance of deep-sea water, dragging at the titanium skin with a physical, hungry weight. Every stabilizer on the ship shrieked in mechanical protest, a high-pitched metallic wail that vibrated through the floorboards and into the marrow of the crew's bones. The drag coefficient reached numbers that defied the ship's onboard logic, causing the navigation computers to cycle through error messages in a frantic strobe of crimson light. Atmospheric density is spiking. It's at 400% and climbing. Malik's voice was a jagged spike of adrenaline over the internal comms, his fingers dancing across the navigation console to compensate for the drag. "Captain, the sensors are screaming. They're detecting liquid spheres in the upper atmosphere. Not rain, massive, wobbling globes of water the size of starship hangars, suspended in the air like heavy, liquid mountains." Captain Alara Voss gripped the armrests of her command chair, her knuckles turning a waxy white against the dark leather. Her eyes were fixed on the primary viewport, where the violet clouds were being shredded by the ship's descent. "Keep the nose up, Malik. If we catch the surface tension of one of those droplets at this velocity, it won't be a crash, it'll be a kinetic assassination. The hull will snap like dry glass under the weight of a falling ocean." Outside, the storm was a nightmare of impossible proportions. Enormous, shimmering orbs of liquid, each 100 times larger than the Vanguard, tumbled through a sky that had turned a bruised, electric purple. They didn't fall. They descended with a terrifying, slow-motion weight, wobbling with internal currents that looked like shifting tectonic plates. The ship was a silver needle threading a minefield of liquid giants. A massive, shimmering sphere suddenly loomed in their flight path, and as Alara yanked the manual override, the Vanguard banked hard. The port wingtip grazed the liquid skin of the orb, and the ship was nearly swallowed by a cohesive force so strong it felt like the hand of a ghost pulling them into the abyss. A fine, cloying mist coated the titanium skin, instantly freezing into a slick, heavy layer that threw the stabilizers into a mechanical seizure. The ship groaned, a deep, guttural sound of metal reaching its breaking point. Then, the sky ignited. It wasn't a standard electrical discharge. A pillar of white fire, nearly a quarter-mile in diameter, slammed into the landscape miles away with a brilliance that turned the cockpit into a bleached white void. The sound wasn't a crack of thunder, it was a tectonic roar, a low-frequency displacement of the entire atmosphere that sent the Vanguard into a terminal, uncontrolled spin. "We're caught in the shockwave." Calder shouted over the groaning of the airframe, his hands straining against the secondary flight controls. The engines are stalling. The air is too rich, too heavy. It's flooding the intakes with a thick, nitrogen-heavy sludge. The ship plummeted. Below them, the forest rushed up to meet them. It wasn't a forest of wood and leaf. It was a dense, vibrating jungle of emerald pillars. Each trunk was hundreds of feet tall, smooth and waxy, swaying with an elastic strength that defied the ship's kinetic energy. The Vanguard sheared through the top of a pillar, the green stalk bending like a massive spring before whipping back and launching the ship toward a second stalk. The vessel skipped off the vegetation like a stone across a pond, finally plowing into the ground with a series of rhythmic, bone-jarring thuds. It skipped across jagged, translucent boulders, each the size of a municipal building, before sliding into a deep, shaded canyon of silica sand. Silence followed, thick and heavy, broken only by the ticking of cooling metal and the hiss of escaping steam. The air inside the cockpit smelled of ozone and the cloying, sweet scent of crushed, mineral-rich vegetation. Alara unbuckled her restraints, her boots clanging on the deck plating, which now sat at a steep, 15-degree angle. "Sound off," she rasped, wiping a smear of blood from her jaw. "Vitals are steady," Tara reported from the medbay, her voice shaky but clear. "But ARA, the exterior sensors are reading the ground as 90% crystalline silica. These aren't rocks. They're jagged, transparent shards of quartz, but scaled to the size of house-sized boulders. It's like we landed in a mountain range made of broken glass. The gravity is consistent, but the air pressure, it's like being at the bottom of a planetary trench." Malik crawled out from under the engineering substation, his face pale and smeared with grease. "The luck is gone, Captain. My primary data chip, the one with the diagnostic maps for the plasma coils, flew out of the port during the tumble. Without it, we can't purge the sludge from the intakes. We're paralyzed. The ship is a dead weight." "Forget the chip for now," Calder grunted, eyes fixed on the primary viewport. "Look at the trees." On the external monitors, the forest was a terrifying emerald abyss. The green pillars towered over the ship, their tapered points disappearing into a low-hanging mist of vapor. They weren't bark-covered. They were translucent, with veins of fluid pulsing rhythmically inside their waxy, reinforced walls. The canyon they had landed in was formed by two massive sand boulders that leaned against one another like tectonic plates. Every biological scan returned a profile that was utterly alien. The leaves were broad, serrated blades of grass, each one thicker than the ship's hull and capable of reflecting the dim, violet light of the sky like a mirror. The sheer scale was suffocating. Small moss-like growths at the base of the pillars were revealed by the scanners to be tangled networks of vine-like structures, each as thick as a man's torso. "Biological analysis is impossible," Lena, the biologist, whispered, her eyes wide as she scrolled through the data. "These aren't trees. They're monocots, simple cellular structures, yet scaled to a size that breaks every law of biological square-cube theory. The ground is a silica desert, and these stalks are reinforced with mineral deposits. It's a mineral-based biology on a gargantuan scale. The very air is heavy with moisture, saturated to the point of being a liquid suspension. We aren't just in a forest, we're in a giant's garden." Suddenly, the world began to shake. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't a quake. It was a localized seismic event, rhythmic and calculated. Each thud sent a vibration through the ship that made the internal bulkheads scream. Outside, the house-sized sand boulders shifted, grinding against the hull with a sound like a mountain being crushed. A deep, guttural resonance filled the air, a geologic groan, a subsonic rumble that bypassed the ears and vibrated the crew's chest cavities. "Seismic activity is off the charts," Malik whispered, huddling near the reactor. "It's coming from the north, and it's moving toward us. The amplitude of each shockwave is doubling." The dim green light of the undergrowth was suddenly obliterated. A white sun erupted in the sky above the canopy, a focused, artificial beam of light so intense it rendered the green pillars translucent, revealing the pulsing, sap-filled veins within. The beam swept back and forth across the canyon floor, a searchlight of cosmic proportions that turned the shadows into pits of obsidian. The heat from the light hit the hull, making the metal pop and expand with sharp, alarming cracks. To the crew, It felt as though they were being examined under a microscope by a power that existed on a different plane of physics. "It's an atmospheric anomaly," Alara stated, though her voice lacked conviction. "Some kind of focused solar flare or natural luminescence from the upper layers. We need to focus on survival. Malik, what do we need to get the coils back online?" "The data chip is gone," Malik said, "but if we can gather enough raw crystalline silica from the boulders around us, I can manually recalibrate the intake filters. But we're talking about tons of material. We'd have to mine for a year with the handheld industrial cutters just to get a fraction of what we need. The purity level out there is too low." "Then we start now," Alara said, her professional facade hardening. "We don't open the airlock until we have a plan for a shelter. If the environment is this hostile, we have to fortify. We use the trees as ribs for a dome. We clear a perimeter and set up a mining station." Stepping out of the airlock was like stepping into a nightmare of scale. The air was so thick it felt like breathing warm silk, tasting of sugar and wet stone. The sand boulders were treacherous, slick with the cloying, sweet scent of sap, the sticky liquid oozing from the stalks they had crushed during the landing. The green pillars towered like emerald skyscrapers, swaying with a heavy, rhythmic grace in the viscous wind. Each blade of the forest was thick as a ship's hull, covered in microscopic serrations that looked like jagged glass under their helmet lights. The work was grueling. Calder and Malik led the way with the heavy industrial laser cutters. The beams hissed as they bit into the waxy green walls of the pillars, the heat turning the internal sap into a thick, sweet-smelling steam that clouded their visors. It took the entire crew, utilizing the Vanguard's external winch and their own powered exoskeletons, just to move a single log of felled vegetation. They were tiny, neon-colored specks moving against a backdrop of an emerald abyss. "The cellular density is off the charts," Lena said, panting as she dragged a section of fiber. "This isn't wood. It's reinforced with silica fibers. It's as strong as carbon steel but flexible. We can weave these together." They spent the first 12 hours in a frantic, ant-like state of labor. They cleared a circle no more than 10 meters wide, hauling the massive stalks into a woven circular perimeter around the ship. They used the stalks as structural ribs, pulling them into a dome shape with carbon fiber tethers and binding them with the sticky, resinous sap that bled from the cuts. It was an epic clearing of a primeval wilderness to them, an achievement of sheer will against a landscape that didn't even notice their presence. Once the dome was partially secured, providing a meager shield against the violet sky, the mining began. Calder took the heavy drill to the base of the crystalline boulders. The noise was deafening, a high-pitched shriek as the drill bit into the house-sized silica shards. For hours, they hammered away at the rock, but the yield was pathetic. The scanners confirmed their fears. The raw materials they needed were locked deep within the mineral matrix of the planet, requiring industrial-scale refining they simply didn't possess. "We're mining for dust," Calder spat, throwing his cutter to the ground in frustration. The sparks from his drill had barely scratched the surface of the translucent boulder. "At this rate, we'll run out of oxygen before we have enough silica to coat a single filter. We're chasing ghosts in a glass desert." The crew huddled in the shadow of the Vanguard, their lights casting long, flickering shadows against the woven emerald walls of their dome. The silence of the canyon was deceptive, punctuated by the distant, wet rustling of the giant grass blades. Then, the seismic tremors returned. They were more violent this time, a rapid-fire succession of thumps that made the silica sand dance like liquid. A massive, dark silhouette suddenly eclipsed the entire sky, plunging the clearing into a darkness deeper than night. A tremendous shockwave slammed into the clearing the moment the silhouette touched down, the force of the displacement hurling the crew against the ship's hull. A beetle-like predator, an iridescent nightmare the size of a heavy tank that had been stalking the perimeter of their dome, was caught in the path of the descent. It was instantly launched into the dark forest of stalks by the sheer rush of air, disappearing with a wet, crunching thud. The crew lay on the ground, gasping as the air pressure stabilized. Silence returned, and the white sun flickered and died, leaving them in the dim, violet twilight. "Captain," Malik whispered, his voice trembling as he pointed toward the center of their cleared perimeter. "Look." In the middle of their camp, where there had been nothing but silica dust and the scars of their drills moments before, sat a massive, seamless cube. It was metallic, smooth, and humming with a strange, internal energy. It was a monolith of refined isotopes, perfectly polished and glowing with a faint blue light that cut through the emerald gloom. It hadn't been there before the seismic shockwave. To the crew, it appeared as though the very heavens had dropped a treasure chest into their midst. It was a gift of impossible purity, appearing exactly when their hope had reached its lowest ebb. "It's pure," Malik said, his scanner chirping in a frantic, melodic frequency as he approached the object. "It's a concentrated deposit of exactly the isotopes we need. It's more silica than those boulders combined, refined to a level we couldn't achieve in a laboratory. It's a miracle. We have the fuel. We have the filters. Where did it come from?" Lena asked, looking up through the gaps in their woven roof at the violet clouds. Her voice was filled with a mixture of hope and profound dread. "Nothing just appears. Not like this. It doesn't matter," Alara said, her eyes fixed on the blue glow of the cube. "It's here, and it's the only way we're ever leaving this canyon. Malik, get the transport sleds. Calder, help him. We bring this inside the dome. We start the integration now." They began the arduous process of hauling the cube toward the ship, their small machines straining against the weight of the refined gift. They worked in a feverish silence, unaware that the real monsoon was about to begin, and that their emerald dome was about to be tested by an atmospheric event unlike anything their sensors had ever recorded, a deluge that would turn their garden sanctuary into a drowning pool. End of Part 1. Part 2. The Horizon Shift. The transition between the light cycles on PX-47 was not a gradual fading of the sun, but a mechanical shifting of the universe's foundations. Inside the woven dome of emerald stalks, the crew of the Vanguard labored in a humid, oxygen-rich gloom that felt more like a pressurized womb than a metallic fortress. The sap resin they had used to bind the grass ribs had hardened into a translucent amber, turning their structure into a ribbed, organic cathedral that smelled of sweet rot, ozone, and ancient minerals. Outside, the environment was undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis. The bruised violet of the sky had darkened into an abyssal indigo, and the seismic tremors had increased in frequency. A rhythmic thump-thump-thump vibrated through the ship's hull, a low-frequency pulse that suggested something was moving across the heavens with tectonic weight. Every instrument in the engineering bay spiked with static interference. "The resonance is shifting," Malik reported, his voice filtered through the heavy crackle of the internal comms. He was positioned at the base of the cube, his industrial welder throwing jagged sparks of blue light against the seamless metallic surface of the mysterious gift. Every time the ground shakes, the cube's internal frequency aligns with the tremors. "It's not just a fuel cell, Alara. It's a bridge. It's drawing energy from the planet's own movement and refining it into a plasma-ready state. If we can finish the conduit weave, we'll have enough power to jump-start the primary coils in less than an hour. But the surge is massive. I've never seen a battery this efficient." "Then move faster," Captain Alara Voss commanded, her eyes fixed on the external monitors. The viewports showed a world of nightmare proportions. The jagged silica boulders that surrounded their clearing were slick with a new, high-pressure moisture that seemed to ooze from the very air. "The atmospheric pressure is fluctuating again. Something is displacing the air on a massive scale. We need to be ready to purge the intakes the second that power is live. If we miss this window, the pressure differential will crush the hull like a tin can." The monsoon arrived without warning. It began with a sound like 1,000 steam pipes bursting simultaneously, a high-pressure hiss that quickly deepened into a roar. A wall of liquid glass, moving with the velocity of a tidal wave, slammed into the grass forest. To the crew, it was a planetary apocalypse. Massive spheres of water, each weighing thousands of tons from their perspective, plummeted from the sky and shattered against their woven dome. The grass pillars groaned, the silica-reinforced walls bending under the hydraulic weight of the descent. "The dome is buckling," Calder yelled, bracing himself against a structural rib as a bead of water the size of a shuttlecraft hammered the exterior. The impact sounded like a drum made of thunder. "The surface tension of the liquid is trying to crush us. If the sap doesn't hold, the weight of a single drop will pancake the hull." "Alara, the seals are weeping. Seal the airlock and equalize the internal pressure." Alara shouted over the din. "Malik, status on the cube. 80%. It's feeding off the kinetic energy of the rain. The harder it pours, the faster it charges." As the deluge hammered their fortress, a new anomaly occurred, one that defied their understanding of natural meteorology. A massive, translucent barrier suddenly descended from the heavens. It was a seamless, curved wall of clear, flexible material, hundreds of feet wide, that slammed into the silica earth around the clearing with a dull, echoing clack that vibrated the marrow of their bones. It sealed the Vanguard, the dome, and the cube inside a dry, pressurized bubble. Outside the clear wall, the torrent of water continued to rage, but inside, the air became unnervingly, terrifyingly still. "We're in a vacuum pocket," Lena whispered, her face pressed to the viewport in disbelief. "The storm is still out there, but some kind of physical barrier has been lowered over us. It's perfectly circular, perfectly clear. It's as if the world has been put in a jar." Through the translucent barrier and the gaps in their grass roof, the white sun returned. But it wasn't a sun. It was a focused, artificial beam of light that moved with a terrifyingly precise intent. As the beam swept over the dome, the shadow of a monolithic, dark mass eclipsed the stars. It was a landscape of deep textures, ridges, and pores, a massive, featureless form that hovered over their bubble, blocking out the purple sky. "It's not a tectonic event," Alara whispered, her voice barely audible as she looked at the readout on the gravity sensors. The readings were spiking in impossible directions. "It's a witness. It's watching us. It's waiting for us to be ready. Captain, the cube is fully integrated." Malik's voice broke the silence, crackling with a new, frantic energy. "The coils are screaming. We have 200% power. The diagnostic handshake is green. We can break the surface tension of the entire atmosphere if we fire now, but we have to go immediately. The isotopes won't stay stable in this pressure for long. But we're trapped under the barrier," Calder noted, pointing at the sky. "We ignite those engines inside this bubble, and we'll turn this sanctuary into a kiln. We'll be vaporized before we even clear the clearing. We're in a cage." "Wait," Alara said, her eyes locked on the monitors. "Look at the horizon. The barriers, they're shifting." The clear barrier began to rise. Something unseen gripped the edges of the massive structure and lifted it back into the heavens with a silent, terrifying grace. The night air of PX-47 rushed back in, cool and smelling of wet earth and distant, burnt carbon. The pressure stabilized instantly. Then, a flat, warm expanse, a dark, ridged platform, was lowered beside the ship. It was a vast territory that looked like a continent of marble, descending with a precision that silenced the wind. "It's giving us a clearing," Alara realized, her perspective finally shattering. "It's not a predator. It's a launch pad. It's a hand. Board the ship. All stations to launch positions. Malik, initiate the purge sequence on my mark." The Vanguard rose from the silica mud on a cushion of blue plasma, its engines humming with a frequency that made the nearby grass stalks dance in a frantic, wind-swept ballet. It drifted onto the dark, ridged platform, a tiny silver needle against the vastness of the expanse. As the ship settled, the platform began to rise, lifting them out of the emerald abyss with a smooth, terrifying acceleration. The crew watched the viewport in stunned silence as the world shrank away. The grass stalks, once towering skyscrapers of waxy green, became a soft, manicured carpet. The house-sized silica boulders became mere pebbles, scattered across a dark, porous soil. The canyons they had feared were revealed to be simple cracks in the dirt of a pathway. High above, a monolithic fortress of brick and glass, a structure of impossible geometry, towered over the forest. The lightning they had seen was a buzzing grid of yellow light on a wooden pillar, a bug zapper on a porch. The monsoon had been a garden hose. The platform stopped, and for the first time, the crew saw the source of the seismic tremors and the white sun. They were level with a face, a young man, his features a landscape of skin and fine hair, his eyes like vast, amber suns filled with a quiet, knowing curiosity. He was the giant, the architect of their survival. He didn't speak. He simply looked at the tiny silver speck in his hand with a smile that spanned their entire horizon. He raised his other hand. It was a continent of flesh moving through the air with a grace that defied its mass. He didn't reach for them. He performed a slow, rhythmic wave of his fingers, a farewell greeting that spanned miles of their perspective. "He knows," Lena whispered, tears blurring her vision as she stared into an eye the size of a nebula. "He knew we were there the whole time. He wasn't hunting us. He was gardening, He was helping us find our way back. Fire engines, Alara commanded, her voice thick with a mixture of terror and awe. The Vanguard shot upward, a silver streak of light that pierced the night sky of PX-47. As they accelerated, fueled by the isotopes of the cube, the planet revealed its true identity. It wasn't an alien world of violet trees and emerald canyons. It was a blue and green marble, Earth, receding into the darkness of the void. They weren't explorers of a new frontier. They were survivors of a suburban backyard, finally returning to the scale they belonged to. Alara sat back in her chair, watching the giant's world disappear into a tiny, flickering point of light among the stars. The sensors were finally recalibrating to the vacuum of space, the noise of the atmosphere replaced by the cold, beautiful silence of the cosmos. "Captain," Malik said, looking at the data chip that had been recovered from the internal sensors of the cube. "The materials he gave us, the cube, it's not just fuel. It's refined for interstellar travel. The isotopes are more advanced than anything in the Federation's database. He didn't just save us. He upgraded us. He gave us the stars." "No, Malik," Alara said, watching the empty space where the giant had been. "He was just a neighbor. And we were just passing through his lawn. We were a broken toy he decided to fix." The Vanguard turned its nose toward the deep black, leaving behind the forest of stalks and the man who had waved goodbye to the smallest explorers in the galaxy. They weren't just survivors, they were the only ones who knew that in the right light, a single backyard could be an entire universe, and a god could be found in the simple act of lifting a plastic tub to let the travelers go home. As the ship jumped into warp, fueled by the giant's gift, the last thing they saw on the long-range scanners was a massive, waving silhouette against a backdrop of porch lights and summer crickets, a guardian of the small, standing at the edge of the infinite.
The Great Hall of the Galactic Council stretched wider than any cathedral built by human hands. Its walls glowed with soft blue light, and holographic displays floated in the air showing thousands of worlds connected by trade routes and treaties. Representatives from 200 species sat in curved rows, their forms as varied as the stars themselves. Some breathed methane through tubes, others floated in gravity fields. A few existed only as patterns of light. Ambassador Marcus Chen stood at the speaker's platform, his simple gray suit looking plain compared to the jeweled armor and flowing robes around him. He was a short man with graying hair and tired eyes. He had been Earth's representative for 12 years now, and every day felt longer than the last. The Vrex Dominion has now occupied 17 systems in the past 6 months, Chen said, his voice steady but firm. They have ignored every treaty. They have dismissed every warning. If the Council does not act, more innocent lives will be lost. A sound like bubbling water came from the Aquelian delegate's tank. It translated through the universal communicator as laughter. "The human speaks of action," the Aquelian said. "But what can humanity offer? Your species has been part of this council for 200 years, yet you maintain barely 300 ships. Your military spending is less than most pleasure cruise corporations." More laughter rippled through the chamber. Chen felt his jaw tighten, but he kept his face neutral. This was not the first time his people had been mocked here. The Vrex delegate rose from his seat. Commander Thrax stood nearly 3 meters tall. His forearms crossed over his armored chest. His face resembled an earth lizard, but his eyes held cold intelligence. "The Dominion takes what is owed to us," Thrax hissed. "We are a warrior race. The strong survive. The weak serve. This is natural law, Chen replied. Or tyranny dressed in philosophy." Thrax's mandibles clicked in what might have been amusement. "You humans speak much of peace and law. You write poetry. You paint pictures. You send musicians to perform at cultural festivals. Tell me, Ambassador Chen, when was the last time a human fired a weapon in anger? Your people are gardeners, not warriors. The galaxy knows this." Chen looked directly at the Vrex commander. For just a moment, something dangerous flickered in his eyes. Something old and terrible. But it passed quickly, and he simply said, "We choose peace because we understand war." "You choose peace because you are weak," Thrax replied. "This council is weak. The Dominion will continue to expand, and there is nothing you can do to stop us." The council session ended with no resolution, as Chen had known it would. He walked through the gleaming corridors of the council station, passing species from across the galaxy. A Zinthari merchant nodded politely. A group of Pelion students stared at him with their many eyes. Everywhere he went, Chen felt the weight of their assumptions. Humans were soft. Humans were naive. Humans had forgotten how to fight. If only they knew the truth. That night, Chen sat alone in his quarters and opened an encrypted channel to Earth. The connection took several minutes to establish, routing through relay stations and security protocols that most species did not even know existed. A woman's face appeared on the screen. Admiral Sarah Torres looked like she could be Chen's sister, with the same dark hair touched with gray, the same lines around her eyes. But where Chen's expression was diplomatic and measured, Torres had the hard gaze of someone who had made difficult choices. "They laughed at me again today," Chen said. "Good," Torres replied. "Let them laugh. Let them feel safe. Thrax is going to make a move against Earth, I can feel it. He sees us as an easy target." Torres nodded slowly. "Our intelligence confirms it. Thrax fleet movements suggest they're preparing for a major operation. They've been pulling ships from border patrols and consolidating near the Sol system. How long do we have? A month, maybe less." Torres leaned forward, her face grave. "Marcus, if they attack, you know what happens next." Chen closed his eyes. 217 years. That's how long we've kept the protocols sealed. "We made a choice as a species," Torres said. "After the final war, after we almost destroyed ourselves, we decided to be better. We hid what we were capable of. We showed the galaxy only peace and art and culture. We gave ourselves time to heal. But the scars are still there," Chen whispered. "They'll always be there. The question is whether we let those scars make us monsters again, or whether we use what we learned." Torres's voice softened slightly. "The containment protocols exist for a reason, Marcus. If Earth is threatened, if our people are in danger, then we do what we must. But we do it with control, with purpose. Never again like before." Chen remembered the history lessons every human child learned. The final war of 2087, when nuclear fire had scorched continents and biological weapons had turned entire regions into dead zones. The darkness that followed when barely 1 billion humans survived. The centuries of rebuilding, of learning, of choosing a different path. But the weapons had not been destroyed. The knowledge had not been forgotten. It had been sealed away, locked behind protocols that required authorization from every human government simultaneously. The memorial arsenals, they were called. Reminders of what humanity could become if they ever forgot the price of hatred. "I hope it doesn't come to that," Chen said. "So do I," Torres replied. "But hope isn't a strategy. I'm bringing the Containment Council together tomorrow. If Thrax is stupid enough to attack, we'll be ready." The call ended, leaving Chen alone with his thoughts. He walked to the window of his quarters and looked out at the stars. Earth was out there somewhere, a small blue world that the galaxy considered insignificant. The birthplace of poets and dreamers, they said. A planet of philosophers who had given up their violent past. Chen touched the glass, leaving a fingerprint. "They have no idea what we survived," he said to the empty room. "What we learned. What we became." Across the galaxy, on a dozen human colonies and outposts, similar conversations were taking place. On Luna Base, beneath the gray dust of Earth's moon, maintenance crews began running diagnostics on systems that had been dormant for centuries. On Mars Station, engineers checked seals on underground facilities that official records claimed were archaeological sites. In the asteroid belt, mining ships that looked like commercial vessels activated hidden weapon systems. The human defense network was vast and ancient, built in the years after the final war when humanity had sworn two things: never to wage war for conquest, but always to be prepared to defend themselves. Every generation since had maintained the containment protocols, hoping they would never be needed but ensuring they remained ready. 3 weeks later, Chen was awakened by an emergency alert. His communicator screamed with priority messages. He activated the display and felt his blood run cold. The Vrex Dominion had assembled a fleet of 3,000 warships at the edge of the Sol system. It was the largest military force humanity had seen since joining the galactic community. Against Earth's official defense fleet of 300 ceremonial vessels, it seemed impossibly overwhelming. Chen dressed quickly and opened the encrypted channel to Earth. Torres was already on screen, surrounded by military personnel in the command center deep beneath the Rockies. "They're here," Chen said unnecessarily. "We see them," Torres replied. "Thrax is broadcasting on all frequencies. He's demanding Earth's immediate surrender and access to our resources. He's giving us 12 hours. Can we stop them?" Torres looked at someone off-screen, then back at Chen. "The Containment Council has voted. 7 billion people, one decision. The protocols are unlocked, Marcus. For the first time in 217 years, humanity is going to war." Chen felt something twist in his stomach. Relief and dread mixed together. "God help us all." "God help them," Torres corrected. "They have no idea what they've done." The morning sun cast long shadows across the United Earth Assembly building in Geneva when the sky began to change. It started as a shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, except this shimmer was 30,000 kilometers above the planet's surface. Then the shimmer tore open, and something massive pushed through. The Concordat diplomatic vessel was unlike anything humanity had built. It stretched 15 kilometers from bow to stern, its surface gleaming with metals that seemed to shift colors in the sunlight. Elegant curves and sweeping arcs made it look more like a work of art than a spaceship. Within minutes, every news channel on Earth was broadcasting images of the alien vessel. People stopped on sidewalks staring up at screens. Children pointed at the sky, though the ship was far too distant to see with the naked eye. President Sarah Chen received the first communication 17 minutes after the vessel's arrival. She was in her office, having just finished her morning briefing with the Security Council, when her assistant rushed in with a tablet. The message was in perfect English, though it carried an odd formality that suggested machine translation. "Greetings to the people of Earth. We are the Galactic Concordat, representatives of 7 species who maintain peace and order in this region of space. We come with an offer of friendship and protection. We request an audience with your leaders at your earliest convenience." Sarah read the message 3 times. She had been president for 6 years, long enough to develop good instincts about people and their intentions. Something about the tone bothered her, though she could not immediately identify what. She called for an emergency cabinet meeting. The aliens requested to meet within 48 hours. Sarah agreed, but she also made several calls to people whose opinions she trusted. One of those calls went to General Marcus Steele, the commander of Earth's Unified Defense Command. Another went to Dr. Yuki Tanaka, head of the Intelligence Analysis Division. Marcus was a broad-shouldered man in his 50s, with gray hair cut military short and eyes that missed nothing. He had fought in the resource wars of the 2090s and had spent the last 2 decades preparing Earth's defenses for the day when humanity encountered other intelligent life. That day had apparently arrived. "What do you think?" Sarah asked him over a secure video link. Marcus leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. "I think anyone who leads with protection is usually selling something you don't need. But we'll play nice and see what they want." Dr. Tanaka was more direct. "The message structure suggests a hierarchical culture with rigid social protocols. The word protection appears 3 times in a 4-sentence message. That's not accidental. They're framing the conversation before it begins." Sarah nodded slowly. "Keep analyzing everything they send us. And Marcus, I want our orbital assets on standby." "Quiet standby." "Let's not spook our guests, but let's not be caught sleeping either." The day of the meeting arrived with unseasonably clear skies. The Concordat sent down a shuttle, smaller than their main vessel but still impressive, covered in the same color-shifting metal. It landed on the designated pad outside Geneva, and 7 figures emerged. They were humanoid, which surprised everyone watching. 2 legs, 2 arms, a head with sensory organs arranged in familiar patterns. But there the similarities ended. Ambassador Velthor, who led the delegation, stood over 2 meters tall. His skin was a deep blue purple and his eyes were large and golden, with no visible pupils. He wore robes that seemed to be made of liquid light, constantly flowing and changing. The other 6 delegates represented different species. One looked almost human except for the crystalline formations growing from her shoulders. Another was covered in fine scales that created rainbow patterns when he moved. A third had 4 arms and moved with an unsettling grace. They were beautiful and alien and deliberately impressive. Sarah met them in the main assembly hall, flanked by her cabinet and 100 representatives from every nation on Earth. The room had been built to accommodate 5,000 people, and every seat was filled. Cameras broadcast the meeting to billions of viewers worldwide. Velthor bowed, a gesture that somehow conveyed both respect and condescension. When he spoke, his voice was deep and melodious, translated in real time by devices the aliens had provided. People of Earth, we welcome you to the community of spacefaring civilizations. Your recent achievements in faster-than-light travel have brought you to our attention. We come today with an offer that we have extended to many species throughout the galaxy. He paused for effect, his golden eyes sweeping across the assembled humans. The galaxy is a dangerous place. There are hostile species, natural phenomena that can destroy entire worlds, and countless other threats. The Galactic Concordat was formed 3,000 years ago to protect developing civilizations from these dangers. We offer you the same protection we provide to 47 other species. Velthor activated a holographic display that floated above the assembly floor. It showed a map of the galaxy with dozens of star systems highlighted in green. These are the worlds under Concordat protection. They thrive in safety, free from the terrors that plague unprotected systems. Their citizens live in peace, knowing that our fleets guard their skies. Their governments focus on art, science, and philosophy rather than weapons and war. The ambassador walked slowly around the holographic display, his robes trailing behind him. We offer Earth this same security. In exchange, we ask only for cooperation. You would grant us the right to maintain defensive installations in your system. You would share your resources to support the Concordat fleet. You would submit to our guidance in matters of interstellar relations and military development. In return, you would gain access to our technology, our markets, and most importantly, our protection. Sarah watched the display, her face carefully neutral. Around her, she could feel the tension in the room. Some representatives leaned forward eagerly, others frowned, clearly skeptical. What level of autonomy would Earth retain? She asked. Velthor smiled, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp. You would govern your internal affairs as you see fit. However, all external matters, trade, defense, exploration, would be coordinated through the Concordat to ensure your safety and the safety of others. And if we decline this offer? The smile faded slightly. That would be unfortunate. Species who refuse Concordat protection often face difficult challenges. The galaxy can be harsh to those who stand alone. We would, of course, respect your decision, but we would also be unable to intervene if you encountered troubles beyond your capability to handle. It was smoothly delivered, but Sarah heard the threat underneath. Accept our protection or face the consequences alone. We appreciate your generous offer, Ambassador Velthor, she said, keeping her voice warm and diplomatic. Such an important decision requires careful consideration. We request 48 hours to discuss this with our people and provide you with our answer. Velthor's expression suggested he had expected immediate acceptance. His golden eyes narrowed slightly. Of course. Take the time you need. We will await your response aboard our vessel. The aliens departed with the same ceremony with which they had arrived. As soon as they were gone, Sarah called an emergency session with her inner circle. They met in a secure room 3 stories below the assembly building, where no signals could enter or leave. Thoughts? Sarah asked, looking around the table. Marcus spoke first. That was a protection racket dressed up in diplomatic language. Nice planet you've got here, shame if something happened to it. Agreed, said Dr. Tanaka, pulling up data on her tablet. I've been analyzing the 47 systems they showed us, cross-referencing with our astronomical databases and historical records. Every single one was contacted shortly after achieving faster-than-light capability, just like us. Every single one accepted Concordat protection within days. What happened to species who refused? Asked Defense Minister Chen Wei. Yuki's expression darkened. That's the interesting part. I found references to 6 species who initially declined. 3 eventually accepted after experiencing mysterious attacks from unknown raiders. 2 went silent. Their systems are now listed as uninhabited. 1 was declared a rogue civilization and subjected to pacification. The records on that are vague, but the implication is clear. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. So this is conquest with extra steps. Sophisticated conquest, Marcus corrected. They let their victims govern themselves, which reduces resistance. They take resources and autonomy instead of land, and they maintain the fiction that it's all voluntary. Can we fight them? Sarah asked bluntly. Marcus smiled, and there was no humor in it. Madam President, they have no idea who they're dealing with. Over the next 48 hours, Earth's leadership worked around the clock. They analyzed every second of the alien transmission, every word Velthor had spoken, every detail visible in their holographic displays. The intelligence division hacked into the Concordat ship's communication systems, a feat made easier by alien overconfidence in their security. What they learned was illuminating. The Concordat had never fought a peer military power. Their standard procedure was simple: appear impressive, make the offer, and apply pressure if needed. Most species capitulated immediately, overawed by the aliens' technology and fearful of standing alone. For species who resisted, the Concordat had a fleet of mercenary raiders who would attack until the target accepted protection. But the Concordat had never encountered a species like humanity. They had studied Earth's broadcasts and internet transmissions, but they had focused on entertainment and culture. They knew humans enjoyed something called football and told stories about superheroes. They knew Earth had recently unified under a single government after centuries of conflict. What they had not studied was human military history. They had not read about the Punic Wars or the Mongol conquests. They knew nothing of Thermopylae or Stalingrad. They had not analyzed the tactical innovations of Napoleon or the strategic doctrines of Sun Tzu. They saw that Earth had no massive orbital weapons platforms and concluded that humans were peaceful and unprepared. They could not have been more wrong. Sarah called her final strategy meeting 12 hours before the deadline. Around the table sat Marcus, Yuki, and the heads of every military branch. Also present were representatives from the Mars Colonial Authority, the Europa Research Station, and the Titan Mining Consortium. "Show them," Sarah said. Marcus activated the room's holographic display. It showed Earth's solar system, but not as the Concordat had seen it. Red dots appeared throughout the display, hundreds of them, then thousands. "Every red dot is a weapons platform, defense station, or military vessel," Marcus explained. "Most have been in place for over 50 years, since we first achieved reliable spaceflight. We built them into asteroids, mining stations, research facilities, and communication satellites. We hid them in plain sight because we learned one critical lesson from our own history." He paused, looking around the room. "Never show your full strength until absolutely necessary." Sarah stood, walking to the holographic display. She reached out and touched one of the dots representing Luna, Earth's moon. The image expanded, showing the interior of what the Concordat believed was a simple research base. In reality, it was a military fortress with enough firepower to sterilize a continent. "Humanity has been preparing for first contact since we first looked at the stars," Sarah said quietly. "We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. We built defenses that would make any aggressor think twice. And we hid all of it because the best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have." She turned to face the group. "Tomorrow we tell the Concordat our answer, and we show them exactly who they're dealing with. But not all of it. Never all of it." Around the table, smiles appeared. They were not nice smiles. The Concordat was about to learn a hard lesson that every human child knew from history classes. Never underestimate the species that survived its own worst inventions. Ambassador Velthor stood in the observation deck of the Concordat vessel, looking down at the blue-green planet below. Earth was beautiful, he had to admit. The swirling white clouds, the deep oceans, the green and brown continents. It reminded him of Kelvin Prime, his homeworld before industry and progress had covered it in gleaming cities. Behind him, his science officer Tarkin was running deep scans of the planet and its surroundings. The insectoid alien's mandibles clicked together as he worked, a sign of concentration among his people. "What do you see?" Velthor asked without turning around. "Confusion, Ambassador," Tarkin replied. His translated voice carried a chittering undertone. "The scans show a civilization that has achieved faster-than-light capability, but their infrastructure does not match this achievement." Velthor turned, his golden eyes focusing on the science officer. "Explain." Tarkin brought up a holographic display. It showed Earth's orbital space, dotted with satellites and space stations. Their satellite network is extensive, but most units are commercial or scientific. We detect communication satellites, weather monitoring systems, and research stations. There are no orbital defense platforms of the type we would expect from a militarized civilization. "Perhaps they are simply peaceful," suggested Kiranel, the four-armed tactical officer. She moved to stand beside the display, her multiple hands gesturing at different points. Some species achieve space travel through cooperation rather than competition. Velthor made a sound that might have been a laugh. In 3,000 years, the Concordat has never encountered such a species. Competition drives progress. Conflict breeds innovation. These humans fought among themselves for thousands of years before unifying. Their broadcasts are filled with stories of war and violence. They are not peaceful by nature. Then where are their weapons? Tarkin asked. It was a good question. The Concordat had refined their scanning technology over millennia. They could detect power signatures from weapon systems, identify the energy profiles of shield generators, and spot the unique radiation patterns of military-grade reactors. Earth should have been lighting up their sensors like a supernova. Instead, they saw almost nothing. Perhaps their weapons are primitive, suggested Kiranel. They may rely on chemical explosives or kinetic weapons that our scanners do not prioritize. Velthor considered this. It made sense. Humans had only recently developed faster-than-light travel. Their weapons technology might lag behind their propulsion systems. It had happened before with other species. Continue scanning, he ordered. I want a complete analysis of their military capability before they give us their answer. And send observation drones to their colony sites. Let us see what they have built on Mars and these moons they have settled. The drones launched silently, small spheres of advanced technology that could observe without being detected, or so the Concordat believed. On Earth, deep in a bunker beneath the Rocky Mountains, alarms began to sound. Specialist Jennifer Wu was monitoring her console when the proximity warnings lit up her screen. She was 26 years old, had graduated, top of her class from the Unified Defense Academy, and had been hoping for a quiet night shift. Instead, she was watching alien spy drones enter Earth's space. Commander, we have multiple unidentified objects separating from the Concordat vessel, she reported, keeping her voice level despite the excitement flooding through her. Count is 7. They're heading toward Mars, Luna, Europa, and Titan. Commander Peterson moved to stand behind her chair. He was an older man with weathered features and calm eyes that had seen too many crises to panic at one more. Let them look, he said quietly. They're seeing exactly what we want them to see. On Mars, the observation drone swept over Olympus Mons colony. The settlement sprawled across the base of the massive volcano, home to 30,000 people. The drone's scanners picked up habitation, domes, agricultural facilities, and what appeared to be mining operations. It detected no weapons, no military installations, no hidden defenses. The drone did not recognize that the agricultural facility had walls thick enough to stop armor-piercing rounds. It did not realize that the mining equipment could be repurposed as mass drivers capable of launching projectiles at orbital targets. It missed the fact that every dome had independent life support specifically designed to survive combat conditions. Humans had learned many lessons from their violent history. One of the most important was this: civilian and military infrastructure should be indistinguishable until the moment you need to fight. The drone moved to Luna, Earth's moon. It scanned the research base built into the crater Copernicus. The base appeared to be studying astronomy and geology, with large telescope arrays and seismic monitoring stations. The drone's sensors showed no military presence. Those sensors failed to penetrate the lunar regolith that humans had specifically processed to block advanced scanning technology. They did not detect the railguns hidden beneath false rock formations. They missed the missile silos disguised as ventilation shafts. They had no idea that the telescope arrays could track and target spacecraft with lethal precision. At Europa, the drone found a small scientific outpost on the ice-covered moon of Jupiter. Fewer than 1,000 researchers lived there, studying the ocean beneath the ice. The structures were minimal, clearly focused on research rather than military application. The drone did not realize that those research vessels exploring the sub-ice ocean used the same propulsion and stealth technology as Earth's submarine fleet. It did not understand that the ice mining equipment could core through a starship hull in seconds. It saw scientists and missed the soldiers trained to look like scientists. Titan presented a similar picture: mining operations, atmospheric research, hydrocarbon processing, All perfectly legitimate civilian activities. All completely harmless, all completely deceptive. The drones returned to the Concordat vessel, their databanks full of information that told Velthor exactly what he expected to see. A species unprepared for the dangers of the galaxy, vulnerable to pressure, ripe for exploitation. They have no significant military infrastructure, Tarkin reported, reviewing the drone data. Their colonies are civilian operations with minimal defensive capability. Their orbital space is largely undefended. They have achieved faster-than-light travel, but they have not militarized it. Velthor felt satisfaction settle through him. This would be one of the easier integrations. The humans would see reason once they understood their vulnerability. Most species did. Prepare annexation protocols, he ordered. Standard package. When they decline our offer, and their leader's tone suggests they will, we will need to demonstrate the risks of refusing Concordat protection. Kiranel's four hands moved across her console. I will contact the Raider fleet. They can be here within 3 standard cycles. Make it so, Velthor said. A few attacks from unknown hostiles will help the humans understand the value of our protection. It was a script the Concordat had followed dozens of times. It never failed. While the aliens planned Earth's subjugation, Dr. Yuki Tanaka was having the most exciting day of her career. The intelligence division had successfully infiltrated the Concordat communication network, and the data flowing in was remarkable. They think we're defenseless, she told General Marcus Steele over a secure channel. She was in her office at intelligence headquarters in Tokyo, surrounded by screens displaying alien transmissions. They scanned everything and saw nothing that worried them. Marcus allowed himself a small smile. He was at Unified Defense Command headquarters, watching similar data streams. Good. That means the stealth systems work even better than we hoped. What about their fleet composition? Yuki pulled up a detailed analysis. Their main vessel is impressive but vulnerable. Large, slow, designed to intimidate rather than fight. It has weapons, but the placement suggests they've never needed to use them in actual combat. The shield generators are external. Beautiful engineering, but tactically stupid. Take out the generators, and the shields collapse. What about their combat doctrine? That's the interesting part, Yuki said, leaning forward. Her eyes gleamed with the excitement of discovery. They don't have one. Not really. I've analyzed 300 years of Concordat records. They've never fought an equal opponent. Every conflict has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. They show up, look impressive, and the other side surrenders. The few times they've faced resistance, they used mercenary raiders to harass their targets until they capitulated. Marcus absorbed this information. So they're bullies who've never been punched in the face. Exactly. And it gets better. I found their target list. After the humans, they plan to move on to the Centauri system, then Tau Ceti, then Epsilon Eridani. They're working their way through every species that develops FTL. It's systematic exploitation dressed up as benevolence. How many species are under their protection? 47, like they said. But here's what they didn't say. Those species provide resources, labor, and tribute that keeps the Concordat economy running. It's an empire without calling itself an empire. Smart, in a cynical way. Marcus leaned back in his chair, thinking, what about other powers in the galaxy? Are we surrounded by empires like the Concordat? Yuki shook her head. No, and that's the most interesting discovery. The galaxy is mostly peaceful. Real threats are rare. The Concordat has been lying to their protectorates for 3,000 years. Telling them the galaxy is dangerous when it's actually relatively safe. They created the protection racket by inventing threats that don't exist. So when they tell species they need protection, they're solving a problem they invented. It's brilliant and evil. Marcus stood, pacing his office. Decades of military experience had taught him to see patterns in chaos. A picture was forming in his mind, and he did not like it. They're going to push us, he said quietly. They'll expect us to fold when they pressure us. When we don't, they'll escalate. They'll use those mercenary raiders to attack civilian targets, make us scared, force us to accept their protection. Can we stop them? Marcus smiled, and there was something predatory in the expression. Dr. Tanaka, we've been preparing for hostile first contact since we first left Earth's orbit. We've studied every war, every conflict, every tactical innovation in human history. We've built weapon systems these aliens can't imagine because they've never needed to imagine them. Can we stop them? The question is whether we'll need to stop them or just scare them badly enough that they run. While Earth's military analyzed the Concordate's weaknesses, President Sarah Chen was having her own revelations. She sat in her private office, reading through historical files that the Intelligence Division had compiled. They made for disturbing reading. Every species that had accepted Concordate protection showed the same pattern. Initial enthusiasm followed by slowly increasing demands. Resource quotas that grew every year. Technology sharing that only flowed one direction. Populations that became dependent on Concordate trade and unable to sustain themselves independently. The protected species were prisoners who did not realize they were in jail. Sarah had not become president by being naive. She understood power and how it was wielded. The Concordate was offering a deal that sounded generous but was actually a trap. Accept protection today, lose your freedom tomorrow. The question was how to refuse without triggering a war Earth might not win. The preliminary analysis from Marcus suggested they could defeat the Concordate fleet in Earth's system, but what about the larger Concordate military? What about their allies and vassals? What about the 47 species who might side with their protectors? Her secure phone rang. It was Marcus. Madam President, I'm sending you a full tactical analysis. Short version, we can take them. The Concordate has size and technology advantages, but we have something better. What's that? We know how to fight. They don't. They've been winning through intimidation for so long that they've forgotten how to actually wage war. We've never forgotten because we've never been able to afford to forget. Sarah felt something settle in her chest. Not confidence exactly, but resolution. Earth had a chance. That was enough. Send me everything, she said. I give our answer to the Concordate in 18 hours. I want to know every option we have. She hung up and turned to look out her window. Geneva spread out below, beautiful and peaceful in the afternoon light. People walked the streets unaware that their world hung in the balance. Children played in parks. Couples held hands by the lake. Life continued in blissful ignorance of the threat overhead. Sarah had sworn an oath to protect these people. She would not fail them. Aboard the Concordate vessel, Velthor received a message from his superiors. They had reviewed his reports and approved his recommendations. When the humans declined protection as expected, the Raider fleet would be deployed. A few months of harassment would bring Earth into compliance. It always worked. Velthor prepared for the next day's meeting with something approaching boredom. He had done this 47 times before. The script never changed. Humans would be number 48. He had no idea that humanity was about to teach the Concordate a lesson 3,000 years in the making. The Predator was about to discover it had cornered something far more dangerous than itself. The United Earth Assembly Hall was packed with even more people than 2 days before. Representatives from every nation sat in their designated seats, but now they were joined by military officers, scientists, and historians. The air hummed with tension. Everyone knew this meeting would change everything. President Sarah Chen stood at the central podium, wearing a simple dark suit. She had considered wearing something more formal, but decided against it. This was not a day for ceremony. This was a day for truth. Ambassador Velthor and his delegation entered exactly on time. The aliens moved with the same graceful confidence they had shown before, clearly expecting this to be a formality before Earth's inevitable acceptance. Velthor's golden eyes swept across the assembled humans, and Sarah could almost see him counting his victory. Madam President, Velthor said, his voice carrying that same melodious quality. Have you reached a decision regarding the Concordate's generous offer? Sarah smiled. It was a polite smile, diplomatic and proper. It was also completely genuine, which would have worried Velthor if he had understood human expressions better. We have, Ambassador. Thank you for your patience while we considered your proposal. She paused, letting the moment stretch. Earth respectfully declines the Concordate's offer of protection. The silence that followed was absolute. Velthor stood frozen, his expression suggesting he had misheard. Around him, the other delegates shifted uncomfortably. I apologize, Velthor said carefully. Perhaps the translation was unclear. You decline our protection? That's correct, Sarah confirmed. We appreciate the offer, but Earth is quite capable of managing our own affairs. We prefer to maintain our independence. Velthor's golden eyes narrowed. The diplomatic mask began to slip. Madam President, I do not think you understand the situation. The galaxy is dangerous. Without concordant protection, you will be vulnerable to countless threats. Your species has only just achieved faster than light travel. You are children taking your first steps into a universe you do not understand. We understand more than you think, Sarah replied calmly. Do you? Velthor's voice hardened. Let me be clear, since subtlety seems wasted. Species who refuse concordant protection find themselves facing difficult circumstances. Raiders attack their vessels. Pirates raid their colonies. Mysterious accidents occur. It would be tragic if Earth suffered similar misfortunes. Around the assembly hall, Sarah could feel the mood shifting. The threat was no longer veiled. It hung in the air like smoke. Ambassador, Sarah said quietly, are you threatening us? Velthor drew himself up to his full height, towering over the human president. I am explaining reality. The Concordant maintains order in this region of space. Those who cooperate with us prosper, those who do not. He let the sentence hang. Sarah nodded slowly, as if considering his words. I see. So when you offered us protection, what you actually meant was, pay us tribute or we'll hurt you. Is that a fair translation? Velthor's face darkened. You are being deliberately obtuse. This is your final opportunity to make the intelligent choice. Accept our protection, or accept the consequences of refusing it. Sarah looked at him for a long moment. Then she did something that shocked every alien in the room. She laughed. It was not a nervous laugh or a mocking laugh. It was genuine amusement, the kind of laughter that comes from hearing something absurd. Around the assembly hall, other humans began to laugh too. Quiet chuckles at first, then louder. Within seconds, the entire room was filled with the sound of human laughter. Velthor stared, completely confused. This was not in the script. Species were supposed to be frightened when threatened. They were supposed to see reason and accept protection. They were not supposed to laugh. I failed to see what is amusing, he said coldly. Sarah's laughter faded, but her smile remained. Ambassador, you came to our world, scanned our defenses, and concluded we were helpless. You offered us protection we don't need from threats that don't exist. And now you're threatening us, expecting us to be scared. The amusing part is that you have no idea who you're threatening. We know exactly who you are, Velthor snapped. A primitive species with delusions of competence. Your scans show minimal defenses. Your colonies are unprotected. Your orbital space is vulnerable. You achieved faster than light travel, but you never learned to defend yourselves. Is that what your scans showed? Sarah asked. She touched a control on the podium, and the lights in the assembly hall dimmed. Above them, holographic displays activated showing Earth's solar system. Let me show you what your scans missed. The display changed. Red dots began appearing throughout the solar system. First dozens, then hundreds, then thousands. They surrounded Earth like a cloud of angry insects. They clustered around Luna and Mars. They hid among the asteroid belt. They orbited Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Velthor stared at the display, his golden eyes wide. What is this? These are Earth's actual defenses, Sarah explained calmly. Every red dot represents a weapons platform, military installation or combat-ready vessel. We built them over the last century, ever since we developed reliable spaceflight. We hid them inside civilian structures, disguised them as research stations, camouflaged them in asteroids. We learned something important from our history, Ambassador. The best weapon is the one your enemy doesn't know you have. General Marcus Steele stood from his seat in the assembly. He was in full dress uniform, medals gleaming on his chest, each one representing a conflict or achievement. He moved to stand beside Sarah. Ambassador Velthor, Marcus said, his voice carrying the weight of authority. You made a critical mistake. You looked at Earth and saw no weapons platforms because you don't recognize our weapons platforms. You saw peaceful colonies because we built them to look peaceful. You concluded we were unprepared because we wanted you to think that. On the holographic display, one of the red dots near Luna expanded. It showed the interior of what the Concordat had identified as an astronomical research station. Cameras revealed rows of railguns, missile batteries, and power cores that could light up a small city. "This is Copernicus Station," Marcus continued. "Your drones scanned it and found telescopes. They missed the fact that those telescopes can track spacecraft with lethal precision. They didn't realize the entire station is a fortress built into the lunar surface." Another dot expanded, showing a mining facility on an asteroid. Except it was not just a mining facility. The mining lasers could cut through Starship armor. The ore processors could manufacture ammunition. The cargo vessels were actually troop transports. "This is Ceres Mining Complex," Marcus said. "Perfectly legitimate resource extraction. Also perfectly capable of defending itself against attack." Velthor found his voice. You hid your military infrastructure inside civilian facilities. That violates the Concordat protocols for civilized warfare." Marcus smiled, and it was not a friendly smile. "Ambassador, we never agreed to your protocols. And here's something you should understand about humans. We've been fighting wars since before we invented writing. We've studied warfare as an art form for thousands of years. We've perfected tactics and strategies that you've never needed to develop because you've never faced real opposition." Sarah touched another control. The holographic display changed again, showing the space around the Concordat vessel. More red dots appeared, these ones surrounding the alien ship like a noose tightening around a neck. "Your ship is currently surrounded by 17 stealth vessels," Sarah said quietly. "They've been shadowing you since you arrived. You never detected them because our stealth technology is more advanced than your scanning technology. Each of those vessels carries enough firepower to cripple your ship." Velthor stepped back, his composure cracking. You cannot what?" Sarah asked. "Cannot defend ourselves? Cannot refuse your extortion? Cannot object to being threatened in our own system?" She stepped down from the podium and walked toward the alien ambassador. Despite being half his height, she somehow seemed larger, more commanding. "Let me make something very clear, Ambassador. Earth does not need your protection. We do not want your protection, and we will not accept your threats. You came here expecting us to be frightened children. Instead, you found something you've never encountered before, a species that prepared for the worst while hoping for the best. You are making a terrible mistake," Velthor said, but his voice lacked its earlier confidence. "The Concordat has resources you cannot imagine, fleets that could darken your skies, allies who would support our enforcement of order." "Really?" Dr. Yuki Tanaka stood, moving to join Sarah and Marcus. She held a data pad. "Because according to our intelligence analysis, the Concordat has never fought a peer military engagement. Every one of your conflicts has been against pre-industrial civilizations or early space-age cultures. You win through intimidation, not combat. You use mercenary raiders to harass targets until they accept your protection. It's a sophisticated protection racket, Ambassador, but it's still just a racket." Velthor's face went through several shades of purple. "Your accusations are baseless, are they?" Yuki activated her data pad and the holographic display changed again. It showed communications intercepts, financial records, deployment orders for raider fleets. "We've been inside your communication network for 2 days. We know about the raiders you plan to send to attack our colonies. We know about the artificial threats you've used to scare other species into compliance. We know the truth about the Concordat, Ambassador. You're not protectors, you're predators." Velthor looked around the assembly hall, seeing the hostile expressions on hundreds of human faces. His delegation clustered behind him, clearly frightened. This had gone completely off script. "You will regret this," he said, trying to recover some dignity. "The Concordat does not tolerate rogue civilizations. We will return with force sufficient to ensure your compliance." "Will you?" Marcus asked. He pulled up another display, this one showing a detailed analysis of the Concordat vessel's weaknesses. "Your shield generators are external. Your power distribution system has 17 critical points of failure. Your weapon systems have a 20-second delay between target acquisition and firing. Your ship is designed to look impressive, not to fight. We could disable it in under 3 minutes if we wanted to." "But we don't want to," Sarah interjected. "Because despite what you think of us, we actually prefer peace. So here's our counteroffer, Ambassador. Leave our system. Never return. Tell your Concordat that Earth is not interested in their protection racket. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, we will destroy those raiders. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, we will destroy those fleets. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire and we're not keeping that knowledge secret. She paused, letting her words sink in. Or if you prefer, we can resolve this matter right now. You can test whether our defenses are as capable as we claim. You can find out whether human military doctrine is superior to concordate intimidation. You can discover what happens when a predator corners something more dangerous than itself. The assembly hall was silent. Every human watched the aliens, waiting to see how they would respond. The tension was thick enough to cut. Velthor looked at Sarah, at Marcus, at the holographic displays showing Earth's hidden arsenal. He looked at the faces of humanity's leaders and saw something that terrified him more than weapons or threats. He saw certainty. These beings were not bluffing. They were ready to fight, and they believed they could win. This is not over, Velthor said, his voice barely controlled. The Concordate will hear of this insult. Please do tell them, Sarah said pleasantly. And when you do, make sure you mention one more thing. What? We choose peace. We prefer peace. We will pursue peace whenever possible. But we are very, very good at the alternative. We've had 10,000 years to practice. Velthor turned and strode toward the exit, his delegation hurrying to keep up. At the doorway, he paused and looked back. You ask if we know who we are threatening, he said. Do you know what you are defying? Sarah smiled. The difference is, Ambassador, we actually do. The aliens left. Their shuttle departed within the hour. The great Concordate vessel pulled away from Earth's orbit and, surrounded by human stealth ships that never let it out of their sight, retreated toward the edge of the solar system. Throughout Earth, billions of people watched the alien ship leave. Some cheered. Others worried about what would come next. But all of them felt something new, pride that humanity had stood its ground, and confidence that they had made the right choice. In the assembly hall, Sarah turned to Marcus and Yuki. Well, she said quietly, that could have gone worse. Marcus laughed. Madam President, I've been in combat for 30 years. That was the most satisfying confrontation of my life. Do you think they'll come back? Yuki asked. Oh, they'll come back, Marcus said. The question is whether they come back to talk or to fight. Either way, we'll be ready. Sarah nodded. She looked at the holographic display, still showing Earth's defenses. Thousands of red dots, each representing years of planning and preparation. Humanity's shield against the darkness. We stood up to a galactic empire today, she said. Let's make sure we're ready to back up that stand. The Concordate vessel limped toward the edge of Earth's solar system, surrounded by human stealth ships that followed its every move. Aboard the bridge, Ambassador Velthor sat in his command chair, his golden eyes fixed on the view screen showing the blue planet growing smaller behind them. Status report, he ordered, his voice tight with barely controlled anger. Tarkin, the science officer, worked at his console with nervous clicks of his mandibles. We are being tracked by at least 30 human vessels. Possibly more. Their stealth technology is far more advanced than our intelligence suggested. I cannot get accurate readings. Can we outrun them? No, Ambassador. They match our every course correction. If we attempt to engage our faster-than-light drive while still in the system, they will interpret it as an aggressive move. Velthor's hands clenched on the armrests of his chair. He had been outmaneuvered completely. The humans had turned what should have been a simple integration into a humiliating defeat. Worse, they had done it without firing a single shot. Send a priority message to Concordate High Command, he ordered. Mark it urgent. Tell them we need a full military response. Kiranel, the tactical officer, turned from her station. All four of her arms were tense. Ambassador, with respect, perhaps we should recommend negotiation rather than escalation. The humans demonstrated capabilities we did not anticipate. A military engagement might not go as planned. Velthor rounded on her. Are you suggesting we accept this insult? That we allow a primitive species to defy 3,000 years of concordate authority? No. We will return with sufficient force to ensure these humans understand their place in the galactic order. He turned back to the view screen, watching Earth disappear into the distance. They think they are strong. They think their hidden weapons make them our equals. They will learn otherwise. What Velthor did not know was that every word spoken on his bridge was being transmitted back to Earth. The humans had not just hacked the Concordate communication network. They had planted monitoring devices throughout the alien vessel during the initial meeting. Small, almost invisible transmitters that looked like dust particles but broadcast everything to waiting receivers. In Tokyo, Dr. Yuki Tanaka listened to Velthor's rant and smiled. She turned to her team of intelligence analysts. "He's going to escalate," she said, "which means we need to implement Phase 2. "Are we really doing this?" asked one of the younger analysts, a man named James Chen. He looked nervous. "Broadcasting Concordate secrets to the entire galaxy?" "We are," Yuki confirmed. "The Concordate survives because their victims don't know they're victims. They believe the lies about galactic dangers. They think they need protection. Once they learn the truth, the whole system collapses." She pulled up a star map showing the 47 species under Concordate protection. Each one was marked with detailed information. When they joined, what resources they provided, what threats they were told to fear. "These species deserve to know the truth," Yuki said. "And humanity is going to give it to them." While Earth prepared its information campaign, the Concordate was preparing for war. High Command received Velthor's report with shock and anger. For the first time in 3,000 years, a species had rejected their offer and survived the initial confrontation. The Concordate leadership met an emergency session on their capital world, Kelvan Prime. 7 high counselors, one from each founding species, gathered in a chamber that had witnessed countless decisions about the fate of lesser species. High Counselor Sharkin, eldest of the group, spoke first. His species lived for over 400 years, and he had seen the Concordate grow from a small alliance to a galactic power. "The humans must be taught a lesson. We cannot allow this defiance to stand. It will encourage others to resist." "Agreed," said High Counselor Telvash, "but we must approach this carefully. The humans demonstrated unexpected capabilities. A full military response might be costly." "Costly?" Sharkin's voice rose. "What cost is too high to maintain order? If we appear weak, if we allow the humans to defy us without consequence, our entire structure will collapse. The protected species will begin asking questions. They will begin demanding independence. Then we need overwhelming force," said another counselor. "Send a fleet large enough that resistance is impossible. Make an example of Earth. The other species will see and remember." The vote was unanimous. The Concordate would assemble a battle fleet, the largest in recent history, and return to Earth. The humans would surrender or be destroyed. It took 5 days to gather the fleet. 12 massive warships, each larger than the diplomatic vessel that had visited Earth. Escort ships, support vessels, and troop transports. In total, over 100 spacecraft preparing to enforce Concordate will on a defiant species. Velthor was given command of the fleet. It was both an honor and a test. If he succeeded, he would be celebrated. If he failed, he would be disgraced. He accepted the command with determination. The humans had embarrassed him. He would not allow it to happen again. The fleet departed for Earth system, confident in their superiority. They did not know that human long-range sensors had tracked every ship movement. They did not realize that Earth had been preparing for their arrival from the moment Velthor's vessel left. General Marcus Steele stood in Unified Defense Command, watching the plot of approaching Concordate forces. Around him, his staff worked with calm efficiency. This was the moment they had trained for, the scenario they had run 1,000 times in simulation. "ETA on the Concordate fleet?" he asked. 17 hours, replied his operations officer. "They're not trying to hide their approach. This is a show of force," Marcus nodded. "Good, let them feel confident." "Confidence makes people careless." He turned to his communication officer. "Is Dr. Tanaka ready with the broadcast?" "Standing by, sir. She can transmit on your order. Hold for now. Let's see if we can resolve this without bloodshed." Marcus did not particularly expect a peaceful resolution, but he had to try. Humanity had fought enough wars against itself. He would prefer not to start one against aliens if it could be avoided. President Sarah Chen joined him in the command center. She had barely slept since the Concordate's departure, coordinating Earth's response with military, scientific, and diplomatic teams. "Options?" she asked Marcus. "We can destroy them," Marcus said bluntly. "The fleet they're bringing is impressive by their standards. By ours, it's a target-rich environment. Our stealth ships alone could cripple half their vessels before they realize they were under attack. But that starts a war we might not want. The Concordate has allies, vassals, and resources across dozens of systems. We can win the battle, maybe even win a war, but at what cost? Sarah nodded. She had been thinking the same thing. What if we give them a different lesson? Not about human military power, but about human history. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Explain. Velthor said something during our meeting that stuck with me. He said we were children taking our first steps into the universe. What if we show him exactly what kind of children we are? What we've survived, what we've learned, what we've become? A history lesson in the middle of a military confrontation? Why not? Knowledge is a weapon too. Maybe the most powerful one we have. Marcus considered this. It was unconventional, but then again, everything about humanity's approach to first contact had been unconventional. Let me talk to Dr. Tanaka. If anyone can make that work, she can. 4 hours later, the Concordat fleet arrived at the edge of Earth's solar system. They formed up in standard battle formation, ships arranged in a pattern designed to maximize firepower while maintaining defensive positions. It was intimidating, overwhelming, exactly what they intended. Velthor stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching Earth's blue sphere appear on the viewscreen. Open a channel to the human leadership. It is time to end this foolishness. The channel opened and President Chen's face appeared on the screen. She looked calm, almost relaxed, which bothered Velthor more than he wanted to admit. Ambassador, she said pleasantly, welcome back. I see you brought friends. This is your final opportunity, Velthor said, dispensing with diplomatic niceties. Surrender. Accept Concordat protection. Your resistance is pointless. As you can see, we have assembled sufficient force to ensure compliance. I see a lot of ships, Sarah agreed. But before we discuss surrender, I'd like to share something with you. A gift, if you will. Information that might change your perspective. We are not interested in human attempts at delay. This will only take a few minutes, Sarah interrupted. And trust me, Ambassador, you want to see this. Before Velthor could object, data began flooding the Concordat communication network. Not just to his ship, but to every vessel in the fleet. And not just to the fleet, but to every Concordat-controlled system in the galaxy. Dr. Yuki Tanaka had created a comprehensive data package. It contained human history, from the earliest civilizations to the present day. But this was not a simple chronology. This was a military history, a tactical analysis, a strategic documentation of 10,000 years of human warfare. The aliens watched first with confusion, then with growing horror. They saw images of ancient battles, thousands of warriors clashing with bronze weapons. They saw the tactics of Alexander the Great, conquering most of the known world with a relatively small army. They saw the strategic genius of Sun Tzu, written 2,000 years before humans left their planet. They saw the Roman legions, the Mongol hordes, the medieval sieges. They saw gunpowder weapons, trench warfare, mechanized combat. They saw atomic weapons capable of destroying entire cities in seconds. They saw the Cold War, where two human factions held each other hostage with enough nuclear weapons to render Earth uninhabitable, and somehow avoided using them. But more than the weapons and battles, they saw the theories, the strategies, the philosophies of warfare that humans had developed over millennia. They saw writings on the nature of conflict, on tactical innovation, on strategic planning. They saw how humans approached war not as a necessity, but as a problem to be solved, a challenge to be overcome through intelligence and creativity. The data package included analysis comparing human warfare to Concordat operations. It was not a flattering comparison. Where the Concordat relied on intimidation and overwhelming force against weaker opponents, humans had learned to fight equals and superiors. Where the Concordat had standard tactics, humans had developed thousands of tactical variations. Where the Concordat saw war as a tool for control, humans saw it as an art form that required constant study and improvement. Aboard the Concordat flagship, Velthor watched the data with growing unease. Beside him, Tarkin's mandibles were clicking rapidly, a sign of severe stress. This cannot be accurate, Velthor said. No species fights among themselves for this long. It is irrational. It is wasteful. It is their history, Tarkin replied quietly, and it explains everything. They built their defenses the way they did because they have been fighting defensive wars for thousands of years. They hid their weapons because they have been ambushing enemies for thousands of years. They prepared for worst-case scenarios because they have experienced worst-case scenarios for thousands of years. They are barbaric, Velthor insisted, but his voice lacked conviction. The data package continued. It showed humanity's unification, achieved not through conquest but through recognition that their own weapons had become too dangerous. It showed the mutual defense doctrine, where Earth's nations agreed that an attack on one would be treated as an attack on all. It showed the Unified Defense Command, created specifically to prepare for extraterrestrial threats. And then it showed Earth's current military capability. Not everything. Humans knew better than to reveal all their secrets, but enough. Ship designs that prioritized survivability over appearance. Weapon systems that could engage targets from beyond the Concordate's sensor range. Stealth technology that made detection nearly impossible. Defensive networks that could coordinate thousands of independent units into a single overwhelming response. The message was clear. Earth had prepared for this confrontation for over a century. The Concordate had stumbled into a fight they could not win. Belthor sat in his command chair, his mind racing. This changed everything. The humans were not primitives. They were something far more dangerous. Experienced warriors with advanced technology and a strategic doctrine built from thousands of years of harsh lessons. "Sir," Kiranel said quietly, "I recommend we withdraw and request reinforcements." "Reinforcements?" Belthor laughed bitterly. "Against what? A species that has been practicing war since before our civilization existed? This is not a military problem. This is," he struggled to find words. "This is a fundamental miscalculation." A new transmission came through. Sarah Chen's face reappeared on the view screen. "Ambassador," she said, "I hope you've had time to review our historical records. I wanted you to understand who you're threatening. We are not defenseless children. We are survivors of countless wars, students of warfare itself, and we have spent a century preparing for this exact situation." She leaned forward slightly. "But here's what I want you to understand. We learned something from all that warfare. We learned that violence should be the last resort, not the first option. We learned that strength means having the power to destroy your enemy and choosing not to. We learned that the greatest victory is the one you win without fighting." Belthor found his voice. "You are lecturing me about peace while surrounded by weapons?" "No," Sarah said. "I'm teaching you the difference between strength and cruelty. The Concordate has power, but you use it to exploit the weak. Humanity has power, and we use it to protect ourselves and others. That's why we're offering you a choice right now." "What choice?" "Leave, take your fleet and go. Return to your Concordate and tell them that Earth is not interested in their protection. Tell them that if they send raiders to attack us, those raiders will not return. Tell them that if they send fleets to threaten us, those fleets will be destroyed. And tell them that we know the truth about their empire, and we are sharing that truth with every species you claim to protect." She paused, her expression hardening. "Or you can try to fight us. You can test whether your fleet can overcome our defenses. You can find out what happens when a species that has studied warfare for 10,000 years has to demonstrate what they've learned. But I'm giving you fair warning, Ambassador. We will win, and unlike you, we've actually had to fight for our survival. We know how to do this." Belthor looked at his tactical displays. He saw his fleet powerful and impressive. He also saw the red dots that had appeared around them, human vessels that had been waiting, hidden, ready to strike. He was surrounded, outmaneuvered, and facing an enemy he did not understand. "You would really destroy us?" he asked quietly. "If you force us to," Sarah replied. "But we would much prefer that you simply leave. Go home, Ambassador. Tell your Concordate that they made a mistake. Tell them that humanity is not afraid of them. And tell them that if they want peace with us, they need to approach as equals, not as masters." The channel closed. Belthor sat in silence, aware that every member of his crew was watching him, waiting for his decision. He had two choices: fight and likely die, taking thousands of Concordate personnel with him, or retreat and face disgrace but live to see tomorrow. It was not really a choice at all. "Set course for home," he ordered quietly. "Full retreat." The Concordate fleet turned and fled, harried by human ships that followed them to the edge of the system before breaking off. No shots were fired. No weapons were discharged. But the battle was over, and everyone knew who had won. The news of the Concordate's retreat spread through the galaxy faster than anyone expected. Dr. Yuki Tanaka's data package had been sent not just to the Concordate fleet, but to every species under their so-called protection. Within days, the truth about the Concordate's empire was common knowledge across 47 star systems. The reactions were dramatic and immediate. On Telos 4, a species that had been providing rare minerals to the Concordat for 300 years. The Planetary Council held an emergency meeting. They had believed they were paying for protection from hostile aliens. Now they learned those hostile aliens did not exist. The Concordat had been lying to them for centuries. "We have been fools," said Council Leader Renval, an elderly being whose blue skin had faded with age. "We sent our children to work in the mines, extracting minerals we needed for ourselves, and gave them to the Concordat for protection from imaginary threats. What do we do now?" asked another council member. "We stop paying," Renval said simply, "and we contact Earth. If the humans can stand against the Concordat, perhaps they can teach us to do the same." Similar conversations were happening across the galaxy. Species that had been submissive for generations began asking questions. Why did they need protection if the galaxy was not actually dangerous? Why should they share their resources with the Concordat? What gave the Concordat the right to govern their external affairs? The Concordat's empire began to crack. On Kelvin Prime, the Concordat capital, the High Council met in crisis session. They had received reports from dozens of systems. Protests, refusal to pay tribute, demands for independence. The carefully constructed system they had built over 3,000 years was collapsing. "This is the humans' fault," High Councilor Sharken said angrily. "They released classified information. They undermined our authority. We should consider this an act of war." "Against whom?" asked High Councilor Telvash. "The humans? We tried that and failed. The protected species. If we attack them, we prove the humans right about us being predators." "We could offer the humans membership in the Concordat," suggested another councilor. "Make them partners rather than enemies. Use their military strength to reinforce our position." "They would never accept," Telvash said. "Did you not watch the same briefings I did? The humans are not interested in empire. They want something we have never considered: genuine cooperation without domination." The debate continued for hours, then days. The Concordat leadership was discovering something painful. Once people learn they have been lied to, it is almost impossible to restore their trust. Meanwhile, on Earth, President Sarah Chen was dealing with an unexpected problem: success. Her office was flooded with communication requests from alien species. They all wanted the same things: information about the Concordat, advice on achieving independence, and in many cases, requests for Earth to provide the protection that the Concordat had falsely offered. "We cannot become the new Concordat," Sarah told her cabinet during an emergency meeting. "We cannot promise to protect every species in the galaxy. We do not have the resources, and more importantly, we do not have the right." "But we cannot ignore them either," argued her foreign minister. "These species are reaching out to us for help. If we turn them away, they might fall back under Concordat control or find themselves vulnerable to actual threats." General Marcus Steele had been quiet during most of the meeting, but now he spoke. "What if we offer something different? Not protection, but partnership. We teach them what we know about defense. We help them build their own military capabilities. We create a network of mutual defense where everyone contributes." Sarah considered this a true alliance. Not a hierarchy where we sit at the top, but a collective where everyone has equal say. "Exactly," Marcus said. "We share our strategic knowledge. They share their technology and resources. Together, we create a galaxy where species cooperate because they want to, not because they are forced to." The idea took shape quickly. Earth proposed the Terran Accord, named not as a claim to leadership but as a recognition of where the idea originated. The principles were simple: mutual defense without dominance, technology sharing without exploitation, and collective security without submission. The first species to join was Telos IV. Council leader Renval traveled to Earth personally to sign the agreement. He was old, frail by his species standards, but his eyes were bright with hope. "For 300 years we lived in fear," he told Sarah during the signing ceremony. "Fear of threats that did not exist. The Concordat took our resources and our dignity. Today we reclaim both. Other species followed. Within 6 months, 12 former Concordat protectorates had joined the Terran Accord. Within a year, 23. The Concordat's empire was not just cracking, it was crumbling. But not all of the Concordat species accepted the change gracefully. The 7 founding species split into factions. 3 approached Earth seeking partnership, recognizing that their old system was unsustainable. Two attempted to maintain their empire through military force, attacking species that refused to pay tribute. Two isolated themselves, unwilling to accept the new reality but lacking the power to fight it. The two factions that chose violence learned a harsh lesson. The species they attacked had received training from Earth's military advisors. Defensive networks that had once been non-existent now coordinated responses. Weapons that had been primitive were now modern and effective. The Concordat ships that arrived expecting easy victories instead faced prepared defenses and suffered devastating defeats. After the third failed attack, the aggressive factions retreated and reconsidered their approach. Violence was no longer profitable. The Terran Accord grew rapidly. Earth established the Terran Defense Academy on Luna, where officers from dozens of species learned human military doctrine. The classes were taught by veterans of Earth's own conflicts, people who understood warfare from hard experience. General Marcus Steele oversaw the academy personally. He walked through the training facilities, watching alien cadets learning tactics that humans had refined over millennia. It was strange and wonderful to see beings from across the galaxy studying the battles of Napoleon, the strategies of Sun Tzu, the defensive doctrines of modern Earth. One day, he stopped to watch a tactical simulation. A mixed team of humans and aliens were working together to defend a colony from a simulated attack. They were struggling, making mistakes, but they were learning. "It is harder than it looks," said a voice beside him. Marcus turned to see Ambassador Velthor standing there, watching the same simulation. Marcus tensed. The last time they had met, Velthor had been commanding a fleet sent to conquer Earth. Now the former ambassador stood in a training facility, wearing civilian clothes and looking smaller somehow, less imposing. "Ambassador," Marcus said carefully, "I did not know you were on Luna." "I requested asylum 6 months ago," Velthor replied. "President Chen granted it. I am not an ambassador anymore. Just Velthor, a being trying to understand where everything went wrong." They watched the simulation in silence for a moment. The cadet team was starting to coordinate better, using the defensive positions Marcus had taught them about. "I was taught that power meant control," Velthor said quietly. The Concordat's entire philosophy was built on the idea that stronger species should guide weaker ones. It seemed logical, natural. But watching these cadets, seeing species from across the galaxy learning to defend themselves, I realized what we never understood. What's that? True strength is not controlling others. It is helping them become strong enough that they do not need control. Marcus nodded slowly. That took humans about 6,000 years to figure out. "You are learning faster than we did." Velthor managed a small smile, perhaps because we had better teachers. The Academy graduated its first class 2 years after the Concordat's defeat. President Sarah Chen attended the ceremony, along with leaders from 23 Terran Accord species. The graduates stood in formation, representing a dozen different species, united by common training and shared purpose. Sarah addressed them from a podium overlooking the parade ground. Behind her, Earth rose above Luna's horizon, blue and green and beautiful. 2 years ago, the galaxy was a different place, she began. Species lived in fear, controlled by those claiming to protect them. Today you represent something new, a galaxy where strength serves peace rather than conquest, where knowledge is shared rather than hoarded, where species stand together because they choose to, not because they are forced to. She paused, looking at the assembled graduates. "You came here to learn how to fight. I hope you learned that lesson well. But I hope you also learned something more important. Why we fight. We fight so others do not have to. We prepare for war so we can maintain peace. We become strong not to dominate the weak, but to protect them, including protecting them from becoming victims of their own fear." The graduates listened intently. These were beings from worlds humans had never heard of until recently. Species with strange names and stranger appearances. But they all understood what Sarah was saying. They had all been taught by instructors who had lived through wars and learned their lessons the hard way. "The greatest victory," Sarah continued, "is not defeating an enemy. It is never having to fight because your enemy respects both your capability and your restraint. You carry that lesson with you as you return to your homeworlds. Teach it to others. Build defenses that make invasion unthinkable, but never forget that weapons are tools, not solutions. The goal is not to win wars. The goal is to prevent them. The ceremony concluded with a flyover by ships from 12 different species, flying in formation above the lunar surface. It was a sight that would have been impossible 2 years earlier. Now it was the new normal. After the ceremony, Sarah met privately with Velthor. The former ambassador had been attending classes at the academy, studying human history and military theory. He had become an advocate for concordate reform, writing essays and giving speeches about the mistakes his people had made. "Your speech was powerful," he told Sarah. "Do you believe what you said? That the goal is to prevent wars rather than win them?" "I do," Sarah said. "But I also believe in preparing to win if prevention fails. Humanity learned that balance through painful experience." "The Concordate never learned it at all," Velthor said. "We became comfortable. We forgot that power without wisdom is just tyranny, and tyranny never lasts forever." "What will you do now?" Sarah asked. "Continue teaching," Velthor said. "I have been invited to speak on Kelvin Prime, to the new government that formed after the old High Council collapsed. They want to rebuild the Concordate as something better, something more like the Terran Accord. I will help them if I can," Sarah smiled. "That is good. The galaxy needs more voices advocating for cooperation." 5 years after the Concordate's defeat, the galaxy had transformed. The Terran Accord included 41 species, nearly all of the former Concordate protectorates plus several species who had been truly independent. Trade flourished. Technology was shared freely. Species that had never met now worked together on scientific projects, cultural exchanges, and mutual defense. The Concordate itself had reformed. The 3 species who had approached Earth for partnership led the effort to create something new, a true federation where members had equal votes and no single species dominated. They called it the Reformed Concordate, and they applied to join the Terran Accord as a full member. President Chen, now in her 2nd term, presided over the ceremony where the Reformed Concordate joined the Accord. It was held on a neutral world, a beautiful planet called Haven that had volunteered to host the event. Representatives from 64 species attended. They filled an enormous amphitheater carved into a mountainside, with translation devices ensuring everyone could understand everyone else. It was chaotic and beautiful and completely unprecedented. 5 years ago, Sarah told the assembled representatives, Earth faced a choice: accept domination or fight for independence. We chose independence, but we also chose to share what we learned. Today we see the results of that choice. A galaxy united not by force, but by mutual respect. She looked around at the incredible diversity of beings present. We have built something remarkable, a community where strength serves peace, where knowledge flows freely, where species cooperate because they recognize that together, we are stronger than we could ever be alone. The Terran Accord is not an empire. It is not a hierarchy. It is a promise that we will defend each other, learn from each other, and grow together. The amphitheater erupted in applause, though the sound varied wildly depending on which species was clapping. Some whistled, some clicked, some made sounds that had no human equivalent. But the meaning was universal: agreement, celebration, hope. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, now Earth's ambassador to the Terran Accord, stood beside Sarah after the ceremony. They watched the representatives from different species mingling, forming friendships, planning collaborations. "Do you remember when we first detected the Concordate vessel?" Yuki asked. "I was terrified. I thought we were about to meet our doom." "Instead, we met our future," Sarah said. "A future where humanity is not alone, where we have friends and partners across the stars." "Do you think it will last?" Yuki asked. "Peace is fragile." "It is," Sarah agreed. "But we have built something stronger than peace. We have built mutual interest, shared purpose, and genuine respect. That is much harder to break than a simple treaty." On Earth, life continued much as it had before first contact. People went to work, raised families, pursued their dreams. But everything was different too. Children grew up knowing that humanity was part of a galactic community. Schools taught not just Earth history, but the histories of dozens of worlds. Young people looked at the stars and saw not empty void but neighbors, friends, potential. General Marcus Steele retired from active duty, but continued teaching at the Terran Defense Academy. He was old now, his hair completely gray, but his mind was as sharp as ever. He taught strategy to students who came from worlds he could barely pronounce. One of his favorite students was a young woman from Telos 4 named Kelvara. She was brilliant, innovative, and constantly challenging his assumptions. She reminded him of himself at her age. "General," she asked one day after class, "why did humanity prepare for hostile first contact? You could have assumed aliens would be friendly." Marcus smiled. "We hoped for friends. We planned for enemies. That is the human way. We believe the best about people but prepare for the worst about circumstances." "Is that wisdom or paranoia?" "Both," Marcus admitted. "And sometimes the line between them is very thin. But I will tell you what my own teacher told me. Hope is not a strategy. You can hope for peace while preparing for war. The preparation does not prevent the peace. It ensures you will survive if peace fails." Kelvara nodded thoughtfully. "I will remember that." "Good," Marcus said. "Because you are going to teach the next generation. That is how knowledge survives. We pass it down, student to teacher to student again, each generation learning from the mistakes of the last." 10 years after first contact, President Sarah Chen stood in her office in Geneva, looking out at the city. She was older now, her hair showing gray, her face lined with the weight of a decade of decisions. She had decided not to run for a third term. It was time for someone younger to lead. Her successor would inherit a galaxy very different from the one she had known. A galaxy where humanity was respected, where the Terran Accord kept peace not through domination but through mutual defense, where species worked together because they recognized the value of cooperation. Sarah thought back to that day when Ambassador Velthor had first arrived, offering protection Earth did not need from threats that did not exist. She thought about the moment when she had decided to laugh rather than capitulate, to stand firm rather than surrender. That decision had changed everything. A message came through on her secure terminal. It was from the Terran Defense Academy. Another graduating class, the largest yet, representing 28 species. They wanted her to give the commencement address. Sarah smiled and accepted the invitation. She would tell them what she told every graduating class, that strength without wisdom is tyranny, that power without restraint is cruelty, and that the greatest victory is the one won without fighting. She would tell them about humanity's long, bloody history of warfare, and how that history had taught them to value peace. She would explain that preparing for war was not the same as wanting war, that deterrence was preferable to combat, that the best weapon was the one you never needed to use. Most importantly, she would remind them that they were not learning to be conquerors or enforcers. They were learning to be protectors of a new galactic order, one built on cooperation rather than domination, partnership rather than submission, freedom rather than control. The galaxy had changed. The Concordate's empire of fear had been replaced by the Terran Accord's alliance of choice. Species that had lived as subjects were now equals. Beings that had been told they were weak had learned they were strong. And at the center of it all was humanity, the species that had chuckled when offered protection and then taught the galaxy a better way. Sarah looked up at the stars, visible even in the afternoon sky through her office window. Somewhere out there on dozens of worlds, beings were living lives of freedom because Earth had stood firm. Students were learning to defend themselves. Species were cooperating as equals. It was not perfect. There were still conflicts, misunderstandings, challenges. But it was better. So much better than the alternative. "Madam President?" Her assistant knocked on the door. "Your car is ready." Sarah nodded. She had a meeting with the Terran Accord Security Council. Discussions about expanding the mutual defense network to include species from previously unexplored regions. The work never ended. Peace required constant attention, constant effort. But that was fine. Humanity had learned long ago that anything worth having required work. Freedom, peace, security. These were not gifts. They were achievements, hard-won and carefully maintained. Sarah took one last look at the stars, then turned and walked out of her office. There was work to do, a galaxy to help shape, a future to build, and for the first time in their history, humanity was not building that future alone. Elena Vasquez stared out the viewport of the diplomatic shuttle as it approached the Concordate. The space station hung in the void like a small moon, its surface covered in lights from 1,000 different architectural styles. Spires reached out into space alongside massive docking arms that cradled ships of every conceivable design. Some were elegant and smooth like teardrops. Others were angular and brutal, covered in armor plating and weapon ports. The station had been here for over 3,000 years, the heart of galactic civilization. She had dreamed of this moment since she was a child reading about the stars. First contact, Humanity's introduction to the wider universe. But now that it was happening, Elena felt a knot of worry in her stomach that wouldn't go away. Impressive, isn't it? Colonel Marcus Webb stood beside her, his military uniform crisp and formal. He was her security chief, though she suspected he was also meant to keep an eye on her for the generals back home. Makes our space stations look like treehouses, Elena nodded. That's probably the point. Show us how small we are before negotiations even begin. The shuttle docked with a gentle thump. Elena smoothed down her dark blue suit, checking her appearance one last time in the polished metal wall. She looked tired. The 3-week journey from Earth had been spent reviewing briefings, learning what little humanity knew about galactic politics, and preparing for every possible scenario. Except she suspected they hadn't prepared for the right ones. The airlock opened with a hiss. The air that flowed in smelled strange, like ozone mixed with something floral. Elena stepped through, followed by her team of 12 diplomats, scientists, and security personnel. They were humanity's first official delegation to the Galactic Council. The reception chamber was enormous. The ceiling stretched up at least 50 meters, covered in a shifting display that showed stars and nebulae. Hundreds of aliens filled the space, and Elena had to stop herself from staring. She had seen the videos, studied the files, but nothing prepared her for seeing them in person. There were beings that looked like walking plants, their leaves rustling as they moved. Creatures made of what appeared to be living crystal that chimed softly with each step. Things with too many limbs or no limbs at all, floating through the air. Some were humanoid enough to seem almost familiar, while others were so alien that Elena's brain struggled to make sense of their forms. A delegation approached, led by a being that stood nearly 3 meters tall. Its skin was covered in dark green scales, and its eyes were yellow with vertical pupils. It wore robes of deep purple that seemed to shimmer in the light. This was High Arbiter Zexthor, leader of the Galactic Council. Elena had memorized his file during the journey. Ambassador Vasquez of Earth. Zexthor's voice came from a translator device that floated near his head. The translation was smooth but carried a hint of a hiss underneath. Welcome to the Concordat. You are the first of your species to stand in these halls. Elena bowed slightly as her briefings had suggested. High Arbiter, on behalf of Earth and all humanity, I thank you for receiving us. It is our duty to welcome all species who reach the stars. Zexthor gestured with a clawed hand. Come, the council has assembled to meet you. They walked through corridors that seemed to shift and change. The walls showed scenes from 1,000 different worlds. Elena saw cities that floated in clouds, oceans filled with luminescent life, deserts of red sand under purple skies. Each image was a reminder of how vast the galaxy was, and how new humanity was to all of this. The council chamber was even more impressive than the reception hall. It was circular and vast, with thousands of seats arranged in rising tiers. Each seat was occupied by a representative from a member species. At the center was a raised platform where Zexthor took his place. A smaller platform rose from the floor for Elena and her team. The noise was overwhelming. Thousands of voices in hundreds of languages, all filtered through translators that created a constant buzz of sound. But as Elena stepped onto the platform, silence fell. Thousands of eyes in every color and shape imaginable turned to look at humanity's representatives. Members of the council. Zexthor's voice boomed through the chamber. Today we welcome the humans of planet Earth, the latest species to achieve faster-than-light travel and discover our community of worlds. As is tradition, we gather to offer them the protection and benefits of council membership. There was a polite sound of approval from the assembled aliens. Elena noticed it wasn't enthusiastic. It was the sound of a routine being followed, nothing more. Zexthor continued. Humans, you have entered a galaxy that has known peace and prosperity for millennia. The Council maintains order across thousands of star systems. We protect trade routes, mediate disputes, and ensure that all species can thrive. This harmony exists because of cooperation and contribution from all members. Here it comes, Elena thought. She had read the reports from the few human ships that had made contact with Council vessels before the official invitation. Every species paid. The only question was how much. As a new member species, Earth will be required to contribute to the common good. This is not a punishment, but a privilege. You will gain access to technologies that would take your species centuries to develop. You will be able to trade with thousands of worlds. Your people will be protected by the might of the Council fleet. Zexthor's yellow eyes fixed on Elena. In return, Earth will provide tribute to the Council. This tribute ensures that all members share in both the benefits and the responsibilities of our community. A holographic display appeared in the air above the central platform. Numbers and categories scrolled past in multiple languages, with English appearing alongside the alien scripts. Elena's breath caught as she read the terms. 40% of Earth's rare earth elements to be delivered annually. Full access to all human artificial intelligence and quantum computing technology, including source codes and research data. And the part that made her stomach turn. 100,000 human soldiers to serve in Council military operations for a minimum term of 10 years, with rotations continuing indefinitely. Colonel Webb made a small sound beside her. She glanced at him and saw his jaw clenched tight. The rest of her team looked equally shocked. These terms are standard for species at your level of development, Zexthor said, as if he were discussing the weather. Other species have contributed more. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Elena forced herself to speak calmly. High Arbiter, these terms represent a significant portion of Earth's resources and population. May I ask what happens if we need time to consider them? A ripple of sound moved through the chamber. It might have been laughter. Zexthor spread his hands in what might have been a gesture of generosity. Of course. We are not unreasonable. You may have 48 of your Earth hours to consult with your government. But understand, Ambassador Vasquez, these terms are not subject to negotiation. They have been calculated based on your world's capacity and the standard requirements for new members. And if we refuse? The question came from Colonel Webb before Elena could stop him. The chamber went completely silent. Zexthor's eyes narrowed. Refusal is not a concept we encounter often, Colonel. Species who choose not to join the Council find themselves isolated. No access to galactic trade, no access to jump gate networks, no protection from pirates or hostile forces. Some have chosen this path. Most have changed their minds within a generation when they see what they're missing. He leaned forward slightly, and some have required corrective action when they became a danger to themselves or others. I trust Earth will be wiser than that. The threat was clear, even wrapped in diplomatic language. Submit or face the consequences. Elena bowed again, her mind racing. We appreciate the Council's generosity in giving us time to respond. With your permission, we will return to our ship and begin consultations with Earth immediately. Granted. Zexthor waved a hand in dismissal. Return here in 48 hours with your answer. I look forward to welcoming Earth as a full member of the galactic community. The platform lowered and Elena led her team back through the corridors. No one spoke until they were safely back in the shuttle and the airlock had sealed behind them. 40% of our rare Earths? One of the economic advisors, Dr. Sarah Chen, looked pale. That would cripple our technology sector. We need those elements for everything from phones to fusion reactors. And 100,000 soldiers. Webb's voice was tight with anger. To fight in their wars. For 10 years minimum. That's not membership, that's subjugation. Elena sat heavily in her seat as the shuttle detached from the Concordat and began the journey back to their ship, the UNSS Endeavour, which waited at the edge of the system. That's exactly what it is. I saw their faces in there. They weren't negotiating. They were dictating terms to primitives who should be grateful for the attention. So what do we do? Dr. Chen asked. We can't agree to this. But if we refuse, then we need to find out exactly what corrective action means, Elena said. She looked at Webb. Colonel, I need you to pull every piece of intelligence we have on Council military capabilities. I want to know what we're really facing if this goes bad. Webb nodded. Already planned to. From what I've seen, their technology is definitely more advanced than ours. But there's something that's been bothering me. What? The way they carry themselves. Did you notice? They move like people who've never been in a real fight. Their security forces had weapons, but they wore them like decorations. I've seen parade soldiers with more tactical awareness. Elena thought about it. He was right. For all their power and technology, the aliens in the Concordat had seemed almost casual about security. How long has it been since the Council fought a real war? According to the briefing files, over 800 years, said Lieutenant Yuki Tanaka, their intelligence officer. There have been minor incidents, pirate actions, and a few enforcement operations against non-compliant species, but nothing that could be called a peer-level conflict. 800 years of peace, Elena murmured. That's remarkable. Or it means they're complacent, Webb said. An army that hasn't fought in 8 centuries might look impressive, but would it hold up against an opponent who actually fights back? Dr. Chen looked between them, her eyes widening. You're not actually suggesting we refuse, are you? They have thousands of species, millions of ships. We have one world. Elena stared out at the stars as they began to accelerate away from the station. Earth was 3 weeks away at faster-than-light speeds. 3 weeks to decide the future of humanity, submit and become subjects of the Council, or refuse and face the consequences. But there was a third option, one that was forming in her mind as she thought about Zexuthor's casual arrogance, the complacent security, the 800-year peace. What if the Council had forgotten what it meant to face an enemy that refused to surrender? Humanity had never known true peace. Every generation had fought wars, from sticks and stones to nuclear weapons and beyond. Humans were very, very good at fighting. It was practically all they had ever done. We're going to present both options to Earth leadership, Elena said finally. Complete submission or complete refusal. But we're also going to present a full analysis of what refusal would actually mean. Not just economic isolation, but the real possibility of military action. And we're going to make sure they understand what that would entail. You think Earth will fight? Tanaka asked quietly. Elena thought about human history. The countless wars, the empires that had risen and fallen, the revolutions and resistances. She thought about the nuclear standoffs, the guerrilla campaigns, the last stands that became legend. Humanity had a long history of looking at overwhelming force and choosing to fight anyway. I think humanity has never been very good at bowing, she said. And I don't think we're going to start now. The shuttle docked with the Endeavour 30 minutes later. Elena immediately called for a full briefing of all department heads. They gathered in the conference room, which suddenly seemed very small and cramped compared to the vast halls of the Concordat. For 6 hours they analyzed the situation from every angle: economic impact, technological gaps, military capabilities, diplomatic options. The more they discussed, the clearer the picture became. The Council's terms weren't just demanding. They were designed to keep humanity dependent and weak. The technology they offered would come with restrictions. The protection they promised would come with obligations. And the tribute would ensure Earth never had the resources to become truly independent. It's a system designed to maintain the status quo, Dr. Chen concluded. The founding species of the Council hold all the real power. Everyone else pays tribute and follows orders. New species are locked into the system from the moment they join. How many species have refused over the years? Elena asked. Tanaka pulled up data on her tablet. Records are incomplete, but at least 17 species attempted to refuse Council membership in the last 1,000 years. 5 eventually capitulated and joined. 7 were classified as isolated and haven't been heard from since. 5 faced Council military action and were forcibly integrated after their governments were replaced. The room fell silent. The Council's peace was built on submission. Those who wouldn't submit disappeared or were crushed. There's one more thing, Webb said. He brought up a star map showing Earth's region of space. We're not in a strategically important area. No major trade routes nearby. No resource-rich systems that the Council desperately needs. If we refuse and they decide to punish us, they'd have to commit significant forces across a long supply line to a region they don't really care about. That might make them more willing to just isolate us and forget we exist, suggested Commander Park, the Endeavour's captain. Or it might make them more determined to make an example of us, countered Webb. Show everyone that distance doesn't matter. Refuse the Council and you'll be dealt with eventually. Elena rubbed her temples, feeling a headache building. We need to transmit all of this to Earth and let them decide. But I want to make sure they understand one thing clearly. She looked around the table at her team. If Earth decides to refuse, we need to be ready for the consequences. That means assuming the worst-case scenario. A Council fleet shows up to enforce compliance. What would that battle actually look like? Webb smiled grimly. Now that's a question I can answer. Give me 12 hours and I'll have a full tactical analysis ready. But I can tell you right now, if the Council expects us to roll over like everyone else has for the last 800 years, they're in for one hell of a surprise. Elena nodded. Get me that analysis, Colonel, and make it detailed. If we're going to recommend that Earth says no to the most powerful organization in the galaxy, we'd better be damn sure we can back up that decision. As the meeting broke up and the team scattered to their duties, Elena returned to her quarters. She sat at her small desk and began composing her report to Earth. Her fingers hesitated over the keyboard as she tried to find the right words to describe what had happened at the Concordat. Finally, she began to type. She described the meeting, the terms, the casual arrogance of the council. She explained the trap that council membership represented, how it was designed to keep Earth weak and dependent forever. She outlined the risks of refusal and the possible consequences. And then she wrote something that surprised even herself. Recommendation: Earth should refuse the council's terms. Not because we can win a military confrontation, but because submission now means submission forever. The council has forgotten what it means to face an opponent who fights back. They've grown complacent in their power. If we submit now, we'll never get another chance at independence. If we refuse, we might lose, but we'll lose on our feet, not on our knees. And there's a chance, however small, that we can show the council that humanity is not like the species they've dominated before. She read over the words and knew they might be viewed as reckless, even insane. But they felt right. Humanity hadn't come to the stars just to become subjects of an alien empire. They had come to take their place as equals. Elena sent the report with full encryption and then lay back on her bunk. In 48 hours, she would return to the Concordat with Earth's answer. She had no idea what that answer would be, but deep in her gut, she knew what she hoped it would be. The same answer humanity had given tyrants throughout history. The same answer that defined what it meant to be human. No. The emergency session of the United Nations Security Council had been going for 6 hours straight. Elena watched from her seat via quantum-entangled video link as representatives from every major nation on Earth argued about humanity's response to the Galactic Council. The debate had grown heated more than once, and she was grateful to be 40 light-years away from the shouting. We cannot risk military confrontation with a civilization thousands of years more advanced than us. The Chinese representative, Ambassador Wu, was making his case again. The logical choice is to accept their terms and work within the system to improve our position over time. Improve our position? The American Secretary of State James Bradley shot back. With 40% of our rare earths going to them every year, with our best AI and quantum tech handed over, by the time we improve our position, we'll be so dependent on council technology that we'll never be able to break free. This is colonialism dressed up in diplomatic language. It's survival dressed up in diplomatic language, Ambassador Wu replied. We've been in space for barely 50 years. They've had faster-than-light travel for millennia. This isn't a fight we can win. The Russian representative, Minister Volkov, leaned forward. Perhaps not a conventional fight. But throughout history, smaller powers have found ways to resist larger ones. Asymmetric warfare, guerrilla tactics making the cost of occupation too high to bear. We have options. We're talking about aliens with technology we can barely understand, said the British Prime Minister, Sarah Caldwell. Not armies we can ambush in forests. They could sterilize our planet from orbit if they wanted to. Then why haven't they? The question came from Admiral James Chen, who sat at the head of the military briefing table in Geneva. Elena had worked with him before. He was one of the architects of Earth's Space Defense Network, a brilliant strategist who had earned his rank through 3 decades of service. If they're so powerful, why offer us terms at all? Why not just take what they want? The room fell silent for a moment. Elena saw several representatives exchange glances. The Admiral raises a good point, said the UN Secretary-General, Amara Okafor. Ambassador Vasquez, you were there. What's your assessment? Elena had been waiting for this question. High Arbiter Zexthor made it clear that refusal isn't common. Most species either join willingly or capitulate after seeing the Council's power, but there was something in the way he presented the terms. It wasn't negotiation. It was a script he'd followed 100 times before. I don't think they expect us to refuse, and I'm not sure they're prepared for what happens if we do. Not prepared. Ambassador Wu shook his head. They control thousands of worlds. They've maintained peace for 800 years. How could they not be prepared? Admiral Chen pulled up a holographic display. Because peace makes armies soft, Ambassador. We've analyzed every piece of intelligence we have on Council military operations over the last century. They haven't fought a peer-level conflict in living memory. Their last real war was 800 years ago. What they call military operations are policing actions against pirates or enforcement missions against isolated colonies that can't fight back. He highlighted several incidents on the timeline. Look at these response times. When they sent fleets to deal with non-compliant species, it took them months to mobilize. Their ships are powerful, yes, but their tactics are straightforward to the point of being predictable. They rely on overwhelming force and superior technology. They've never had to adapt to an enemy that fights back effectively. Are you suggesting Earth could actually win a war against the Galactic Council? Minister Volkov sounded skeptical but interested. No, Chen said bluntly. Not a conventional war. They have too many ships, too many resources. But war isn't just about numbers. It's about will, adaptability, and the willingness to accept costs. Humanity has spent its entire history fighting. We're very, very good at it. The Council has spent 8 centuries not fighting. That's a significant advantage for us if it comes to conflict. Secretary Bradley leaned back in his chair. Walk us through it, Admiral. What would a conflict actually look like? Chen changed the display to show Earth's solar system. If we refuse their terms, they'll likely send an enforcement fleet. Based on their standard procedures, probably 200 to 500 ships. Their goal will be to intimidate us into compliance, not to destroy us. They want our resources and soldiers, after all. Dead humans aren't useful. He zoomed in on Earth's defensive positions. We've spent the last 20 years building orbital defense platforms, automated weapon systems, and a fleet of our own. We have roughly 400 combat-capable ships, plus thousands of smaller vessels that could be weaponized. Our technology isn't as advanced as theirs, but we've designed our systems specifically for defending our home system. Numbers sound almost even, noted Prime Minister Caldwell. That's misleading, Chen continued. Their ships are individually more powerful, but we have advantages they won't expect. First, we're defending. We know every asteroid, every orbit, every hiding spot in this system. Second, we're unified. Every nation on Earth has agreed to combined defense command. They're probably used to divided opposition. He pulled up combat footage from various human conflicts. Third, and most important, we don't fight the way they expect. Watch this. The display showed historical battles from World War II, Vietnam, Afghanistan, and other conflicts where smaller forces had held off or defeated larger ones. Humanity doesn't believe in fair fights. We use ambush tactics, guerrilla warfare, weapons of mass destruction if necessary. We target supply lines, command structures, and morale. And we're willing to accept casualties that would be considered unthinkable by most species. You're talking about suicide tactics, Ambassador Wu said quietly. I'm talking about winning tactics, Chen replied. The kamikaze pilots of World War II. The suicide bombers in various 21st century conflicts. The nuclear standoffs where both sides were willing to destroy the world rather than surrender. Humanity has always been willing to pay terrible prices for victory. I suspect most Council species aren't. Elena watched the faces on her screen. Some looked horrified. Others looked thoughtful. A few looked grimly determined. There's another factor, she added. The Council isn't popular among many of its member species. We've picked up communications suggesting that a lot of them resent the tribute system. If we refuse and put up a real fight, it might inspire others to resist. The Council's whole power structure is based on everyone accepting that resistance is futile. If we prove that wrong, even if we lose, it could start something. Secretary General Okafor raised her hand for silence. Let me make sure I understand. You're recommending that humanity refuse the Council's terms, knowing it will likely lead to military conflict, a conflict we probably can't win in conventional terms, but hoping that we can make resistance costly enough that the Council backs down, or that we inspire other species to rebel. Yes, Elena said simply. That's insane, Ambassador Wu said. That's human, Admiral Chen replied. The debate continued for another 2 hours. Arguments flew back and forth about duty, survival, legacy, and what humanity's first action on the galactic stage should be. Should they be pragmatic and submit, or defiant and resist? Finally, Secretary General Okafor called for a vote. Not a binding one, but a sense of where the international community stood. The question was simple. Accept or refuse the Council's terms. The votes came in one by one. It was closer than Elena expected. Some nations voted to accept, citing the risks of confrontation. But slowly, the count tipped the other way. The United States voted to refuse. Russia voted to refuse. The European Union voted to refuse. India, Brazil, Japan, and dozens of other nations followed. When the count was finished, the result was clear. By a margin of almost 2 to 1, Earth's governments voted to refuse the Galactic Council's tribute demands. The room was silent for a long moment. They had just committed humanity to a path that might lead to war with the most powerful organization in the galaxy. Secretary General Okafor looked directly at the camera, her expression grave. Ambassador Vasquez, you will deliver Earth's response to the Galactic Council. Admiral Chen, begin immediate preparations for system defense. All member nations are to contribute forces to the Unified Defense Command. We may have just declared war on the galaxy, so let's make sure we're ready for it. The session ended, and Elena sat alone in her quarters on the Endeavor. In 12 hours, she would return to the Concordat with Earth's answer, an answer that would shock the Council and possibly change everything. Colonel Webb knocked on her door. Permission to enter? Come in, Marcus. He sat down across from her, holding a datapad. I've finished the tactical analysis you requested. If it comes to a fight, we have a decent chance of winning the first battle. After that, it gets much harder. Show me. Webb pulled up detailed projections. The Council will send what they think is an overwhelming force, probably around 300 ships. They'll expect us to take one look and surrender. Instead, we'll have pre-positioned nuclear mines along their most likely approach vectors. We hit them hard right at the start, take out maybe 50 ships before they can react. He zoomed in on Earth's orbital space. Then we pull back to our defensive platforms, force them to come to us into range of our ground-based weapons. They'll have better shields and weapons, but we'll have numbers and position. Most importantly, we'll have surprise. They won't be expecting us to fight this hard. Casualties? Elena asked. Webb's expression darkened. High. We'll lose a lot of ships and probably some platforms. If they decide to bombard population centers, we could lose millions. But if we can make them bleed, if we can make them doubt whether this is worth the cost, they might withdraw and rethink their approach. And if they don't withdraw? Then we keep fighting until we can't anymore. But Elena, there's something else. I've been analyzing the Council's member species, their history, their cultures. A lot of them have been part of the Council for so long that they've forgotten what it means to be independent. They've never known anything but the tribute system. What are you saying? I'm saying that if we stand up to the Council and survive, even if we don't win, it might inspire others to question the system. The Council's power is based on the belief that resistance is impossible. If we prove that belief wrong, the whole thing might start to crack. Elena thought about that. Humanity's defiance might be about more than just Earth's freedom. It might be about showing the entire galaxy that the Council system wasn't inevitable, that species didn't have to accept subjugation. There's no going back from this, she said quietly. No, Webb agreed. But going forward is what humans do. We've never been good at accepting our place. We always want to see what's over the next hill, what's beyond the next horizon, even if it gets us killed. Elena smiled slightly. Especially if it gets us killed. They sat in silence for a while, watching Earth slowly rotate on the view screen. From this distance, it looked peaceful, beautiful. No signs of the frantic preparations happening across every continent as military forces mobilized and defense systems came online. Do you think we can win? Webb asked. I think we can make them regret picking this fight, Elena replied. Whether that counts as winning, I guess we'll find out. The next 12 hours passed in a blur of preparation. Elena reviewed her speech dozens of times. The message had to be clear, unambiguous, and strong. No room for the Council to think humanity was bluffing or could be persuaded to change their minds. Admiral Chen sent updated tactical data showing Earth's defense network going fully active. Every ship, every platform, every missile battery was ready. If the Council sent their fleet, humanity would be waiting. Finally, it was time. Elena and her team returned to the shuttle and made the journey back to the Concordat. As they approached the massive station, Elena felt a strange calm settle over her. The decision was made. Now came the execution. They docked and made their way back to the Council chamber. It was even more crowded than before. Word had spread about Earth's summons, and apparently many species wanted to see how the newcomers would respond. High Arbiter Zexthor waited on his platform, his yellow eyes tracking Elena as she walked to the central position. He looked confident, even amused, obviously expecting humanity to have accepted reality and prepared to join the council on its terms. Ambassador Vasquez, his translated voice boomed. Welcome back. I trust Earth has had sufficient time to consider the council's generous offer. What answer do you bring us? Elena pulled out a small data chip. It was theatrical, old-fashioned, but she wanted there to be no mistake about what came next. She held it up for the entire chamber to see. High Arbiter, members of the council, I bring Earth's official response to your tribute demands. She inserted the chip into the central podium. Every screen in the chamber lit up, displaying the same message in thousands of languages. The file was small, incredibly small. Just a few bytes of data, because Earth's answer was only one word. The chamber erupted in noise as delegates tried to understand what they were seeing. Some laughed, thinking it was a translation error. Others looked confused, unsure if they were reading it correctly. Zexthor stared at the screen, his expression shifting from amusement to confusion to anger. Explain this, Ambassador. Where is your acceptance? Where are the logistical details? For tribute delivery, what is this? Elena stood straight, her voice clear and strong. That is our complete response to your demands, High Arbiter. No tribute, no submission, no negotiation. Earth appreciates the introduction to galactic society, but we will not bow to threats or accept subjugation disguised as protection. The words still glowed on every screen in the chamber. Simple, direct, unmistakable no. The council chamber descended into chaos. Thousands of voices spoke at once, creating a wall of sound that even the translation system struggled to process. Elena stood calmly on her platform, watching as the aliens reacted to something they clearly hadn't expected. Some were gesturing wildly at the screen, still displaying that single word. Others had turned to their neighbors, apparently trying to confirm what they were seeing was real. High Arbiter Zexthor raised his clawed hands, and the chamber's sound-dampening system activated. Silence fell immediately, his yellow eyes fixed on Elena with an intensity that might have been frightening if she hadn't already committed herself to this course. Ambassador Vasquez, he said, his translator struggling to convey what sounded like barely controlled anger. Perhaps there has been a translation error. Surely Earth understands the gravity of refusing the Council's protection. Let me be perfectly clear about what you are saying no to. He gestured, and a new holographic display filled the space above them. It showed maps of the galaxy, trade routes connecting thousands of systems, fleets of ships moving peacefully between worlds. You are refusing access to the accumulated knowledge of 5,000 years of civilization. You are refusing technologies that would eliminate disease, extend your lifespans, and solve your energy problems. You are refusing the protection of the most powerful military force in galactic history. Zexthor's voice grew harder. And in exchange for what? The privilege of remaining isolated? Of facing pirates, hostile species, and cosmic threats alone? Of watching other species advance while you stagnate? Is this really what Earth wants? Elena had prepared for this. She kept her voice level and professional. High Arbiter, with respect, you're not offering us those things freely. You're demanding we pay for them with our independence. 40% of our resources, our most advanced technology, our citizens to serve as soldiers in your conflicts. That's not protection, that's subjugation. It is the price of civilization. Zexthor's composure cracked slightly. Every species pays this price. Every member of the Council contributes according to their ability. This is how we have maintained peace for 800 years. This is how we ensure prosperity for all. Peace for whom? Elena asked quietly. Prosperity for whom? We've analyzed your system, High Arbiter. The founding species of the Council pay much smaller tributes as a percentage of their wealth. They control the most valuable trade routes. They occupy the seats of real power. Meanwhile, newer species pay heavily for the privilege of serving your interests. That's not a community of equals. That's an empire. A new voice cut through the chamber. She speaks truth, though it is uncomfortable to hear. Elena turned to see one of the council members approaching the central area. She was a Velocian, a species Elena had read about during the voyage. They were humanoid with blue-tinted skin and large black eyes. This particular Velocian wore the robes of a senior council member. According to her identification marker, she was Ambassador Kriath. Zexthor's eyes narrowed. Ambassador Kriath, you overstep. This is a matter between Earth and the council leadership. It is a matter that affects us all, Kriath replied, not backing down. She turned to address the chamber. How many of us remember when our species first joined the council? How many of us remember being presented with these same terms, these same demands disguised as offers? And how many of us remember feeling exactly what these humans must feel now? Murmurs spread through the chamber. Elena saw several delegates nodding slightly, though others looked uncomfortable. The difference, Kriath continued, is that none of us said no. We accepted because we believed we had no choice, because we were told that resistance was futile, that submission was the only logical option. But these humans, they dare to do what we did not. They dare to refuse. She pulled up her own holographic display and Elena's breath caught. It showed human history, wars, battles, revolutions. The images were brutal and violent, showing the worst of what humanity had done to itself over thousands of years. I have studied Earth, Kriath said, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber. My intelligence division has analyzed their history, their culture, their psychology. And what we have found should concern us all. The display shifted to show nuclear explosions, bombed cities, and casualty statistics that made several council members visibly recoil. This species has spent its entire existence in conflict. They have never known true peace. They have never had a generation without war. They have developed weapons capable of destroying their own world. And they have come within moments of using them. Not once, but many times. Then they are dangerous and should be controlled, Zexthor said. No, Kriath replied. They are dangerous and should not be threatened. There is a difference. Look at their tactics, their strategies, their willingness to accept casualties that we would consider genocidal. These humans have refined warfare to an art form. They practice it constantly, even against themselves. She highlighted specific conflicts. In what they call World War II, they killed over 70 million of their own species. In their nuclear standoffs, they were willing to destroy their entire planet, rather than submit to each other. In countless guerrilla wars, small forces held off armies that outnumbered them hundreds to one through sheer determination and clever tactics. The chamber had gone very quiet. Elena realized that Kriath was doing something unexpected. She was warning the council about what a war with humanity would really mean. Most species in this chamber, Kriath continued, have been at peace for centuries before joining the council. They had evolved past major warfare. Conflict for them was small-scale, limited, civilized. But not humans. Humans have been killing each other in innovative ways for their entire history. And now you want to threaten them with military action? The council's fleets are more than capable of handling one primitive world, Zexthor said, though he sounded less certain now. We have millions of ships, advanced weapons, shields that can withstand anything they could throw at us. Do we? Kriath pulled up tactical data.
When was the last time our fleets faced an enemy that fought back with full force?
800 years ago. 800 years of peace. Of policing actions against pirates with outdated weapons. Of enforcement missions against isolated colonies that surrendered after seeing our ships. When did we last face an enemy willing to die rather than submit? Elena decided to press the advantage. If I may, High Arbiter, the ambassador raises an important point. Your fleet may be powerful, but are they ready for an enemy that uses nuclear weapons as point defense? That will sacrifice entire ships to destroy one of yours? That considers mutual destruction an acceptable outcome? You would doom your own people? Zexthor asked, seeming genuinely confused. We would fight for our freedom, Elena replied. There's a difference. Throughout our history, humans have chosen death over slavery again and again. We've fought impossible odds. We've held positions that couldn't be held. Won battles that couldn't be won. Survived situations that should have killed us. Not because we're stronger or smarter, but because we refuse to accept defeat. She gestured to the screen, still showing that single word. That's what no means to humanity. It means we're willing to pay whatever price necessary to remain free. You can take our resources by force, but you'll bleed for every shipment. You can occupy our planet, but you'll face resistance that never ends. You can try to break us, but we've been breaking each other for thousands of years and we're still here. This is insanity, said another council member, a being that looked like a floating jellyfish. You would throw away peace, prosperity, and advancement for what? Pride? For the right to choose our own path, Elena said. For the right to make our own mistakes and claim our own victories. For the right to stand as equals rather than subjects. If you can't understand that, then you've been part of the system too long. Zexthor slammed his hand on his podium, creating a booming sound. Enough. The Council has been patient with this display of primitive defiance, but I will not allow one backward species to question millennia of peaceful order. You want to refuse our protection? Very well. You will get exactly what you're asking for. He turned to address the full chamber. I call for an immediate vote on initiating enforcement proceedings against Earth. They have refused Council membership and demonstrated hostile intent. According to our bylaws, we can authorize military action to secure compliance. All in favor? Lights began appearing across the chamber as delegates voted. Most were green, indicating approval. But Elena noticed something important. A significant minority were red, voting against, and many delegates weren't voting at all, their screens remaining dark. The vote passed, but not by the overwhelming margin Zexthor had clearly expected. Out of thousands of delegates, nearly a third had either voted no or abstained. That was remarkable for a council that was supposed to be unified. The measure passes, Zexthor announced. Fleet Admiral Thunderek will assemble an enforcement fleet and proceed to the Earth system. They will be given one final chance to comply. If they refuse, they will be subdued by force and their government replaced with one more amenable to reason. He looked down at Elena with something that might have been pity. Ambassador Vasquez, you and your delegation will be held here on the Concordat for your own safety during the enforcement action. I hope you understand that what happens next is entirely your species' choice. Submit peacefully, and Earth will be welcomed into the Council. Resist and you will be teaching your children a very painful lesson about the price of pride. Elena had expected this. I'm afraid I must decline your hospitality, High Arbiter. My place is with my people. If the Council sends a fleet to attack Earth, then Earth's ambassador should be there to witness it. That is unacceptable. You will remain here. With respect, High Arbiter, I am not a member of the Council and therefore not subject to your authority. My ship is prepared to depart immediately. If you try to prevent me from leaving, it will be an act of war against a diplomatic mission. I'm sure even the Council has laws about that. Zexthor's eyes narrowed, but he didn't argue. Apparently, even in his anger, he wasn't willing to violate the basic principles of diplomatic immunity. Fine. Return to your dying world, Ambassador. Watch as your people's defiance brings them ruin. And know that you could have prevented it. Elena bowed slightly, mockingly polite. I will tell Earth that the Galactic Council sends its regards, and I will tell them to be ready, because you're about to learn what happens when you threaten humanity. She turned and walked out of the chamber, her delegation following. The murmur of voices rose behind her, but she didn't look back. They had done what they came to do. Earth had given its answer, and that answer had shaken the Council more than anyone had expected. On the shuttle back to the Endeavour, Colonel Webb was reviewing tactical data on his tablet. Fleet Admiral Thunderek, I've got his service record here. He's commanded 17 enforcement actions over his career. All of them were quick and bloodless. Show up with overwhelming force, watch the target surrender, accept their compliance, leave. He's never actually fought a battle. Good, Elena said. Then he's never fought an enemy that fights back. The fleet will take about 3 weeks to reach Earth, Webb continued. That gives us time to get back and help with final preparations. But Elena, we need to be realistic. Even if we bloody their nose in the first engagement, they can send more fleets. Earth can't win a war of attrition against the entire Council. We don't need to win a war of attrition, Elena replied. She was thinking about Ambassador Kriath's speech, about the way some delegates had voted against enforcement, about the uncertainty she had seen in the chamber. We just need to win the first battle and make it clear that every future battle will cost them. The Council isn't popular with everyone. If we can crack their image of invincibility, other species might start questioning the system. You're trying to start a rebellion, Webb said quietly. I'm trying to show the galaxy that rebellion is possible, Elena corrected. The Council's whole power structure depends on everyone believing they can't be resisted. If we prove that wrong, even if we ultimately lose, it might inspire others to stand up. And if enough species stand up... She didn't finish the sentence, but Webb nodded understanding. The Council couldn't maintain control if too many species refused to comply. Their whole system was built on submission. Defiance was contagious. The Endeavour broke away from the Concordate and engaged its faster-than-light drive. As the station shrank behind them, Elena thought about what she had just done. She had committed humanity to a war it probably couldn't win. She had rejected peace and prosperity in favor of a fight for independence. History would either remember her as a hero or as the fool who doomed Earth. But as she thought about that word still glowing in the council chamber, that simple, defiant, very human word, she knew she had made the right choice. Some things were worth fighting for. Some things were worth dying for. Freedom was one of them. The journey back to Earth took 20 days. The crew used every minute preparing. Combat drills, tactical simulations, weapons checks. They analyzed what little they knew about Council fleet tactics and developed counters. They planned ambushes, fallback positions, and desperate last stands, and they watched the news feeds from Earth. The planet was mobilizing like never before. Every nation had committed its military forces to the Unified Defense Command. Factories were running triple shifts producing missiles, drones, and ammunition. Civilian ships were being retrofitted with weapons. The entire solar system was becoming a fortress. Public opinion on Earth was divided. Some people were terrified, certain they were about to be destroyed for the sake of pride. Others were defiant, echoing the sentiment that humanity would never bow. Protests and rallies filled cities across the globe. Some demanded the government reconsider. Others demanded they stand firm. But everyone was preparing, because whatever they thought about the decision, humanity was about to face its first test on the galactic stage. Win or lose, the galaxy would remember what happened when someone told humanity no, and humanity said no right back. As the Endeavour approached Earth, Elena stood at the viewport and looked at her home. It had never looked more beautiful or more fragile. Soon, one of the most powerful forces in the galaxy would be coming here to punish Earth for its defiance. She just hoped that Admiral Chen and Colonel Webb were right. That humanity's violent history, its refusal to accept defeat, its willingness to fight dirty and die hard, would be enough to make the Council regret this decision. One word had shattered the Council's expectations and challenged millennia of unquestioned authority. Now they would see if one species could back up that word with action. Fleet Admiral Thunrek stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Eternal Harmony, and watched as 300 Council warships emerged from faster-than-light travel at the edge of Earth's solar system. The display before him showed a small, yellow star with a collection of planets, one of which was inhabited by the stubborn primitives who had dared to refuse the Council's generous offer. He had done this 17 times before. Show up with an overwhelming force, broadcast demands, watch the local government scramble to comply. Usually it took less than an hour. Occasionally, some particularly foolish species would fire a few token shots, then surrender after their primitive weapons accomplished nothing against Council shields. Either way, the result was always the same. Thunrek was a Corvin, a species that had been part of the Council for over 2,000 years. He stood nearly 4 meters tall, with 4 arms and thick armor plating that was as much ceremonial as functional. He had never personally fired a weapon in anger. He had never needed to. The mere presence of a Council fleet was usually enough. "Commander," he said to his second-in-command, "scan the system. Show me their defenses." The tactical officer, a crystalline being named Shira, manipulated the controls. "Sir, I'm reading multiple orbital platforms around the third planet. Approximately 200 defensive stations with what appear to be missile batteries and energy weapons. Also detecting a fleet of smaller ships in various orbital positions. Current count is 470 vessels." Thunrek chuckled. 470 ships against our 300? They don't understand the difference in capabilities. Our shields alone could withstand anything they can produce. What about their technology level? Primitive by our standards, sir. They only achieved faster-than-light travel 47 years ago. Their energy weapons appear to be early-stage plasma or laser systems. Their ships are small, mostly under 500 meters in length. Our capital ships are 3 times that size with exponentially greater firepower. Then this will be over quickly. Thunrek settled into his command chair. Open a communication channel to Earth. Let's give them one last chance to see reason. The channel opened, and after a moment, a human face appeared on the screen. It was a male, older, with gray hair and wearing what appeared to be a military uniform. The human looked tired but determined. This is Admiral James Chen of the United Earth Space Defense Force. You're in our system without permission. State your intentions. Thunrek found the humans' tone amusing, as if they were equals. I am Fleet Admiral Thunrek of the Galactic Council. We are here to enforce compliance with Council membership requirements. Your Ambassador Vasquez refused our generous terms. We are here to show you the consequences of that refusal and offer you one final opportunity to submit peacefully. Chen's expression didn't change. Then I'm afraid you've wasted your time, Admiral. Earth's answer remains the same. We will not submit to your tribute demands. We will not surrender our independence, leave our system immediately, or face the consequences. Thunrek laughed. Several of his bridge crew joined him. Consequences? You have primitive ships and outdated weapons facing the might of the Galactic Council. What consequences could you possibly pose to us? The human admiral smiled, and something about that smile made Thunrek's amusement fade slightly. It was the smile of someone who knew something you didn't. You're about to find out, Chen said. I'll give you the same chance you gave us. Turn your fleet around and leave. This is your only warning. You dare? Thunrek stood from his chair. You face 300 warships, each capable of leveling a city. Surrender now or we will destroy your defensive platforms and occupy your planet. This is not a negotiation. No, Chen agreed. It's not. Communications, send the signal. The transmission cut off. Thunrek stared at the blank screen for a moment, then turned to his tactical officer. Foolish primitives. All ships advance to weapons range. Prepare to disable their platforms. Try not to kill too many. We'll need some of them alive to operate their industries once we take control. The Council fleet began moving forward in perfect formation. 300 ships, their shields glowing with power, their weapons priming. It was a sight that had made civilization surrender for centuries. Then space exploded. Multiple nuclear detonations. Shira screamed. Sir, the space ahead of us is filling with radiation and debris. Thunrek grabbed his chair for support as the Eternal Harmony's shields flared, absorbing energy from what appeared to be dozens of nuclear weapons detonating simultaneously. The view screen showed space ahead turning white with nuclear fire. How did they mine our approach vector? Thunrek demanded. We only just arrived. They must have seeded the area with devices after choosing the most likely approach path, Shira replied, her crystalline form flickering with stress colors. Sir, damage reports coming in. The shields are holding, but several ships in the Vanguard took damage. The Serene Dawn reports shield failure and hull breaches. The Peaceful Resolution has lost engine power. 2 ships damaged from primitive nuclear weapons. Thunrek couldn't believe it. How is that possible? The explosions weren't meant to destroy us directly, his science officer called out. They're creating a debris field and radiation interference. Our sensors are compromised. And sir, I'm reading massive energy buildups from the orbital platforms around Earth. The human defenses opened fire. Thousands of missiles streaked out from the platforms, far more than the initial scans had suggested. The Council fleet's point defense systems engaged, destroying the incoming projectiles. But there were so many of them. Some are getting through, Shira reported. Multiple impacts across the fleet. Shields holding but taking damage. Sir, these aren't normal missiles. Some of them are accelerating to near-relativistic speeds. If they impact at those velocities...
Even our shields might not. The Eternal Harmony shook violently as something hit its forward shield at an appreciable fraction of light speed.
Alarms blared across the bridge. Shield at 60%, Shira called out. Sir, recommend we fall back and reassess. Fall back? Thunrek's pride warred with tactical sense. We outnumber them. We have superior technology. We will not retreat from primitives. But the humans weren't fighting like primitives. As the Council fleet pushed forward, human ships emerged from behind asteroids, from orbital positions that the sensors had missed, even from inside the debris field created by their own nuclear mines. They swarmed like insects, dozens of small ships targeting individual Council vessels. They're using kamikaze tactics, someone on the bridge shouted. 3 human ships just rammed the rising tide. Her shields couldn't handle the kinetic impact. She's breaking apart. Thunrek watched in horror as the Council ship, a beautiful vessel that had served for 300 years, was torn apart by the sacrifice of 3 primitive human vessels that had accelerated to maximum speed and simply crashed into it. The humans had turned their own ships into weapons. All ships tight formation, Thunrek ordered. Concentrate point defense. Don't let them get close, but the humans adapted. Their AI-controlled drones swarmed in first, drawing fire from the point defense systems. Then their manned ships came in during the reload cycles, firing missiles at close range where the Council's long-range weapons couldn't track fast enough. It was chaos. Beautiful, terrible chaos. The kind of warfare Thunrek had only read about in ancient histories. The kind of warfare that civilized species had evolved beyond. Sir, the humans are using nuclear weapons at close range. Shira's voice was panicked now. They're detonating them near their own ships. They don't care about their own casualties. A human vessel accelerated toward a cluster of Council ships, fired all its missiles, then detonated what appeared to be multiple nuclear warheads inside its own hull. The explosion took out 2 Council ships whose shields had already been weakened by the conventional attacks. They're insane, Thunrek whispered. They're actually insane. The battle that was supposed to be a quick show of force had turned into a nightmare. The humans fought like nothing the Council had faced in living memory. They used the asteroids for cover. They sacrificed ships without hesitation. They employed weapons that endangered their own forces. They fought with a ferocity that seemed more suited to cornered animals than sentient beings. Fleet-wide communication, Thunrek ordered. All ships fighting retreat. Fall back to the outer system. We need to reassess. Sir, the humans are pursuing. Of course they were. Thunrek watched as human ships chased his fleet, firing missiles and continuing their aggressive tactics even as they took casualties. They were outnumbered in terms of firepower, but they fought like they were winning. The Running Tide, a destroyer that had been part of the Vanguard, suffered a catastrophic shield failure and was swarmed by a dozen human ships. They tore it apart with concentrated fire, celebrating their kill even as Council weapons destroyed half of them in return. Casualty report, Thunrek said quietly as the fleet finally managed to pull back beyond immediate weapons range. Shira's voice shook as she read the numbers. 47 ships destroyed or disabled. Another 30 with significant damage. We've lost approximately 15% of our fleet strength in less than 3 hours of engagement. 15%. Against primitives, against a species that had barely reached the stars. It was impossible. It was humiliating. It was terrifying. What about the humans? Their casualties are higher. Approximately 120 ships destroyed. But sir, they seem to consider this acceptable. They're reforming their formations and their defensive platforms are still fully operational. Thunrek slumped in his chair. He had been so certain this would be simple. Show up, make threats, watch them surrender. Instead, he had lost nearly 50 ships and the humans were still fighting. Open a channel to the Council, he said finally. We need reinforcements. The transmission took several minutes to reach the Concordat due to the distance. When High Arbiter Zexthor appeared on the screen, he looked confident. Clearly, he had been expecting news of a quick victory. Admiral Thunrek, report. Has Earth surrendered? No, High Arbiter. They have not. We have engaged in combat and encountered unexpectedly fierce resistance. I am requesting additional fleets to complete the pacification. Zexthor's expression shifted from confidence to confusion to anger. You have 300 ships. How can a single primitive world resist the might of the Council fleet? They fight like nothing we have faced before, Thunrek tried to explain. They use suicide tactics. They mine space with nuclear weapons. They sacrifice their own forces without hesitation to destroy ours. They don't fight to win, High Arbiter. They fight to kill as many of us as possible regardless of cost to themselves. There was a long silence. Finally, Zexthor spoke. How many ships have you lost? 47 destroyed, 30 damaged. Another silence. Thunrek could see the High Arbiter processing this information, trying to reconcile it with his expectations. Fall back, Zexthor said finally. Maintain position at the edge of their system, but do not engage further. I need to consult with the Council leadership. This situation has become more complicated than anticipated. The transmission ended. Thunrek looked around his bridge at his shaken crew. They were the pride of the Council, trained in the finest academies, equipped with technology that made them superior to nearly every species in the galaxy. And they had just been bloodied by humans using primitive ships and pure aggression. Sir, Shira said quietly, the humans are broadcasting a message. Audio only. Play it. Admiral Chen's voice filled the bridge. Fleet Admiral Thunrek, this is your second warning. Leave our system now. You came here to show us the consequences of defiance. Instead, we've shown you the cost of threatening humanity. We didn't want this fight, but since you brought it to us, we're going to finish it. Come closer and we'll destroy more of your ships. Try to bombard our planet and we'll turn this entire system into your graveyard. This is what happens when you pick a fight with humans. We don't surrender. We don't negotiate. We fight until you leave or until one of us is dead. Your choice. The message ended. Thunrek sat in the command chair and tried to think of what to do next. He had been trained in tactics, strategy, and command. But he had never been trained for this. No one in the Council had been trained for this. Because no one in the Council had fought a real war in 800 years. They had forgotten what it meant to face an enemy that refused to quit. An enemy that measured victory not by territories gained or objectives achieved, but by how much damage they could inflict before they fell. An enemy that had spent their entire history perfecting the art of killing. The humans had grown up in a galaxy of one world, where the only enemies were other humans. So they had learned to fight humans, and humans, Thunrek was beginning to realize, were very, very good at war. Looking at the casualty reports, at the images of destroyed Council ships, at the human defensive platform still standing and ready for another round, Thunrek understood something that the Council leadership needed to learn quickly. Earth had said no, and Earth was willing to make that no stick no matter what it cost. On the bridge of the UNSS Endeavour, now in high orbit above Earth, Elena Vasquez watched the tactical display showing the Council fleet pulling back. Beside her, Admiral Chen allowed himself a small smile. They weren't expecting that, he said. No, Elena agreed. They were expecting us to fold. They've never faced a species that fights back with everything it has, but now they know. This isn't over, Chen warned. They'll regroup, call for reinforcements, come back with a larger fleet. I know, Elena said. But we've bought time, and more importantly, we've shown them that humans don't break easily. The word will spread across the Council. The species that said no. The species that made the Council bleed. That message is going to reach a lot of ears. You think it will make a difference? Elena thought about Ambassador Kriath, about the delegates who had voted against enforcement, about all the species paying tribute to maintain a system that enriched the Council's founders.
I think we've planted a seed, she said.
Whether it grows into something that changes the galaxy, we'll have to wait and see. But at least now, other species know that resistance is possible. The Council isn't invincible. They can be hurt. They can be stopped. She looked down at Earth, at the planet that had just fought off the most powerful force in the known galaxy, the planet that had refused to bow. We said no, Elena whispered, and we meant it. The emergency session of the Galactic Council had been running for 6 hours, and High Arbiter Zexthor could feel his authority crumbling with every passing minute. The Council chamber, usually a place of orderly debate and predictable outcomes, had descended into something he had never witnessed in his 200 years of service. Open rebellion, 47 ships, Ambassador Kriath's voice rang out across the chamber. 47 Council vessels destroyed by a single primitive world that has been in space for less than 50 years. And you want to send more ships? How many more must die to maintain this charade? A chorus of voices rose in support. Not all of them, but enough to be significant. Species that had never questioned the Council's decisions were now standing up and demanding answers. The humans attacked our peacekeeping fleet, Zexthor argued, though his voice carried less certainty than before. They are the aggressors. They refused our generous terms and then murdered Council personnel. They must be brought to justice. Justice? A delegate from the Therian Collective stood up, his insectoid body clicking with agitation. We call it justice when we demand 40% of a species' resources? When we take their citizens as soldiers? When we threaten them with destruction if they refuse? What word would we use if someone did this to us? It is the system that has maintained peace for 800 years, Zexthor said, falling back on the familiar argument. But it sounded hollow now even to his own ears. Peace for whom? Another voice, this time from the Azurian delegation. My species has paid tribute for 300 years. In that time, our homeworld has grown poorer while Council founders grow richer. We are told this is the price of protection, but protection from what? The only threat we face is from the Council itself if we refuse to pay. Zexthor saw the careful order he had maintained beginning to fracture. The tribute system had always worked because no one questioned it. New species joined, paid their dues, and eventually became established enough to reduce their burden. It was a pyramid, with the oldest members at the top benefiting from the contributions of those below. But the whole structure depended on everyone accepting it as inevitable. The humans had shattered that acceptance by refusing and then making the council bleed for trying to enforce compliance. They had shown that the system could be resisted. Now species that had paid for centuries were asking why they had never tried to say no. "We must maintain unity," Zexthor pleaded. "If we allow one species to refuse, others will follow. The entire structure of galactic civilization will collapse." "Then perhaps it should," Kriath said quietly. "Perhaps a structure built on forced compliance and tribute deserves to fall. The humans have shown us something we had forgotten, that there are things worth fighting for, that freedom has value beyond convenience. That saying no is always an option, even when facing overwhelming force." The chamber erupted in argument. Some delegates supported Zexthor, warning of chaos and disorder if the tribute system was dismantled. Others supported Kriath, calling for reform or complete restructuring. And many remained silent, calculating which side would ultimately win and where their interests lay. In the middle of this chaos, a new transmission arrived. It was from the Velosian Confederation, Ambassador Kriath's government. The message was brief and shocking. The Velosian Confederation was formally withdrawing from the Galactic Council, effective immediately. They would no longer pay tribute, no longer provide ships for Council operations, and no longer recognize Council authority over their territory. They invited other species who desired independence to join them in forming a new alliance based on mutual cooperation, rather than forced compliance. The chamber went silent. In 3,000 years of Council history, no major species had ever voluntarily left. There had been expulsions, species removed for violating Council law. But a voluntary departure, especially by a species as influential as the Velosians, was unprecedented. Kriath stood calmly as her delegation prepared to leave. "My government has decided that the human example is one worth following. We will not fight the Council, but we will no longer serve it. Other species are free to make their own choices, but the Velosian people choose freedom." She walked out, her delegation following. For a moment no one moved. Then another delegate stood up. The representative from the Kyrian Assembly announced they were also withdrawing. Then the Nethian Alliance. Then 3 smaller species together. By the end of the day, 12 species had formally withdrawn from the Council. Dozens more had demanded emergency referendums to allow their populations to vote on continued membership. The galactic news networks were exploding with coverage. The Battle of Sol, as it was being called, had become a symbol, not of human victory, but of the possibility of resistance. High Arbiter Zexthor watched his empire crumbling and knew he had 2 choices. Double down, send a massive fleet to Earth and crush them as an example, risking further rebellion and potentially a real war, or accept that the system he had maintained was broken and needed to change. Neither option was acceptable. But as he looked at the empty seats where loyal delegates had sat for centuries, he realized that the decision might be out of his hands. On Earth, Elena Vasquez stood before the United Nations General Assembly and delivered her report on the Battle of Sol. The casualties had been significant. 123 ships destroyed, over 15,000 people dead. Multiple orbital platforms damaged. Cities on high alert for potential bombardment that, thankfully, never came. But Earth had survived. More than survived. They had sent the Council fleet running. "The Council has not returned," Elena told the assembled representatives. "Our intelligence suggests they are dealing with internal problems. Multiple species have withdrawn from the Council in protest of the tribute system. Others are demanding reforms. What started as Earth saying no has become a galactic movement questioning the entire structure of Council authority." Secretary General Okafor addressed the assembly. "We did not seek this fight. We simply refused to surrender our independence. But in doing so, we have apparently inspired others to question their own subjugation. The galaxy is changing, and Earth is at the center of that change." The assembly debated long into the night about what to do next. Some argued for fortifying defenses, expecting the Council to return with a larger fleet. Others suggested reaching out to the species that had withdrawn, forming alliances, building a coalition of free worlds to counter Council power. In the end, they decided to do both. Earth would continue strengthening its defenses while simultaneously engaging in diplomacy with other species. If the Council wanted war, Earth would be ready. But if the Council wanted peace, it would be peace between equals, not between master and subject. Admiral Chen led the military preparations. New ships were built, incorporating lessons learned from the first battle. Defensive platforms were expanded and upgraded. The asteroid belt was seeded with more weapons, more sensors, more surprises for any fleet that dared approach Earth again. But it was Elena's diplomatic efforts that proved most significant. She reached out to the Velosian Confederation first. Ambassador Kriath responded warmly, suggesting a meeting on neutral ground to discuss cooperation. Other species followed. The Kyrians, the Nethians, and even some species still technically part of the Council, but exploring their options. 3 months after the Battle of Sol, Elena stood on a space station in neutral territory, hosting the first meeting of what they were calling the Free Worlds Alliance. Representatives from 15 species gathered to discuss an alternative to the Council's tribute system. "We're not trying to replace the Council," Elena explained. "We're trying to create an alternative, a framework for cooperation based on mutual benefit, rather than forced compliance. Free trade, defensive alliances, shared technology, but no tribute, no forced military service, no surrender of independence." Ambassador Kriath nodded in agreement. The Council model worked when the galaxy was younger and more dangerous. But we have outgrown the need for a central authority that demands submission in exchange for protection. It is time for something new. The representatives debated for days. Some species were cautious, worried about Council retaliation. Others were enthusiastic, seeing an opportunity to escape centuries of tribute. Slowly, carefully, they began drafting the foundation of what would become a new galactic order. Meanwhile, the Galactic Council was tearing itself apart. More species withdrew every week. High Arbiter Zexthor tried to maintain control, but his authority was evaporating. The founding species, the ones who had benefited most from the tribute system, demanded action. "Send the full might of the Council fleet to Earth," they argued. "Destroy this rebellion before it spreads further." But others counseled caution. The military commanders who had reviewed the Battle of Sol reports were less confident than before. The humans had fought with a ferocity that suggested they would turn their entire system into a death trap before surrendering. And with multiple species now in open rebellion, committing the full fleet to Earth meant leaving other territories vulnerable. The Council was paralyzed by indecision and internal conflict. For the first time in centuries, they faced a problem that couldn't be solved by simply showing up with overwhelming force. 6 months after the Battle of Sol, Zexthor received an official communication from the Free Worlds Alliance. It was an invitation to talks, not surrender terms, not a plea for mercy, an invitation to negotiate as equals. He stared at the message for a long time. Everything in his training, his experience, his understanding of how the galaxy worked, told him to refuse. The Council did not negotiate with rebels. The Council crushed opposition and maintained order. But as he looked at the status reports showing 43 species now withdrawn from the Council, with 17 more holding referendums on membership, he realized that crushing opposition was no longer an option. The old order was dying. The only question was whether something better would replace it, or whether the galaxy would descend into chaos. Reluctantly, bitterly, Zexthor accepted the invitation. The peace talks were held on the same neutral station where the Free Worlds Alliance had formed. It was deeply symbolic. The Council, which had dictated terms to countless species, now came to negotiate. Elena led the human delegation. Kriath represented the Velosian Confederation and the broader alliance, and Zexthor came with a small group of Council representatives looking older and more worn than when Elena had first met him. "You have brought chaos to the galaxy," Zexthor said as the talks began. "Centuries of peace and order disrupted because one species was too proud to accept their place." "We disrupted a system that was unjust," Elena replied calmly. "Peace built on subjugation isn't true peace. It's just delayed conflict. You force species to pay tribute, to surrender their sovereignty, to serve your interests. Did you really think that would last forever? It lasted 800 years. And it could have lasted 800 more if you had been willing to evolve. But you weren't. You held on to your power, your privileges, your tribute, even as the galaxy changed. We didn't destroy the Council, Arbiter. The Council destroyed itself by refusing to adapt. The negotiations were difficult. The council representatives wanted to maintain as much of the old system as possible. The alliance representatives demanded fundamental reforms. Elena found herself in the role of mediator, trying to find common ground between those who wanted revolution and those who feared it. Weeks passed. The talks almost collapsed several times, but slowly, painfully, a new framework began to emerge. The tribute system would be abolished for all species. No more forced payments, no more mandatory military service. The council would transition from a hierarchical empire to a true confederation of equals. Species could choose their level of involvement, from full membership with voting rights to simple trading partnerships with no political obligations. The most difficult issue was enforcement. How would the new system maintain order without the threat of overwhelming force? Through cooperation and mutual interest, Kriath proposed. Instead of forcing compliance, we offer benefits that make cooperation attractive. Free access to trade networks, shared technology development, collective defense against genuine threats. Species join because they want to, not because they're afraid not to. And if species choose conflict? Zexthor asked. If they attack others, if they threaten peace, how do we respond without central authority? We defend ourselves and our allies, Elena said. But we don't conquer. We don't occupy. We don't impose our system on others. We show them that cooperation works better than domination. And if they still choose violence, then they face the combined response of free species working together, not subjects following orders. It was a radical shift from everything the council had been. But as the talks continued, even some of the council representatives began to see the wisdom in it. The old system was broken. Something new had to replace it. 3 months after the talks began, they reached an agreement. The Galactic Council would be dissolved. In its place would be the Galactic Confederation, an alliance of free and equal species. The founding members included the old Council core species, the Free Worlds Alliance, and dozens of species who had been waiting to see which way the wind blew. High Arbiter Zexthor resigned his position. He had been the face of the old order, and the new one needed new leadership. The first election for Confederation president was held, and to many people's surprise, Ambassador Kriath won in a landslide. She had stood up to the council, spoken truth to power, and helped craft the new system. She represented the future. At her inauguration, Kriath gave a speech that was broadcast across the galaxy. Today marks the end of 800 years of enforced peace and the beginning of something better. True peace built on cooperation rather than fear. The humans taught us a lesson we needed to learn. That freedom matters. That dignity matters. That some things are worth fighting for. She looked directly at the cameras, at the billions of beings watching across thousands of worlds. One species said no. One word changed everything. Let us build a galaxy where every species has the right to say no and the right to say yes. Where we stand together not because we must, but because we choose to. The transition wasn't easy. Some species that had grown dependent on the tribute system struggled initially. Pirates and raiders, no longer kept in check by overwhelming council force, became bolder. There were conflicts, disputes, and growing pains, but slowly the new system stabilized. Species found that cooperation brought more benefits than tribute had. Trade flourished as barriers fell. Technology advanced as species shared knowledge freely instead of hoarding it. And when genuine threats appeared, the Confederation's voluntary defense forces proved surprisingly effective, motivated by protecting their homes rather than following orders. Earth became a symbol of the new era, the world that had said no and meant it. The species that had shown the galaxy that resistance was possible. Human ships traveled across the Confederation, welcomed now as equals rather than viewed as primitives. Elena Vasquez retired from active diplomacy, but remained an advisor to the Earth government. She watched with satisfaction as humanity took its place among the stars, not as subjects but as partners. One day, 5 years after the Battle of Sol, she received a visitor at her home in Geneva. It was Zexthor. The former High Arbiter looked smaller somehow, less imposing than he had in the council chamber. "Ambassador Vasquez," he said formally, "I hope I am not intruding." "Not at all," Elena replied, surprised but welcoming. "Please come in. Can I offer you anything?" They sat in her garden, looking out over Lake Geneva. For a long moment, neither spoke. Finally, Zexthor broke the silence. "I came to apologize." Elena looked at him in surprise. "Apologize? For threatening your world?" for being too blind to see that the system I served was unjust, for valuing order over freedom. You tried to tell me and I wouldn't listen. It took the destruction of the system I had dedicated my life to for me to understand. Elena considered her words carefully. You were a product of your time, Arbiter. The council system worked for centuries. It brought peace, stability, prosperity for many. It's not that it was entirely wrong. It's that it had outlived its usefulness and needed to change. But it took your species with your violent history and stubborn defiance to force that change. Do you know what troubles me most? Zexthor looked at her with his yellow eyes, and she saw sadness in them. It wasn't that humans said no. Many species probably wanted to say no over the centuries. It was that you meant it. You were willing to die for it. And we, the civilized galaxy, had become so comfortable, so complacent that we couldn't understand that kind of conviction anymore. Maybe that's the real lesson, Elena said. Civilization shouldn't make you soft. It shouldn't make you forget what principles are worth defending. The galaxy needed someone to remind it that freedom matters, even if that someone was a species that had barely reached the stars. Zexthor nodded slowly. Your species frightens many in the Confederation. You are so young, so aggressive, so willing to fight. But I think that's exactly what we needed. A reminder that peace without the will to defend it is just surrender in slow motion. He stood to leave, then paused. That word you transmitted. That single word that shattered the council. Do you know how many species have adopted it as a symbol? How many worlds now display it as a reminder that they are free? Elena smiled. No, the word isn't about humans. It's about the idea that everyone, every species, every individual, has the right to refuse what's unjust, to stand up for what they believe in, to fight if necessary for their freedom. We just happen to be the first ones to say it out loud in a very long time. After Zexthor left, Elena sat in her garden and thought about everything that had happened. One word. One simple, defiant, very human word had changed the entire galaxy, not because it was profound or eloquent, but because it represented a truth the galaxy had forgotten. That submission is always a choice. That resistance is always possible. That freedom is worth fighting for. Her communicator chimed. It was Admiral Chen, now retired like her. Elena, are you watching the news? No, why? The Confederation just opened a new academy for joint military training. They're teaching tactics, strategy, asymmetric warfare. They're calling it the Soul Academy. They want humanity to teach the galaxy how to fight. Elena laughed. From threats of destruction to requests for military training. That's quite a change. They learned the lesson. A civilization that can't defend itself will eventually be conquered by external enemies or internal corruption. And humans, for better or worse, are very good at teaching people how to fight. Let's hope they also learn when not to fight, Elena said. That's the harder lesson. She ended the call and looked up at the stars. Earth had come to those stars expecting to find wonders and new friends. Instead, they had found an empire that demanded submission. And by refusing that submission, they had helped birth something better. The galaxy was far from perfect. There were still conflicts, still problems, still species that struggled with the transition from the old order to the new. But it was better. It was freer. It gave every species the chance to determine their own destiny. All because humanity had looked at the most powerful organization in the galaxy and said one word. No. Elena smiled and whispered to herself, and we meant it. Across the galaxy, on thousands of worlds, the story of Earth's defiance had become legend. Children grew up hearing about the species that said no. Artists created work celebrating the Battle of Sol. Historians analyzed how one word had shattered centuries of established order. But for Elena, for Admiral Chen, for all the humans who had lived through those tense months when war seemed inevitable, it wasn't legend. It was a choice they had made. A choice that could have doomed their world, but instead had freed a galaxy. The story of humanity's entry onto the galactic stage would be told for generations. How they achieved faster than light travel and reached the stars with hope and wonder. How they met the Galactic Council and were offered subjugation disguised as membership. How they answered with a single word that echoed across the galaxy. And how that word changed everything. In the end, it wasn't about humanity being special or superior. It was about the power of conviction. About standing for something even when it would be easier to bow. About remembering that freedom is never given, only taken, and must be defended. The humans hadn't just joined the galactic community. They had transformed it. They had reminded civilizations that had grown comfortable and complacent what their ancestors once knew. That liberty is precious, that independence is worth fighting for, that sometimes the right answer to tyranny, no matter how powerful or how ancient, is simply and completely no.
Hugh crouched in the dry trench, fingers embedded in loose dust, eyes on the ridgeline. The air was quiet, not dead. Waiting. In the distance, the wind carried the sound of a broken machine whining against itself. It had been days since they'd seen movement on this sector. Still, the protocol held. Eyes up, head low, weapon within reach, even when your only job was to exist and not get erased. His boots were too tight. The pair he'd requisitioned 2 bases ago had gone missing during the transit. He didn't mind. Pain was real, and real was currency. Downhill from his post, the remnants of the town were visible. Buildings melted at the edges like wax that never had a flame. It had once been a civilian tech node, long before the war made civilians mythical. Now it was a waypoint for survivors, smuggling routes, and sometimes even time jump agents who needed a blind corner to re-enter reality. He wiped a line of sweat from his jaw with the back of his glove. The sun here was constant, but it had that shimmer, subtle, off-angle. This place had been bent too many times. The vortexes left folds like bruises in the fabric of a place, and they hummed just below the threshold of sound. Status? A voice crackled over comm. Hugh thumbed the line. Still, no motion. South vector stable. Copy. Stay sharp, Forbes. Repeater glitching again. Scanners caught something near Collector 6. Hugh didn't reply. He knew the scanners saw ghosts. That didn't mean they were wrong. The quiet broke 5 minutes later. A shimmer along the ridge, a distortion, not light but density, then gone. Hugh had already flicked his rifle's selector twice before standing fully upright, eyes fixed. He waited, counted to 7. Stillness again. He clicked the comm twice. No response. Back at base, the signals were already dying. Bursts of static, irregular pings. Hugh dropped into a jog, boots thudding soft on the dust as he moved across the slope, veering toward the last known location of Collector 6. His HUD flickered, then blanked, then returned with a slight offset. The time skewed back 12 minutes. That meant a skip. He slowed near the blackened tree line. Collector 6 was a monument, tall, skeletal, humming, designed to drink from time itself. He circled left. The grass was flattened recently, and a shadow moved where there shouldn't be any source. Hugh froze. A man stood at the base, arms to the side, wearing a suit that shimmered wrong. Not invisibility, not stealth. Rejection. The world didn't want to see him. Hugh raised his weapon but didn't speak. The figure turned slowly, no sudden moves. His face was visible, yet misaligned. A twin flash echo. One version stood with a neutral expression. The other grinned a split second after. Then the image stabilized. Not your time, the man said. Quiet, calm. But you're here. That's enough. Hugh didn't lower the weapon. Identify. Already have. You're tracking me from before your memory loops. I'm Chance. Not mine either. But here we are. Hugh clicked the comm. Nothing. Dead. The man Chance looked to the sky. We've been circling this encounter for a dozen iterations. They made sure you wouldn't remember until this one. Hugh's grip tightened. Who is they? The ones who left us the tech. The ones who taught us to fight with it. The ones who laugh when we use it to kill each other. Hugh moved a half step forward. Chance didn't flinch. You're saying, I'm not saying, I'm reminding. Your memory's fractured, mine too. Ask yourself this. Who was the first to offer us time jump tech? Who taught us field dampeners? Disruptors? Who never bled when the bullets flew? Hugh opened his mouth, closed it again. I'm not the enemy, Chance said, kneeling and placing a small prism on the ground. But I've worn their suit, once. The prism glowed a low, steady pulse. Around them, the soundscape changed. Hugh heard children laughing. He blinked. The world flickered. The trees weren't burnt anymore. They were green. A woman's voice echoed, calling someone home. Then it was gone. You felt that? Chance stood. Hugh nodded. Barely. They've done this for centuries. Give us tech. Wait. Watch. When we grow too curious, too close, they seed a war. Hugh's breath slowed. So we'd kill ourselves before we learned the truth. Chance gave a single nod. You see it now. The sky crackled. Not thunder, more like a choked signal collapsing. Chance looked back to the collector. This is where I leave you. They've spotted me. Hugh stepped forward. Wait, how do I? but the man was already gone. No light, no sound. The shimmer ended. Hugh stood in silence, hand trembling slightly. He didn't report it. Not then. The next day, Griffin returned. His hair was damp, his posture worse. Whatever mission he'd run, it took more than time. The base was on full lockdown. Systems glitching, vortex stabilization erratic. Everyone acted like that was normal. Hugh found him by the perimeter wall, staring out across the empty flatland. "You didn't sleep," Hugh said. Griffin nodded. "I did, just not all at once." Hugh waited. Griffin turned slightly. "You ever wonder why the war doesn't end?" Hugh nodded. "All the time." Griffin lit a stim stick, offered one. Hugh declined. "We lost 712, not just the unit, the whole region." Timeline bled out. Hugh frowned. Hugh's heart stuttered. "Then who?" Griffin looked him dead in the eye. "Exactly." Neither spoke for a while. The wind picked up. Inside, the operations room was tense. Red lights blinked at irregular intervals, reports piled. The memory cubes stacked on the command table were warm to the touch. No one dared sort them yet. A runner approached Hugh later, handed him immediate. Hugh opened it. His eyes narrowed. The coordinates led back to the outskirts, near Collector 3. He packed light. When he arrived, the area was quiet, but the collector hummed with unnatural rhythm. He scanned. Nothing out of place. Then a glimmer in the grass, a small orb, perfectly smooth, chrome black. It pulsed when he approached. He reached for it. "Don't." The voice came from nowhere. Then everywhere. Hugh froze. "You were never meant to hold that," it said, "but we let one of you get close, a flaw in your kind's chaos." The orb rose from the grass, floated, hovered inches from his face. "You are not the virus. You are the vector." Hugh's legs locked. He couldn't move. "The war was our fire. You are oxygen." Then silence. The orb dropped, cold again. Hugh backed away, heart pounding, sweat cold. That night, Griffin debriefed in whispers. Not recorded, not logged. "You heard them, didn't you?" Griffin asked. Hugh nodded. Griffin held a prism in his hand, the same one Chance had shown. It pulsed in rhythm with Hugh's. "We're not the first iteration," Griffin said. "We're the first to remember." He laid back in the cot, staring at the too quiet for the amount of movement he could feel underfoot. Vibrations. Distant, rhythmic, machine tall, and walked the inner wall circuit. New fencing was going up. Drones were perched in place along the high ridgeline, not military, not theirs. Civilian surveillance drones, re-engineered and equipped with low-signature pulse detectors. They weren't watching the enemy anymore. They were watching inward. Griffin met him at the underground lift hours later, alone. No brief, no essay, visited by fieldmen. Hugh watched as Griffin unlocked the gate with a prism-embedded baton and a sharp whisper. The door blinked in, not out. They stepped into the pulse chamber. 50-foot ceilings, all dark, no light sources, yet everything was visible. At the center was the unit. A vault the size of a dropship sat buried halfway into the floor. Tubes snaked from its sides, some pulsing with liquid, others glowing like a vein through skin. Monitors surrounded it, showing blurred maps, time-looped faces, fragments of coordinates, and one icon pulsing red, an omega fractured by a vertical slash. "What is this?" Hugh asked. "Where it all starts," Griffin said, walking to the side and waving his hand over a sphere mount. A projection erupted, showing overlapping maps of the Earth, then other worlds, all linked by fine green tendrils. "They seeded us with tech, centuries ago, gave us discoveries, progress, power, then waited." "Waited for what?" "For us to build the network they couldn't, for us to connect the gates." Hugh looked up. "Time travel was their back door." Griffin nodded. "Every vortex, every collector, it's an antenna, not just for power, for communication." "With who?" "Not who. What?" Hugh blinked as the vault cracked open. The hiss was low, sad somehow, as if the metal itself mourned what it had been holding. Inside was a human figure, female, motionless, encased in a translucent field. Her eyes open but glassed over. Her skin glimmered faintly like frost over polished steel. "She's been here longer than the war," Griffin said. "Not alive. Not exactly. We think missions." "And she led us?" "No. She made us." The transmission included schematics, implants, algorithms. Hugh took a step back. "She's not the only one, is she?" Griffin didn't answer. He turned and walked toward the far console, flipping a series of switches. The room dimmed as energy drew inward. A wall shimmered and then revealed a memory stream. Not a recording, a captured time echo. It showed the battlefield from 2 decades ago. Hugh watched in silence as soldiers fought, but the weapons were wrong. Too clean. vaporized with beams that made no sound, and floating above the scene, just visible, were rings, metallic, rotating in opposite directions. Inside each, eyes, unblinking, unblinking. Hugh felt his skin go cold. They watched, Griffin said. They watched the entire time, intervened only to keep balance, not peace. Conflict is a power source to them. Hugh stepped closer. Why now? Why are we only seeing this now? Because we started asking the wrong questions at the right time, the kind that pierce back. Griffin turned, handed Hugh a small capsule. Inside, a filament. It shimmered with its own rhythm, ticking like a second heart. Take this to Reclamation Node 5. Drop it inside the collector there. Do not talk. Do not deviate. When you're done, you'll know what we know. Hugh took the capsule. And if I don't want to know? Griffin didn't flinch. You already do. You just don't remember. Outside, where the light should be, people moved in double exposures, resetting every few steps. No one else noticed. He boarded a scout skiff and headed out. The ride to Node 5 took an hour through the cracked valleys, regions once farmland now mined for fusion dust. The remnants of 3 old wars had built a mountain range from metal alone. At Node 5, the collector stood half-functional. Partially melted, covered in impact scoring, the area had been abandoned for years. Hugh walked in with the capsule clenched in his palm. He reached the node and found the socket Griffin described, a small cube panel flickering with green light. He opened the capsule and dropped the filament inside. Instantly, the collector pulsed. Hugh staggered back as the world around him bent sharply inward. Sound vanished, vision inverted. And then he was standing in the same spot, but the sky above was gone. In its place, a black mesh lattice like a dome. Outside the dome were stars, but wrong. Too many. Moving too fast. And behind them, something watched. It didn't move. It didn't speak. But Hugh knew. The war wasn't the end. It was the farm. The machine around him vibrated with such force that his nose bled. He clutched his ears, fell to his knees. A voice, not from the air but inside his spine, spoke. Your kind was the blade. Now you are the wound. Then he was back, flat on the ground, the collector humming as if nothing happened. He stood slowly. The sky was blue again, real. But now everywhere he looked, he saw ghost impressions of what had been, shadow echoes of the Watchers, hanging like mist. He returned to base without logging the trip. Griffin met him near the perimeter. You saw them. Hugh nodded. Griffin whispered, good, then you're ready. Ready for what? Griffin held out a device. It looked like a detonator, but the counter ran upward. This sets the frequency. Not a weapon, a signal. To call them? To show them we see them. Hugh hesitated. Why not destroy them? Griffin shook his head. They exist across probabilities. They're never there long enough to destroy. But we can interfere. We can jam the signal, break the loop, make Earth opaque. Hugh took the device. Griffin leaned close. They've used humans against each other for eons. This time, one human uses them. The countdown began at Hugh's touch, and somewhere far beyond the collector field, in a place without time, the Watchers blinked. Hugh's dreams that night were not dreams. They were overlays. Experiences not lived but embedded, poured into him like data down a failing conduit. He saw his childhood, but wrong. His mother's face was out of focus. Her mouth moved, but the words were not in any language he knew, and yet he understood. He saw Griffin before he'd ever met Griffin. Younger, cleaner, still wearing both his arms. He saw the collector field stretching across continents like neural veins, and hovering above them, always just out of reach, were the rings. When he woke, the counter on the device had stopped. It blinked once, then vanished, leaving a blank screen and a subtle warmth in his pocket, like it had never existed. He looked around the barracks. 4 cots empty. 4 fieldmen gone. No alerts, no alarms. He checked his HUD. No mention of them. No logs. Erased or never there. He walked into Central Ops to find the command deck in full lockdown. Griffin stood before a newly constructed DAS. Floating above it were 3 memory cubes, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. No one else moved. All around, techs stood still, eyes distant, mouths shut, like statues waiting to be rewound. Griffin turned when Hugh entered, his eyes bloodshot, not from fatigue, but exposure. They struck back, he said flatly. They killed this timeline. Hugh blinked. What? Griffin gestured at the cubes. 3 anchors, fragments of 3 concurrent time branches that still remember this version of events. The rest are collapsing. We're in a localized breach. We have maybe 12 hours before the station loses alignment and gets absorbed. Hugh stepped forward. Then we evacuate. Griffin didn't move. No, we consolidate. We've found something. A map, not of time, but of cause. Hugh stood beside him now, the cubes flickering softly, projecting a field. The hologram showed a spiral, not linear, but coiled like a vortex looped into itself. Events orbited the center, sometimes merging, sometimes repelling. Hugh saw events he remembered, and ones he didn't, but knew. His hand passed through one, and it burned. Static bled into his skin. A timeline? No. A bypass. A false continuity. It masquerades as time, but it's a logic tunnel. They hide inside the assumptions we refuse to challenge. Hugh understood now. They're not just using tech, they're using belief. Griffin nodded. Everything we assumed about the war, about origin, about alliance, it's all engineered. The real timeline, the true causal strand, buried. Underneath their planted event cube on the dais. This one was black. We create a false loop, a bait line. We simulated a divergence so catastrophic they can't ignore it. Something irresistible, something that threatens their design. Hugh frowned. And what would that be? Griffin looked him dead in the eye. You. Hugh felt it before he accepted it. Something in him had changed. The Watchers had touched him, marked him. Not infected, enhanced. He could feel the gaps in logic around him now, like holes in glass. We use you to rewrite the bait line, Griffin continued. A series of events where you gain control of the vortex lattice, where you unify the collector fields, where you collapse the war not by peace, but by coherence, a new frequency. Hugh was silent. Then, won't they see it? Griffin grinned. That's the point. When they enter the loop to interfere, we close it with this. He revealed a shard, metallic, humanoid in shape but abstract, a sculpture, or maybe a key. Its edges glowed softly like ice over a dying ember. What is it? An anchor, from before, from the original strand. Hugh took it. It was warm and cold, heavy and light, impossible. Griffin handed him a small packet. Inside, a pulse trigger and a single-use vortex drive. You'll jump to the coordinates in 10 minutes. You'll arrive 2 weeks before the Catalyst event. Set the stage. Let them see you rise. Let them think they've won. And when they enter, you'll know. Hugh didn't say goodbye. He never liked endings. He activated the jump. Time folded. He landed hard. Dust stung his eyes. The sky was orange, veined with stormlight. He was in the southern basin, just outside what would become the Spire base. Only it hadn't been built yet. Around him, civilians worked tirelessly, constructing, trading, surviving. It was a time of hope, and that made it all the more dangerous. Hugh infiltrated fast. His rank carried over, records aligned to support his presence. He began to manipulate key events. Traded black market schematics that intercepted skirmish orders, diffused 3 false flag attacks. He rose fast, as predicted. The timeline adjusted, stretched, reshaped. Eyes turned to him, and then they came. Not ships, not soldiers, observers. People who didn't exist in census data. Faces you never remembered. Conversations that evaporated as soon as they ended. Smiles that didn't reach the eyes. They watched Hugh from every corner of his world. He let them. He even spoke to one in the old library beneath the basin. She wore no insignia. Her smile was correct, not warm, not cold, just expected. You are deviating, she said. I'm adapting, Hugh replied. Your deviation is spreading. He nodded. That's the point. You risk recursive decay. You risk being seen. She paused. Her eyes flickered just once. That was enough. We see you, Hugh Forbes. I see you too. She left. Hugh returned to base. The moment the observers gathered to vote interference, he activated the prism. The timeline snapped. The trap closed. Inside the collector ring, space bent like breath against ice. The Watchers were pulled in, not by force, but inevitability. Their assumptions made them vulnerable. Their own map was used against them. Griffin's voice echoed in the comms. They're caught. Locked in a causal echo. They'll loop endlessly. Hugh didn't celebrate. He stood at the edge of the ring, watching the vortex pulse. He saw the events repeat. War, peace, manipulation, rebellion. Trapped now, unable to project forward. Then silence. Griffin arrived hours later, limping from a collapsed jump zone. You did it, he said. Hugh looked up. No, we paused them. Griffin nodded. Long enough. For what? To remember who we were before they rode over us. Hugh turned back to the ring and waited. Days passed, then weeks. The world outside didn't quite return to normal. It couldn't. Too much had unraveled. The war slowed but didn't stop. The engines of conflict sputtered without the Watchers' fuel, but hatred was an ember that burned under its own heat. Still, something had shifted. The time distortions stabilized. Vortexes no longer formed at random. The collector fields lost their aggression, humming now with a passive stillness like hibernating beasts. Power grids reconnected. Messages from broken timelines blinked back to life, glitchy but intact. People remembered things that had never happened. Others forgot things they lived through. Hugh wandered the northern sector of the base one morning, watching children play along the scaffolding of a half-finished tower. They were building again. That mattered. He met Griffin at the perimeter wall, just as he had the day of his awakening. This time, there were no weapons between them. Just memory. "Tell me again," Griffin said, leaning on a pipe. "What did she say?" "The observer." Hugh scratched his chin. "She said I was deviating." Griffin smiled. "That's the closest thing to a compliment they've ever given." They stood in silence, watching the horizon. Off in the distance, the collapsed shell of the set's former stronghold glittered in the morning light. Its command lines still crawled across the hillsides, fossilized AI script etched into the earth like old scars. The signal towers had gone quiet. No more pulses, no more updates from beyond. Griffin reached into his coat and handed Hugh a small box. Inside was a fragment of one of the green-streaked memory cubes, shattered, dead. It shimmered faintly, but with no pulse. A relic. "What's this?" "A reminder," Griffin said, "of what we forgot, and what we broke to remember it." Hugh closed the box. "Will they come back?" "Probably, eventually, but not in the same form. They can't run the same script twice. Now that we've seen them, they have to change their mask." Hugh nodded. "So what happens now?" Griffin's gaze lingered on the sky. "We rebuild. We decentralize. We bury what we must, and we archive what we can. And we don't forget again." That afternoon, the Council of Sectors gathered for the first time in 10 years. Not a war council, not a supply command, a forum. Each representative seated without armor, without rank insignia, only their lived memories and fractured truths. Hugh stood before them, uninvited but not unwelcome. He spoke plainly. There was a war, but not the one we fought. The true war was over control of perception, of memory, of possibility, and we lost for a time. Silence, but now we're not being watched. Not yet. And this is our chance to decide who we become. He stepped down, no applause, but nods, real ones. That was enough. Later that evening, Griffin took Hugh to the sublevels, to the room where the sleeper remained. She hadn't moved since the disruption. The field around her was dimming, a flicker at the edges. They'd begun dismantling the chamber. "She wasn't one of them," Griffin said softly, "but she wasn't one of us either." Hugh approached the field, looked into her eyes. There was something there now. A flicker, a blink. She saw him. He stepped back. "We should end it." Griffin nodded. "We will." The chamber lights dimmed. The encasement powered down. For the first time in years, the hum ceased. Outside, the base slowly returned to function. The collector fields were reprogrammed to track history, not distort it. Records were rebuilt, memory cubes re-indexed and sealed. And the spires, those strange, towering relics of the set's influence, were stripped down and turned into signal buoys. Beacons of caution. A warning. Hugh returned to the field corps, but not as a soldier. He walked from zone to zone, speaking, listening, learning what had survived and what had changed. Some towns had no memory of the war. Others remembered wars that never existed. Each version of truth had weight. At the edge of the eastern ridge, Hugh sat with a boy no older than 10, watching a glider drone circle overhead. "Is that thing dangerous?" the boy asked. "It used to be," Hugh said. "Now it's just watching." The boy made a face. "Like the bad watchers?" Hugh smiled. "No, this one listens. It learns." The boy looked curious. "From who?" Hugh pointed at him. "From you." Far off in space, just beyond the visible edge, an echo folded back in on itself. A logic loop failed to close. Somewhere in the mesh between universes, a dead signal flared and went out. Back on Earth, life moved forward. And for the first time in generations, the future wasn't written, it would be told. There was a silence growing beneath the world. Beneath the crust of reclaimed cities, under collector stations now long dormant, deep in tunnels carved out during the height of the war, something had gone quiet. Not the quiet of peace, the quiet of things waiting. Hugh stood before the archive vault, key filament pressed to the lock, listening to the mechanical whispers of the security lattice folding away. This was the last node they hadn't explored since the Watchers fell into their loop, not out of fear, out of caution. It was said this one held the raw pre-collapse logs, untouched, unscrubbed, unfiltered. He wasn't alone. Woody was with him now, older, slower, his leg fitted with a bypass implant that clicked as he walked. But his eyes still sparked. "You think it'll change what we know?" Woody asked. "I think it might show us what we missed," Hugh replied. Inside, the vault breathed. Lines of prisms and filament libraries stretched wall to wall. Everything shimmered with latent data, and at the heart of it an orb, dormant but intact, embedded in a slab of old-world alloy, pulsing faintly like a sleeping heart. Hugh approached it, no scripts activated, no alerts. It led him near. He placed his palm on it. Static ran up his spine. Images hit him in frames. The first city, the first seed. The first whisper of foreign design implanted into Earth's grid under the guise of a solar alignment project. Then the Black Rains, then the first clean war, then the first altered memory. And behind it all, shapes. Not creatures, not ships, motifs. Patterns of logic that birthed technologies and fed ideologies. They weren't watchers, they were shepherds or farmers. Hugh pulled his hand away. The orb quieted. "God," Woody said. "We were the crops." "No," Hugh corrected, standing slowly. "We were the soil." They returned to base under the veil of a mild dust storm. No alarms, no debriefing, only silence from those who waited. Griffin met them, already knowing, his face drawn, sunken, like he'd read it all through the static. "We can't destroy it," Hugh said. Griffin nodded. "I wouldn't ask us to." "What now? We reframe the timeline." Hugh raised a brow. "We admit the truth," Griffin continued, "to everyone. No more classified loops, no more time-layered missions, and no more grooming the future like we're shaping it. That'll shatter half the command." Griffin smiled without warmth. That half was already cracked. The announcement came 2 days later, a broadcast shared openly across all regions. Hugh stood before the array, wind at his back, voice steady. "We were shaped, engineered, but we were never owned." He paused. Let it sink in. The Watchers didn't lose, they were paused. But we must learn, because they never stopped preparing us for themselves. We must build a world where interference is impossible, not just hidden. He stared into the lens, unblinking, and we begin with memory. All of it. Every truth, every fracture, every false timeline. We record it, we teach it, we write it down so the next era won't be born blind. That day, the base began the archive. Every survivor submitted their story. Some spoke in rage, others wept. Others simply recited what they remembered. But they spoke. For the first time, they owned their memory. Hugh watched from the catwalk above as fieldmen and civilians alike lined up to add their voices. Even the old set officers, long disbanded, were there, humbled. Griffin stood beside him. "Do you believe it'll hold?" Hugh didn't answer right away. "No." Griffin tilted his head. "But I believe they'll try," Hugh said. "And that's enough." In the shadows of the collector fields, now dismantled and rusting in the sun, children ran without weapons. The sound of their feet was real, not fabricated, not repeated from a forgotten timeline. Real. The walls of the base, once humming with vortex interference and cloaked in disruptor fields, now bore murals, a timeline made of images, not loops. Art told the story. The field code from the fallen timeline had been transcribed into poetry. The names of the lost engraved along the northern barricade, which now stood not to protect, but to remember. And in a chamber far below, sealed in silence, the anchor sat, no longer needed, but never discarded, because even peace, when earned, needs a keystone. Hugh left the base one final time, not in retreat, not in exile, but in purpose. Across the fractured lands were still untouched towns, wild colonies, survivors uncounted. He would walk until his name was forgotten, until his story was retold by those who never knew him. That was how memory healed. Not by being preserved perfectly, but by being handed forward, flawed, and still beating. The last image of Hugh, recorded in the archive, was a simple one. A man standing at the edge of a broken road, pack slung over one shoulder, looking ahead, and in the distance, a sky that no longer shimmered. Somewhere far above the atmosphere, where no collectors reached, where even the time loops hadn't curled, the last fragment of the Watcher's architecture floated. It was not a ship, not in any human sense. It was a vessel of probability, a skein of possibility woven tight into a field of shifting potential. It did not move through space. It moved through assumption. Where belief was strong enough, it appeared. Where doubt crept in, it flickered out. But something was wrong now. Inside this structure, the inhabitants, or remnants, processed pattern collapses at blinding speeds. They projected shadow selves into still looping fragments of old Earth, seeking resonance. But the resonance was gone. The lattice had been severed. Hugh's act, the trigger Griffin handed him, the field disruption seeded into the fake loop, had done more than trap them. It had taught the world to question, and doubt was fatal to the Watchers. Within the vessel, one node pulsed erratic. The shape inside, a humanoid approximation crafted to better observe those who evolved through struggle, shivered. "You deviated," the node said aloud. There was no response. Deviant Vector has spawned replications. Local thought-form environments no longer reinforce the assumed chain. Silence. The subject vector has ignited recursive free agency nodes. Authority structures collapsing. Absorption impossible. Still silence. The figure tilted its head. "Begin observer shutdown. We will attempt re-entry through a lower assumption tier." And the ship dimmed. On Earth, Griffin received the signal hours before sunrise. He read the data burst 3 times before speaking. "They've gone under." Hugh was across the continent now, helping rebuild the aquifer maps and re-establish grain corridors, but his signal returned in less than a minute. "Gone where?" "Beneath awareness. They're going dark, waiting to be believed in again." Hugh responded simply, "Then we stop worshipping ghosts." The last phase began not with a war, but with a school. A single building set into the old ruins of what was once a set outpost, now ringed with gardens and water channels. Its walls were painted with the words of 100 timelines, all jumbled, forming a new whole. Students came from all sectors, some whose ancestors had been on the wrong side of the war, others from fringe colonies who'd barely survived. They weren't told what to believe. They were told to remember and to question. Hugh taught there only once a year. He sat on the floor, never behind a lectern. He told stories. The truth of them didn't matter as much as the questions they raised. The one he always ended with went like this. "There was a day once," he said, "when someone asked what would happen if we stopped reacting, stopped assuming the enemy was each other, and the answer came. Quiet, simple, unavoidable." He waited. Someone always asked, what was the answer? He smiled. We remembered who we were, and they couldn't survive that. That night, the stars flickered in the sky, not from battle, not from interference, but from alignment. A pattern locked into place, a story completed. A loop broken, not by force, but by letting go, and so ended the first book, not with a final battle, but with a final breath, a return to self, a knowing. The Watchers waited, but no one came back. Years passed, not in silence, but in motion, rebuilding, reconnection, relearning. The surface of the earth no longer bore the sharp scars of war, but it did not forget them. Roads etched with blast lines had become market lanes. Collector ruins turned into sanctuaries, each one a circle of stone and steel where people told stories and sang of timelines they'd never lived, but now somehow remembered. Hugh grew older. The man once shadowed by weaponry and war had grown into something else. Not a leader, not even a figurehead, but a presence. People didn't salute him. They asked him questions. He didn't give orders. He asked better questions in return. He rarely stayed in one place longer than a season. One winter in the southern terraces building floodgates with teenage engineers. Another summer on the Central Plateau, helping construct transmitter towers that no longer aimed to call out to Watchers, but to call across one another. Pure communication, human to human. No lords overhead, no silent witnesses in orbit. Children now grew up knowing the war as a shadow, not a monster. They played games where the monsters were defeated not with weapons, but by seeing them clearly, naming them aloud, and choosing to walk past. In the city of Orlan, a rebuilt trade hub over one of the oldest collector fields, Hugh met a woman named Ray. She was tall, quiet-eyed, and burned metal into poetry. Her sculptures stood over intersections, phrases twisted from salvaged steel and old war plates. Truth is memory untied from fear. All gods can be doubted. Do not kneel to patterns. They built a home above the old glider station. Together, they uncovered part of a dormant set data vault, one the reclamation crews had missed. It wasn't functional. The memory lattice had long since degraded, but inside it were dozens of spools, paper thin and etched in a language neither fully recognized. Ray spent 3 years translating it line by line. It was a confession from one of the first hybrid observers. I did not believe they would ever fall, But they feared something we could not quantify, the human act of doubt. Not doubt as despair, doubt as resistance, as anti-programming, as self-definition. Once a mind learns to doubt a loop, the loop breaks. This is not rebellion, it is evolution. That is the fracture they feared. The virus we seeded and forgot. They published the text, not as scripture, as reference. One day, Hugh stood at the high balcony and watched the sky. He had no agenda. The watchers hadn't returned. But sometimes you had to look anyway. Not out of fear, out of responsibility. He turned to find Griffin there. The older man had grayed, lost mass, gained vision. "They're not coming," Hugh said. Griffin nodded. "Not soon. Not in form." Hugh tilted his head. "Still afraid of us?" "No," Griffin said. "Afraid we'll teach others what we learned." And that was the truth. The war hadn't been between species. It had been a war between realities, between those who needed control and those who had learned to live without it. Griffin handed him a small black stone. "Polished, seamless. What is it?" Hugh asked. "A fragment, from the edge of the echo lattice, still warm." Hugh felt it hum in his palm. "Does it do anything?" Griffin smirked. "Only if you give it orders." Hugh tossed it to Ray later that night. She caught it in one hand, studied it under firelight, and buried it in a planter box beneath a plum tree. That spring, the tree flowered early. The petals glowed faintly. No one asked why. In time, the archives were expanded. Not just war records, not just memory loops, not just field notes, but stories. Folklore born from fractured truths, children's books retelling old timelines as parables, maps drawn from memory and dream together. Hugh read a page one morning while walking the sky bridge above Orlan. Once the world was a knot of forgetting, then someone pulled a thread and looked inside. He smiled. He knew the writer, a girl who'd grown up beneath the burnt towers of the northern fields. Her story was new. Hers alone. In the last years of his life, Hugh never stopped moving. He walked from valley to spire to desert edge, sometimes speaking, sometimes silent, sometimes just planting something in the dirt and walking away. When he died, there was no monument, no funeral pyre, no military fanfare. But across the land, in every outpost and commune and memory station, bells rang once at the hour of dusk, not for mourning, for signal clarity, to say, we remember, we remain, we deviate. And far above the earth, beyond any collector field's range, in a space where time once bent to foreign will, the watchers sat dormant still. Their nodes quivered as a signal breached their loops, soft, slow, human. Not a threat, a question. Are you still watching? No reply, and none was needed, because the question itself meant we're no longer waiting. Somewhere across a barren world that once wore the same sky as Earth, a man walked beneath unfamiliar constellations. He wasn't Hugh, not anymore. His name had dissolved over time, a sound turned to silence by years of walking, listening, remembering. He wore a weathered jacket stitched from old field cloth and new fiber, and in his chest he carried a shard of the old world, not as a weapon, not as proof, but as a thread, a reminder that no strand of history was ever fully cut. This was not Earth. Not exactly. It was one of the spill worlds, those branched planets created during the war, when the Watchers had bent the lattice so far it fractured into physical space. Some spill worlds had collapsed. Others had matured into strange reflections. This one had lived, and it had grown. The settlers here knew of the war, though not firsthand. They had never seen the collectors. They had never bled beneath the vortex storms, but they knew the stories. The archive, now encoded into deep orbit repeater pods, had reached them generations ago. The people here had adapted the lessons, built without hierarchy, structured their cities with centers, not tops, named their children after doubts, not heroes. And now, the man with no name walked their roads. He wasn't a prophet. They didn't treat him like one. He was an echo, a fragment, a living strand of the thread they'd inherited. On his third day in the capital ring, he stood beneath a tower of glass grown directly from volcanic stone. The structure resonated faintly, tuned to vibrations across the planetary field. It was a listening post, but not for signals. It listened to memory. He sat in the center and waited. A child approached. Not out of awe, out of curiosity. "Is it true," she asked, "that you spoke with the machines?" He smiled. "No," she frowned. "But you stopped them." "No," he said again, gently. "We stopped ourselves. That's what made them powerless." She didn't quite understand, but she nodded anyway. The tower shifted pitch. Something beyond language passed through the room. Not a message, a feeling. Deep acknowledgement. Somewhere, the archive in orbit adjusted its rotation. The signal beam moved 1 degree west. The loop had registered a null return, not silence, completion. Elsewhere, on Earth and on other worlds now growing in the void, the Watcher's logic forms began to erode. Not from an attack, from neglect. They had been forgotten. A single beacon blinked once in a dead region of space, then expired. Back on the spill world, the man walked out of the listening tower, the child following. "What do we do now?" she asked. "Write new myths," he said. "About what?" "Not about the end," he said, turning. "About what we did after the end." The wind carried his voice across the basalt plain, and in time, the world followed. In a chamber so deep beneath Earth's crust it existed between measurable frequencies, an ancient structure shuddered, not from damage, from awakening. Inside, dormant files, fragments of Watcher protocols, scanned for instruction, for pattern, for resonance. They found none, but one thread remained active. Hugh Forbes, status unknown. The Lattice attempted a query. It failed. A secondary command was initiated. Seed contingency, pattern unknowable. A warning flared and extinguished itself. Threat class human defined. And then watch protocol obsolete. Final process activated, handshake rejected. Archive yielded. And thus, the last Watcher node became what it had feared most. A listener. No longer a hand over humanity. Just a record, just a relic. Back on the surface, under a sky no longer charted by war, a generation not born from blood gathered in open fields to speak, to build, to err, to create. They made no gods, they made no enemies, they made a story. And in its telling, everything that once ruled them fell quiet, not gone, but no longer needed. And the world moved forward, not toward peace or power, but toward awareness. The final war had not been won, it had been understood. And understanding was a weapon no loop could counter.
The massive alien ship dropped out of space near the human colony of New Denver like a falling mountain. Captain Jake Morrison watched from his command center as the thing blocked out half the stars. He had seen Keth Mori ships before, but never one this close to human space. Never one that came alone. Jake pressed the communication button. "Unknown vessel, this is New Denver Colony. State your business." The response came in broken human speech, heavy with clicks and growls. "I am Commander Zektar of the Bone Wing Fleet. I must speak with your leaders. It is urgent." Jake looked at his crew. The Keth Mori were known across the galaxy as fierce warriors. They stood 8 feet tall with wings that could carry them through space for short distances. Their claws could cut through steel. Their teeth could bite through armor. They did not ask for help. They took what they wanted. "Permission granted to send one shuttle," Jake said. "No weapons." An hour later, Commander Zektar stood in the colony's main meeting room. The alien warrior was even bigger than Jake expected. His fur was black with silver stripes. His wings were folded tight against his back. Scars covered his arms and face. But something was wrong. The great warrior's yellow eyes looked desperate. Dr. Lisa Chen, the colony's doctor and scientist, sat across from Zektar. She had studied alien species for 20 years. "Commander, you look sick. Are you well?" Zektar's claws scratched the metal table. "My people are dying. All of us. The adults, anyway." "What do you mean?" Jake asked. "A sickness came to our world 6 months ago. It only kills those who have reached full growth. The young ones are safe, but they cannot survive alone." Zektar's voice became quieter. "In my culture, cubs learn to fight from the moment they can walk. The weak ones die, the strong ones live. That is our way." Dr. Chen leaned forward. "But now the adults are gone?" "Not yet, but soon. We have perhaps 1 year left, maybe less." Zektar stood and began to pace. His claws clicked on the floor. "We are searching the deep void for a cure, but we cannot take the cubs with us. The journey is too dangerous. They are too young." Jake began to understand. "You want us to watch your children. Your species does something no other species does. You keep your weak young alive. You care for them until they grow strong. We have watched your colonies. Human parents will die to protect cubs that are not even their own blood. Dr. A. Chen nodded slowly. That's true. But your cubs are not human cubs. We don't know how to care for them. They need food, warmth, and safety. Nothing more. Zektar's ears flattened against his head. I know what you are thinking. Kethmori are killers. Our cubs will grow up to be killers too. But dead cubs grow up to be nothing. Jake looked around the room at his staff. Colony Director Helen Brooks had been quiet until now. How many cubs are we talking about? 200. The number hung in the air like a weight. The human colony had only 3,000 people. 200 alien predator cubs would change everything. They're babies now, Zektar continued. Their eyes are not even open yet. They cannot hunt. They cannot fight. They will die without help. Dr. Chen asked the question everyone was thinking. What happens when you come back? What if your cubs have learned human ways instead of Kethmori ways? Zektar's eyes grew hard. Then we will fix them. But first they must live. Jake stepped outside the meeting room to think. Through the window he could see the Kethmori ship hanging in space like a dark moon. He thought about his own daughter back on Earth. He thought about the children in the colony schools. He thought about what it meant to be human. When he returned to the room, Jake's mind was made up. We'll do it, but we have conditions. Name them. First, your cubs live with our families. They don't get put in some special facility. They become part of our community. Second, we raise them our way. If you want them to learn human caring, they have to be treated like human children. Zektar's claws extended slightly. And third, when you come back, you don't just take them. If they want to stay, if they've made lives here, we talk about it. The alien commander was quiet for a long time. Finally, he nodded. Agreed. When can you take them? Give us 3 days to prepare. 2 days later, families across New Denver Colony were getting ready for something that had never happened before. John and Maria Parker cleared out their spare room for their new alien child. Steve and Janet Cooper bought extra food and baby supplies. The Rodriguez family set up a special sleeping area with thick blankets and heat lamps. Dr. Chen worked day and night to understand Kethmori biology. The cubs needed milk every 2 hours. They grew fast. They would weigh 50 pounds within a month. Their claws and teeth were sharp even as babies, but they were still babies. They needed love and care just like human children. On the 3rd day, the Kethmori shuttle landed. Zektar himself carried the first cub off the ship. The little creature was covered in soft gray fur. Its eyes were closed. It made small mewing sounds like a kitten, if kittens were the size of large dogs. Jake watched as Maria Parker took the cub into her arms. She looked down at the alien baby and smiled. Hello, little one. I think we'll call you Alex. One by one, 200 Kethmori cubs found new homes with human families. They had no idea that they were about to become something new in the galaxy, something that had never existed before. As the Kethmori fleet prepared to leave for the deep void, Zektar stood with Jake at the landing pad. Take care of them, the alien commander said. We will, Jake promised. That's what humans do. The alien ships disappeared into space, leaving behind a colony full of families who had just doubled in size. The cubs slept peacefully in their new homes, unaware that they were the beginning of something that would change both their species and the galaxy itself. 5 years had passed since the Kethmori fleet disappeared into deep space. Alex Parker stood on the school playground, watching a group of human children argue about the rules of their game. At 10 years old, he was already 6 feet tall with silver-gray fur and yellow eyes. His adoptive parents had given him a human name, but there was no hiding what he was. Hey, Alex, can you reach that ball? Called Sophie Parker, his human sister. The ball had gotten stuck in a tree 20 feet up. Without thinking, Alex crouched down and leaped. His powerful legs launched him up to the branch where he grabbed the ball with one clawed hand. He dropped back down and handed it to Sophie with a gentle smile. "Thanks, big brother," Sophie said. The other kids gathered around Alex, not afraid but amazed. This was normal for them. Alex had been part of their school since he could walk. Across the playground, Luna Cooper was helping a human boy who had fallen off the monkey bars. At 9 years old, she was as big as Alex, but moved with careful grace. Her fur was pure white with black spots. She used her claws to carefully cut away the torn fabric of the boy's shirt so she could see his scraped arm better. "Mrs. Patterson," Luna called to the teacher, "Danny needs the first aid kit." Mrs. Patterson hurried over with medical supplies. She watched as Luna held Danny's hand while the teacher cleaned the wound. The Kethmori cub spoke in soft, comforting words until Danny stopped crying. "You're getting very good at helping others," Mrs. Patterson told Luna. "Dad says that's what families do," Luna replied. "We take care of each other." In another part of the colony, Max Rodriguez was working in his family's garden. His adoptive father, Carlos, had taught him how to grow vegetables. Max's claws, which could cut through metal, were perfect for digging in hard soil, but he had learned to be gentle with the delicate plants. "Careful with the tomatoes, son," Carlos said. "They bruise easy." Max nodded and used just the tips of his claws to pick the ripe fruit. His massive hands moved with surprising care. "Like this, Papa? Perfect. You've got the gentlest touch of anyone in the colony." Dr. Lisa Chen watched all of this from her research station. She had been studying the cubs since they arrived. What she found amazed her every day. Brain scans showed that the cubs' minds had developed in ways that were impossible for normal Kethmori. The parts of their brains that controlled empathy and social bonding had grown much larger than expected. The areas that managed aggression and dominance behavior had stayed small. These cubs thought differently than any Kethmori who had ever lived. "It's remarkable," Dr. Chen told Colony Director Helen Brooks during their weekly meeting. "They retain all their natural physical abilities. Alex can jump 40 feet. Luna can run 60 miles per hour. Max can lift a ton. But they use these abilities to help rather than to dominate." "What do you think will happen when their birth parents return?" Helen asked. Dr. Chen looked out the window where she could see Diana Foster teaching a group of younger children how to play a human game called tag. Diana was the largest of the cubs, already 7 feet tall with dark red fur. But she moved slowly and carefully so the smaller human children could keep up. "I don't know," Dr. Chen admitted. "These cubs have become something new. They're still Kethmori, but they're also human in the ways that matter most." That evening, the Parker family sat down for dinner. Alex helped Maria Parker carry the heavy dishes from the kitchen. John Parker served the food while Sophie set the table. It was a normal family dinner except for the fact that one family member could probably tear the house apart with his bare hands. "Alex, how was school today?" Maria asked. "Good. We started learning about galactic history. Did you know that most alien species don't have families like humans do?" Alex cut his meat carefully with his claws. He had learned long ago to be gentle with everything around him. "Really? How do they raise their children?" John asked. "Most species just lay eggs and leave them. Some have group nurseries where all the young are raised together. Kethmori have something called combat creches, where cubs fight each other until only the strongest survive." Sophie made a disgusted face. "That's horrible. What if a cub is sick or gets hurt?" "Then it dies," Alex said quietly. "That's the Kethmori way. Only the strong deserve to live." Maria reached over and put her hand on Alex's arm. "That's not our way." "I know, Mom. I'm glad I'm here with you instead." John looked at his adopted son. "Alex, do you ever think about your birth parents? Do you wonder what it would be like to live with them?" Alex was quiet for a moment. Sometimes. But this is my family. You're my parents. Sophie is my sister. I don't know what those other Kethmori are like, but I know who I am. Similar conversations were happening in homes across the colony. The cubs had grown up thinking of themselves as part of human families. They had human values, human emotions, and human ways of solving problems, but they also had claws, fangs, and the strength to crush steel. Luna Cooper sat with her adoptive parents, Steve and Janet, on their front porch, watching the sunset. "Mom, what's going to happen when my birth species comes back?" Janet Cooper had been dreading this question for years. "I don't know, sweetheart. But whatever happens, you'll always be our daughter. What if they want me to be different? What if they want me to be mean like regular Kethmori?" Steve Cooper put his arm around Luna. "Then we'll figure it out together. That's what families do." The cubs had no memory of their birth parents. To them, the humans who raised them were their real families. They had learned human games, human songs, and human ways of caring for each other. They said please and thank you. They helped with chores. They worried about their friends and protected those who were smaller or weaker. But they were still Kethmori. Their senses were incredibly sharp. They could see in the dark, hear sounds from miles away, and smell things humans could never detect. Their bodies were built for war, even if their minds had been shaped for peace. Late at night, Dr. Chen often walked through the colony and listened to the cubs sleeping. They made the same small sounds that human children made when they dreamed, but sometimes, very rarely, she heard other sounds. Deep growls and hunting calls that reminded her these were not human children. They were predators who had learned to love. The question that kept her awake was simple. What would happen when their birth parents returned to claim them? The cubs had become something unique in the galaxy. They were warriors with human hearts. But would the Kethmori see that as an improvement or as a corruption of everything they believed in? As the 5th year ended with no sign of the returning fleet, the cubs continued to grow and learn. They were becoming teenagers now, with all the challenges that brought. But they faced those challenges the human way, with support from their families and community. None of them knew that their birth parents were already on their way home. The Kethmori fleet had found other survivors and built their numbers into a massive force. They were returning to collect their cubs and turn them into the greatest warriors their species had ever known. They had no idea that the cubs they left behind had become something entirely new. Something that would challenge everything the Kethmori thought they knew about strength, family, and what it meant to be alive in a dangerous galaxy. The alarm in the New Denver colony control room screamed like a dying animal. Captain Jake Morrison, now 7 years older and grayer, rushed to the scanner display. What he saw there made his blood turn cold. 50 massive ships hung in space beyond the colony. Each one was the size of a city. Each one was armed with enough weapons to turn a planet into dust. The Kethmori had returned. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission," reported Communications Officer Betty Walsh. "Put it through." The voice that came through the speakers was the same one Jake remembered from 7 years ago, but it carried more authority now. "This is High Commander Zektar of the Bonewing Fleet. We have come to collect our cubs." Jake took a deep breath. He had been dreading this day for years. "Welcome back, Commander. We need to talk before any reunions take place." "Talk? There is nothing to discuss. You are keeping our cubs safe. Now we take them home." "It's not that simple anymore." An hour later, Zektar stood in the same meeting room where he had first asked for human help, but now he was not alone. 6 other Kethmori commanders flanked him, each one larger and more battle-scarred than the last. Their yellow eyes swept the room with predatory alertness. Dr. Lisa Chen sat across from them, her hands shaking slightly. Colony Director Helen Brooks had insisted on attending, along with several of the adoptive parents. John and Maria Parker were there, as were Steve and Janet Cooper. "Where are our cubs?" demanded Sub-Commander Kathek, a massive Keth Mori with black fur and silver claws. "Why do we not see them?" "They're in school," Maria Parker said quietly. The Keth Mori commanders looked at each other with confusion. "School?" Zektar asked. "They're learning," Dr. Chen explained. "Reading, writing, mathematics, science, history. They attend classes with the human children." Kathek's ears flattened against his head. "Cubs should be learning to fight, not to read. You have made them weak." "With respect, Commander," said John Parker, "you should meet them before you judge what they've become." Jake stood up. "I think that's a good idea. Let me call them." 20 minutes later, Alex Parker walked into the meeting room. He was now 12 years old and stood 7 feet tall. His silver-gray fur was clean and well-groomed. He wore a New Denver High School baseball cap and a shirt that read, "Colony Soccer Team." When he saw the Keth Mori commanders, he stopped and stared. Zektar rose from his chair, his yellow eyes fixed on Alex with surprise. You are one of our cubs." "I guess so," Alex said. His voice was deep, but still carried the accent of someone who had grown up speaking human languages. "I'm Alex Parker. These are my parents, John and Maria," Kathek snarled. "Your parents are Keth Mori. These humans are nothing to you." Alex's yellow eyes flashed with anger, but when he spoke, his voice stayed calm. "Don't talk about my family that way." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Kathek stepped forward, his claws extending. "You dare challenge a superior warrior?" "I'm protecting people I love," Alex replied. "Isn't that what warriors are supposed to do?" Before Kathek could respond, 3 more cubs entered the room. Luna Cooper, Max Rodriguez, and Diana Foster moved to stand beside Alex. They were all massive by human standards, but they positioned themselves to shield the human adults rather than to establish dominance. "These are my pack mates," Alex said, using a Keth Mori term but pronouncing it with human warmth. "Luna, Max, and Diana." Zektar studied the 4 cubs. "You are all larger than I expected. Stronger. But where is your warrior bearing? Why do you not show proper submission to your superiors?" "Because we don't think of people as superior or inferior," Luna said. Her white fur with black spots made her look almost friendly, but her yellow eyes held intelligence that surprised the commanders. "We think of them as family or strangers, friends or enemies." "Foolish cub," Kathek growled. "Strength determines rank. I am stronger than you, therefore you submit to me." Max Rodriguez stepped forward. At 13, he was the largest of the cubs and probably outweighed Kathek. "Are you stronger than me?" Kathek looked up at Max with sudden uncertainty. "You are still a cub. Cubs do not challenge adults." "I'm not challenging you," Max said gently. "I'm asking if you want to arm wrestle. It's a human game. The loser buys the winner ice cream." The Keth Mori commanders stared at Max as if he had started speaking an alien language. Diana Foster laughed, a sound that somehow mixed human humor with Keth Mori vocal patterns. "He doesn't know what ice cream is," Diana explained to Max. "Remember, they've been in deep space for 7 years. Dr. Chen watched the interaction with fascination. The cubs showed no fear of the adult Keth Mori, but they also showed no aggression. They were treating the commanders like interesting strangers rather than pack leaders or threats. "This is wrong," Kathek said to Zektar. "They have been corrupted. They think like prey animals, not predators." Alex's expression hardened. "We think like protectors. There's a difference." "Show me," Zektar said quietly. "What do you mean?" "Show me how you protect. Show me how you fight." John Parker started to object, but Alex held up one clawed hand. "It's okay, Dad. I can handle this." Alex looked around the room and saw Sophie Parker hiding behind her mother. His little sister was only 8 years old and looked terrified of the large alien warriors. "Sophie, come here," Alex said gently. The little girl ran to Alex, who picked her up and set her on his shoulders. "See, this is what I protect. Not territory, not resources, not power. People, family, the ones who can't protect themselves." "A warrior's duty is to make himself stronger," Kathek insisted, "not to coddle the weak." "A warrior's duty is to use his strength for those who need it," Alex replied. "At least that's what my family taught me." Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he spoke. "These cubs have been changed. They are not Kethmori, as we understand the term." "But they're still your species," Dr. Chen said. "They still have all the same physical abilities. They're just using them differently." "They have been made weak by human sentiment," Kathek declared. "We will take them back to the fleet and retrain them properly." Luna stepped forward. "And if we refuse?" The question hung in the air like a bomb. By Kethmori law, cubs belong to the adults of their species. They had no right to refuse anything. But these cubs had been raised with human ideas about choice and freedom. "Cubs do not refuse their elders," Zektar said firmly. "Then I guess we're not regular cubs," Diana said with a smile that showed all her fangs. Kathek had heard enough. "Zektar, this is madness. They have been poisoned by human weakness. We should take them now and begin proper training immediately." "Wait," Alex said. "In Kethmori tradition, doesn't a cub have the right to challenge for independence when he reaches maturity?" Zektar's ears pricked forward. "You know our traditions?" "Dr. Chen taught us about our birth culture. I know that any Kethmori can earn the right to choose his own path through single combat. I also know that right extends to cubs who can prove they've reached adult status." "You would challenge me?" Zektar asked with disbelief. "If that's what it takes to protect my family and my packmates, yes." The room fell silent. John and Maria Parker looked terrified. The other human parents grabbed their adopted children protectively. The Kethmori commanders seemed stunned that a cub would make such a request. But Zektar smiled for the first time since arriving. "Very well. By ancient law, I accept your challenge. Single combat, tomorrow at dawn. If you win, you and your packmates choose your own path. If you lose, you all return to the fleet for proper training." Alex looked at his human parents, then at his packmates. "Deal." As the Kethmori commanders left the meeting room, Jake Morrison realized that everything was about to change. The cubs had spent 7 years learning human ways, but tomorrow they would have to fight like Kethmori to earn the right to keep being human. The question was, could someone raised with human values defeat a warrior trained for nothing but battle? The answer would determine not just the fate of 4 cubs, but the future relationship between 2 very different species. Dawn broke over New Denver Colony like a blood-red warning. In the main square, 2 circles had been drawn in the dirt according to ancient Kethmori tradition. One large circle for combat, one smaller circle for witnesses. Nearly every human in the colony had gathered to watch, along with dozens of Kethmori warriors who had come down from their ships. Alex Parker stood at the edge of the combat circle, wearing simple clothes that wouldn't restrict his movement. His adoptive parents stood with the other human families, their faces tight with worry. Sophie Parker held onto her mother's hand so hard her knuckles were white. Across from Alex, High Commander Zektar prepared for battle. The alien warrior had removed his armor and stood bare-chested, showing the scars of 100 fights. His claws were fully extended, gleaming like silver knives in the morning light. "Are you certain you want to do this, cub?" Zektar asked. "I have been fighting for 30 years. I have killed enemies in 1,000 battles. You are barely 12 years old." "I'm sure," Alex replied. His voice stayed calm, but his yellow eyes held a determination that surprised the watching Kethmori warriors. Elder Navigator Sekmara, the oldest warrior in the fleet, raised her voice to address the crowd. By ancient law, this combat will determine the fate of the cubs raised by humans. If the cub Alex wins, all cubs choose their own path. If High Commander Zektar wins, all cubs return to the fleet for proper training. Combat continues until one fighter yields or dies. Dr. Lisa Chen gripped her medical kit tightly. She had spent the night studying everything she could about Kethmori anatomy and combat techniques. If Alex was seriously injured, she might be his only chance of survival. "Begin," Sekmara commanded. Zektar moved like lightning. His powerful legs launched him across the circle, claws aimed at Alex's throat. It was a classic Kethmori attack, designed to end the fight in seconds. But Alex wasn't there when the claws arrived. The cub had rolled to the side at the last possible moment, using a move that came from human martial arts rather than Kethmori combat training. Zektar's claws slashed through empty air as Alex came up behind him. Instead of counterattacking, Alex stepped back and waited. "What are you doing?" Zektar snarled. "Why did you not strike when you had the chance?" "Because I don't want to hurt you," Alex replied. "I just want you to understand." The watching Kethmori warriors muttered among themselves. This was not how combat was supposed to work. Warriors attacked until one of them fell. They didn't talk. They didn't show mercy. Zektar attacked again, this time with a series of rapid claw strikes that would have shredded a normal opponent. Alex defended himself using blocks and deflections that Dr. Chen recognized from human defensive martial arts. He was turning Zektar's attacks aside rather than meeting force with force. "Fight back, cub!" Kathek shouted from the edge of the circle. "Show some warrior pride!" But Alex had learned something different from his human family. He had learned that true strength wasn't about proving you could hurt someone. It was about protecting what mattered to you. For 15 minutes, Zektar pressed his attack. The High Commander was faster and stronger than any human, but Alex had been raised by humans who understood that speed and strength weren't everything. Every attack that Zektar launched, Alex redirected or avoided. Slowly, Zektar began to tire. His attacks became less precise. His breathing grew heavy. He had been trained to win fights quickly through overwhelming force. He didn't know how to handle an opponent who refused to engage on those terms. Alex, meanwhile, stayed calm and alert. He had learned patience from his human parents. He had learned to think several moves ahead from playing human games. He had learned to stay focused under pressure from his human teachers. "You cannot win by running away forever," Zektar gasped. "I'm not running away," Alex replied. "I'm waiting for you to understand that this doesn't have to be about one of us destroying the other." That's when Alex made his move. Dr. Chen had taught him about Kethmori anatomy, including the pressure points that could temporarily disable an opponent without causing permanent harm. As Zektar lunged forward with another claw strike, Alex stepped inside the attack and pressed 2 fingers against specific points on the commander's neck. Zektar collapsed to the ground, paralyzed but unharmed. The watching Kethmori warriors fell silent. They had never seen anything like this. Alex stood over their high commander, clearly the winner, but instead of claiming victory, he knelt down and began massaging the pressure points to restore feeling to Zektar's limbs. "What are you doing?" Zektar whispered. "Helping you up," Alex said simply. "The fight is over. Now we talk." Within minutes, feeling had returned to Zektar's arms and legs. Alex helped the commander stand, supporting his weight until Zektar was steady on his feet. Sekmara stared at the scene with ancient eyes. "In 60 years of witnessing combat, I have never seen anything like this. The cub has won, but he aids his defeated opponent. What does this mean?" Alex looked around at the crowd of humans and aliens. "It means we don't have to be enemies just because we're different. Commander Zektar is strong and brave. I respect him, But his way of being strong isn't the only way. Luna Cooper stepped forward from the edge of the circle. Alex showed you that we haven't been made weak by human influence. We've been made different. We're still Keth Mori. We still have claws and fangs and strength, but we use them to protect instead of to dominate. Max Rodriguez joined her. We learned from humans that taking care of others makes you stronger, not weaker. Diana Foster nodded. We learned that working together gets better results than fighting each other. Zektar looked at the 4 cubs, then at the human families who had raised them. You defeated me without injuring me. You could have killed me easily once I was paralyzed, but instead you helped me recover. This is not weakness, but it is not traditional Keth Mori behavior either. It's human behavior, Maria Parker said from the crowd. That's what we taught them. Kathek stepped into the circle, his claws extended. This proves nothing. 1 lucky cub defeats 1 tired commander. Let me fight all 4 of them at once. Then we'll see how strong their human ways really are. But Sekmara held up her hand. No. The challenge has been completed according to ancient law. The cubs have won the right to choose their path. This is madness, Kathek protested. These cubs have been corrupted. They will spread their weakness to other Keth Mori. Alex looked at the angry sub-commander. What if we could prove that our way isn't weakness? What if we could show you that human training makes us better warriors, not worse ones? How? Zektar asked quietly. Luna stepped forward. Give us a chance to serve. Give us a ship and a crew. Let us prove that Keth Mori raised with human values can be more effective than traditional warriors. Ridiculous, Kathek snarled. Cubs commanding a warship. It would be destroyed in the first battle. But Sekmara was thinking. The galaxy has changed while we search the void. New enemies have emerged. Our traditional tactics have not always been successful against them. Perhaps new approaches are needed. Zektar studied the 4 cubs who stood before him. They were clearly Keth Mori in body, but their minds worked differently than any Keth Mori he had ever known. They had just proven they could fight, but more importantly, they had proven they could think. Very well, he said finally. I will give you 1 ship and a volunteer crew. You will have 6 months to prove that your human methods have value. If you succeed, we will consider integrating some human training techniques into our military. If you fail, you submit to traditional Keth Mori education. Alex looked at his packmates, then at his human family. And if we succeed, we get to keep both parts of who we are, Keth Mori and human? If you succeed, Zektar said, you will have proven that strength can take many forms. As the crowd began to disperse, John and Maria Parker approached their adopted son. Are you sure about this? John asked. Space is dangerous. War is dangerous. Alex hugged his human parents tightly. You taught me that sometimes you have to take risks to protect the people you love. I love my packmates. I love this colony. I love both our species. If there's a chance to make things better for everyone, I have to try. Sophie Parker tugged on her brother's shirt. Will you come back and visit? Alex picked up his little sister and smiled.